Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I have a bunch of new stories for you to enjoy. Whether you're trying to sleep, do homework, chores, or anything really, this video will be perfect for you. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy these videos, and discuss the stories with each other in the comments. Now let's get right to the first story.
Story 1. This is James. My wife's father introduced the man at Christmas dinner. He'll be perfect for your position at the company after you get laid off and divorce. I buttered my roll calmly. How nice. James, did they mention the company is in my name? And the prenup? My wife choked on her wine. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and immediately sense you're about to get royally screwed? Yeah. Well, Christmas dinner at the Peaton Mansion was giving me those vibes in spades. The whole joint was decked out like Martha Stewart had a nervous breakdown in a Hallmark store. Gold everything. Enough mistletoe to choke a reindeer and a Christmas tree so massive it probably required its own zip code. But all that festive cheer couldn't mask the stench of wafting through the air like cheap cologne at a gas station. I should have known something was up when Gloria actually smiled at me on the drive over. My dear wife hadn't looked at me with anything other than contempt since. Well, hell, I couldn't remember the last time. She'd been acting all sweet and giggly, like she was harboring some delicious secret that she couldn't wait to spill all over the white tablecloth. Red flag number 1 right there. When your spouse starts treating you nice after months of acting like you're a walking case of athlete's foot, you better start watching your back. The dining room was its usual intimidating self. Mahogany table that could probably seat half of Nebraska, crystal chandelier that cost more than most people's houses, and enough silverware to arm a small militia. Richard Pemberton sat at the head of the table like some medieval king holding court, his silver hair perfectly styled and his smile sharp enough to cut glass. The man looked like he'd stepped out of a Ralph Lauren catalog if Ralph Lauren specialized in designing clothes for pompous jackasses. Miranda, Gloria's sister and professional hot mess, was already 3 glasses deep in what I assumed was her liquid dinner. The woman had perfected the art of passive-aggressive alcoholism, managing to insult you while maintaining just enough plausible deniability to claim innocence. Later, she gave me that fake smile she'd mastered. The one that said, "I tolerate your existence, but would happily watch you get hit by a bus." But it was the stranger sitting across from me that really set off my internal alarm bells. Tall, blonde, looked like he'd been manufactured in some Ivy League pretty boy factory. His suit probably cost more than my car, and he had that smug confidence that only comes from a lifetime of having everything handed to you on a silver platter. He kept glancing at Gloria with this weird familiarity that made my skin crawl. Richard cleared his throat, his signature move when he was about to deliver one of his legendary verbal sucker punches. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet James Worthington," he announced, raising his wine glass like he was proposing a toast at his own coronation. Harvard MBA, excellent family connections. And here came the pause that made my blood pressure spike. He'll be absolutely perfect for your position at the company after you get laid off and divorced. The words hung in the air like a toxic cloud. For a split second, you could have heard a pin drop in that cavernous dining room. Then the laughter started. First, Gloria's high-pitched giggle that sounded like fingernails on a chalkboard. Then, Miranda's drunken cackle. And finally, Richard's booming gap that echoed off the walls like thunder. They were all looking at me, waiting for the explosion, the dramatic meltdown, the satisfying collapse of my dignity. James had the decency to look uncomfortable. Shifting in his chair like his expensive suit had suddenly turned into a hair shirt. Poor bastard probably didn't realize he'd been invited to witness an execution. But the rest of them, they were eating this up like it was their personal Christmas feast of humiliation. I could feel the heat rising in my chest, that familiar surge of rage that wanted to flip the table and tell them all exactly where they could shove their family legacy. My hand tightened around my butter knife. Not that I was planning anything violent, mind you, but the weight of it was oddly comforting. Instead, I took a deep breath, reached for my roll, and buttered it with the kind of methodical precision that would have made a surgeon jealous. "How nice," I said, my voice so calm and smooth it could have been used as a sleep aid. I took a bite of the roll, chewed thoughtfully, and looked directly at James. The kid was sweating now, probably wondering if he'd accidentally wandered into some weird family intervention. "James, that's quite an interesting proposition. Did they happen to mention that the company is actually in my name?" You know, legally speaking, the laughter died like someone had pulled the plug on a karaoke machine. Gloria's fork clattered against her plate. "Oh, and James," I continued, still maintaining that eerily calm tone that was apparently freaking everyone out. "Did they also mention the prenup? You know that pesky little document that Gloria signed with such enthusiasm back when she thought I was her ticket to Easy Street. That's when Gloria made her mistake." She tried to take a sip of wine to cover her shock, But her hand was shaking so badly that she ended up choking on it like she was drowning in her own smugness. The coughing fit that followed was so violent, I thought she might actually hack up a lung right there on the imported china. Miranda sobered up real quick, her eyes going wide as dinner plates. Richard's face went through more color changes than a mood ring, settling somewhere between purple and apoplectic. James looked like he wanted to crawl under the table and disappear, probably wondering if he could still catch an Uber out of this nightmare. But me, I just sat there buttering another roll with the same infuriating calm, watching my dear family-in-law realize that their carefully orchestrated ambush had just blown up in their faces like a defective firework. Because here's the thing about predators. They get real uncomfortable when they suddenly realize their prey has bigger teeth than they do. The silence that followed was absolutely delicious. Seasoned with just the right amount of panic and garnished with a healthy dose of "oh, we might have miscalculated," it was shaping up to be the most entertaining Christmas dinner I'd had in years. Let me paint you a picture of what the last 5 years of my life have been like, because tonight's little Christmas ambush didn't just materialize out of thin air like some holiday miracle from hell. Oh no, this masterpiece of family dysfunction has been years in the making. Crafted with all the subtle artistry of a sledgehammer to the face. From day one of my marriage to Gloria, Richard Peaton made it crystal clear that I was about as welcome in his family as a vegetarian at a barbecue convention. The man had a gift for making you feel like you tracked dog through his pristine world just by existing in the same zip code. He perfected this little routine where he'd introduce me at social gatherings as Gloria's temporary accessory. Always with that shark smile that made you want to check if you still had all your limbs attached. Temporary accessory. Can you believe that, like I was some knockoff handbag she'd picked up at a discount store and would eventually upgrade when something shinier caught her eye? The first time he pulled that little gem, I thought maybe it was just his twisted idea of humor. Rich people have weird senses of humor, right? They probably think it's hilarious to light cigars with $100 bills or whatever the hell they do for kicks. But no, Richard meant every word. He'd say it at charity gall, at the country club, at family gatherings, anywhere there was an audience to witness my public humiliation. And the worst part, Gloria would just stand there smiling like he'd complimented her shoes, never once telling her dear daddy to maybe dial back the routine just a notch or two. Speaking of Gloria, my loving wife had turned parroting daddy's contempt into an Olympic sport. Woman could find fault with me breathing too loudly. I swear to God, according to her, I wasn't sophisticated enough for her circle of trust fund babies and social climbers. My suits weren't expensive enough. My car wasn't flashy enough. My conversation wasn't boring enough. Apparently, discussing stock portfolios and yacht maintenance is the height of intellectual discourse in their world. You just don't understand our lifestyle, she'd say with that condescending tone she perfected, like she was explaining quantum physics to a particularly slow golden retriever. My friends don't know what to make of you. Yeah. Well, her friends were a collection of Botoxed housewives whose greatest life achievement was marrying well and whose idea of hardship was when their personal trainer was running 5 minutes late. Then there was Miranda, Gloria's older sister, and living proof that money can't buy class, intelligence, or the ability to maintain a marriage for more than 18 months. The woman had gone through husbands like most people go through underwear frequently and with minimal emotional attachment. Husband number 1 was some investment banker who apparently lacked vision. Husband number 2 was a real estate mogul who didn't appreciate her creative spirit, which I'm pretty sure was code for he got tired of funding her shopping addiction and weekly spa treatments. But despite her spectacular track record of relationship failures, Miranda somehow felt qualified to offer marriage advice and commentary on my shortcomings as a spouse. You're just not flashy enough for Gloria. She'd slur during her third martini at family gatherings, swaying slightly like a designer-dressed palm tree in a hurricane. She needs someone with more presence. Presence, right? Because nothing says presence like being on your third divorce before you hit 40 and having your daddy pay your credit card bills because you spent your settlement money on a failed jewelry business and a yoga retreat in Bali. But here's what really got under my skin about this whole dysfunctional circus. The sheer audacity of it all. These people lived in a bubble of privilege so thick you could probably bounce quarters off it. Yet, they had the nerve to act like I was the problem. Like I was some charity case they'd graciously allowed into their golden kingdom out of the goodness of their hearts. Richard would hold court at family dinners, pontificating about legacy and breeding and the responsibility that comes with wealth while simultaneously treating me like I was some kind of social experiment gone wrong. He'd make these little comments about how new money, his charming term for anyone who hadn't inherited their fortune from Robert Barron great-great-granddaddies, just didn't understand the weight of tradition. The irony was so thick you could serve it with a fork. Because while Richard was busy lecturing me about tradition and legacy, he was also busy trying to figure out how to get his grubby little fingers deeper into my company's pie. Oh, He was subtle about it, suggesting strategic partnerships and family synergies, but I could see right through as he wanted control, and he figured marrying his daughter was the easiest way to get it. What made tonight different, though, was the sheer brazenness of it all. This wasn't just their usual death by 1,000 cuts routine. This was a full-scale military assault, complete with a replacement candidate sitting at their dinner table like some kind of corporate understudy waiting in the wings. They'd gotten cocky, drunk on their own sense of superiority and the illusion that they held all the cards. They thought they had me cornered, trapped in their web of social expectations and family obligations. They figured I'd just roll over and accept their verdict. Maybe slink away with my tail between my legs in whatever scraps they decided to throw my way out of the goodness of their hearts. But here's what they forgot in all their scheming and plotting. They'd been so busy treating me like the hired help that they'd never bothered to actually read the fine print. They'd been so convinced of their own cleverness that they'd overlooked one tiny little detail. I wasn't some desperate social climber who'd married into their family for access to their world. I brought my own world to the table. Thank you very much. And tonight I was finally going to remind them exactly who was holding the real power in this relationship. Poor James Worthington was starting to look like a deer caught in headlights. If deer wore 1,000 suits and had trust funds, that is. The kid was fidgeting with his napkin, probably wondering what the hell he'd gotten himself into, and whether his Harvard MBA had prepared him for whatever twisted family drama was unfolding around him like some sick soap opera. His perfectly styled blonde hair was starting to show signs of stress sweat, and I was pretty sure he was calculating the distance to the nearest exit. You had to feel sorry for the guy, really. Here he was, probably thinking he'd been invited to some exclusive holiday networking event where he'd smooth with the wealthy elite and maybe land himself a cushy executive position. Instead, he'd walk straight into the Peyton family's version of Game of Thrones, complete with backstabbing, power plays, and enough toxic family dynamics to fuel a therapist yacht payments for the next decade. Richard, being the master manipulator he was, had clearly painted James a very specific picture of tonight's little gathering. I could practically hear the pitch meeting in my head. All smooth talk and carefully curated half-truths designed to make this whole setup look legitimate. Richard probably sold it as some kind of smooth corporate transition, like I was some failing CEO who'd graciously agreed to step aside for the good of the company. James comes highly recommended. Richard had undoubtedly said in that polished boardroom voice of his, the one he used when he was trying to sell someone a pile of horseshit wrapped in fancy paper. Excellent pedigree, stellar academic record, exactly the kind of fresh blood we need to take the company to the next level. He probably threw around some business buzzwords. Synergy, optimization, strategic realignment. The kind of corporate speak that sounds impressive but means absolutely nothing. What Richard conveniently forgot to mention in his recruitment pitch was that this whole family empire he loved to brag about was built on a foundation that had my name stamped all over it in permanent ink. See, while the Pembertons were busy playing their little social hierarchy games, I'd actually been building something real from the ground up. It started with my grandfather's money, not a fortune by Pimpton standards, but enough seed capital to get a decent business off the ground if you weren't an idiot about it. Gramps had been a practical man, the kind of guy who understood that money was a tool, not a trophy. He'd left me enough to either blow on fancy toys and expensive mistakes or invest in something that might actually grow into something substantial. Guess which option I chose? While my future in-laws were busy maintaining their image and attending charity galas where they could see and be seen by other rich people doing absolutely nothing productive, I was grinding it out in a cramped office above a Chinese restaurant, learning every aspect of the business from the ground up. I wasn't above answering my own phones, cleaning my own office, or pulling 18-hour days when a big contract was on the line. The company grew slowly at first. A few small contracts, some modest profits, nothing that would make headlines or impress anyone at the country club. But I reinvested every penny, hired smart people, and focused on actually delivering value instead of just talking about it. While Richard was pontificating about business philosophy at dinner parties, I was building relationships with clients who actually mattered. By the time I met Gloria, the company was already turning serious profit. Not Peyton-level old money, but enough to catch Richard's attention when he started sniffing around for new investment opportunities. That's when things got interesting because Richard saw my success and immediately started calculating how he could get his hooks into it. The man was smooth. I'll give him that. He didn't come at me with guns blazing, demanding equity or control. Instead, he played the long game. The concerned father-in-law just looking out for his daughter's financial future. He suggested bringing him on as an investor, someone who could provide strategic guidance and help navigate the complexities of scaling a business. "You've built something impressive," he'd said during one of our early conversations, pouring me a scotch that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. "But there's a difference between building a business and building an empire. I could help you see the bigger picture. What he really meant was that he wanted in on the action, and he figured marrying his daughter was the easiest way to get a piece of the pie. Richard had spent his whole life living off inherited wealth, watching money make money without actually creating anything new. My company represented something he'd never had, the satisfaction of building something from nothing. So he came on board as what he liked to call a strategic partner, bringing his connections, his capital, and his insufferable ego to what had been my lean, efficient operation. Suddenly, we had fancy offices in a downtown high-rise, expense accounts that would make a Fortune 500 CEO blush, and enough overhead to choke a horse. But here's what Richard never bothered to understand. Probably because he'd never actually built anything himself. Legal ownership and operational control are two very different things. He could strut around the office, hold meetings about strategic direction, and impress clients with his silver-haired gravitas, but at the end of the day, every single share of stock, every asset, every contract, and every intellectual property agreement had my name on it. The paperwork was airtight because I'd learned early on that when you're dealing with sharks, you better make damn sure your cage is locked. My lawyers had crafted agreements so bulletproof that even a team of Harvard MBAs couldn't find a loophole, which was ironic considering we currently had one sitting at the dinner table looking increasingly uncomfortable. James was starting to pick up on the subtext, his eyes darting between Richard's increasingly strained smile and my unnaturally calm demeanor. You could practically see the gears turning in his head as he started to realize that maybe, just maybe, this whole situation wasn't quite what it had been presented to be. Gloria had recovered from her wine-choking incident with all the grace of a cat landing after falling off a fence. Technically successful, but not fooling anyone about how smooth the whole process actually was. Her face had returned to its normal shade of entitled pale, and that familiar smirk was creeping back across her lips like oil spreading across water. My dear wife had apparently decided that my little revelation about company ownership was just some kind of bluff, a desperate attempt to salvage my dignity in the face of their perfectly orchestrated coup. She leaned forward in her chair, resting her elbows on the table in a way that would have horrified her finishing school teachers, fixing James with the kind of predatory smile that had probably launched 1,000 bad decisions. "James, you simply must ignore my husband's theatrics," she said, her voice dripping with the kind of false sweetness that could give you diabetes just from listening to it. "He's always been prone to exaggeration when he feels cornered." The condescension in her tone was so thick you could have spread it on toast. This was classic Gloria. Dismiss, deflect, and pretend that reality was negotiable as long as you had enough confidence and the right breeding to back it up. She perfected this technique over years of getting her way through sheer force of privilege. And she wasn't about to let a little thing like facts get in the way of her narrative. "James has the most impressive credentials," she continued, launching into what sounded suspiciously like a sales pitch she'd rehearsed in front of a mirror. "Harvard Business School naturally graduated summa cum laude. His thesis on corporate restructuring in the digital age was simply revolutionary, wasn't it, James?" Poor James nodded along like a bobblehead doll, though I could see the uncertainty flickering behind his eyes like a neon sign in a thunderstorm. The kid was smart enough to sense that something wasn't adding up, but not experienced enough to trust his instincts over the confident assertions of people who clearly moved in circles he aspired to join. "And the connections he brings to the table," Gloria gushed, warming to her theme like a revival preacher getting worked up about salvation, "are simply extraordinary. His family has ties to some of the most influential investment firms on the East Coast. Tell him about the Wellington Group, James." James cleared his throat, looking like he wished he could disappear into his chair cushions. "Well, my father serves on their advisory board," he managed, his voice lacking the confidence you'd expect from someone who was supposedly about to take over a major company. "They specialize in growth capital for mid-market enterprises." "Exactly." Gloria clapped her hands together like she'd just witnessed a particularly impressive magic trick. "Growth capital. That's precisely what we need to take this company to the next level. Isn't that right, Daddy?" Richard nodded sagely, playing his role in this little theater production with the kind of practiced ease that made you wonder how many other families they'd bulldozed with this same routine. "Absolutely, sweetheart. James represents the kind of fresh thinking that can transform a stagnant business into a dynamic growth engine." The irony was so rich it should have come with its own wine pairing. Here they were talking about transforming my stagnant business. The same business that had been consistently profitable for the past 8 years. The same business that had allowed Richard to upgrade his lifestyle and Gloria to maintain her shopping addiction. The same business that was currently funding the very dinner we were sitting at. Miranda, not to be left out of the character assassination, raised her wine glass in a mock toast. To fresh blood, she declared with the kind of drunken enthusiasm that suggested she'd moved well past the point of caring about subtlety. God knows this family could use some excitement. Things have been positively dreary with all this talk about steady growth and sustainable practices. She made air quotes around the phrases like they were obscene words. Miranda's right. Gloria continued, apparently emboldened by her sister's support. James brings exactly the kind of innovative thinking that we've been lacking. He understands the importance of expansion, of taking calculated risks to maximize returns. Don't you, James? The poor bastard was starting to sweat more visibly now, probably realizing that he was being used as a weapon in someone else's war without fully understanding the battlefield. I believe in aggressive growth strategies when market conditions are favorable, he said carefully, like he was walking through a minefield in the dark. See, Gloria turned to me with triumph written all over her face. That's the kind of vision that could really put us on the map. No more of this conservative smalling approach that's been holding us back. Small inking approach. That's what she called the business strategy that had built the company from a one-man operation in a rented office to a multi-million-dollar enterprise with offices in 3 cities. That's what she called the careful planning and risk management that had allowed us to weather economic downturns while our competitors were folding faster than lawn chairs in a hurricane. Richard leaned back in his chair, radiating the kind of patriarchal satisfaction that suggested he thought this whole conversation was going according to plan. James, you should know that Gloria has always had an excellent eye for talent, he said, managing to make it sound both like a compliment to his daughter and a subtle threat to me. When she recognizes potential, she's rarely wrong. The subtext was clear as crystal. Gloria had recognized James's potential in the same way she'd once recognized mine back when I was useful to their family's ambitions. Now that they decided I was no longer serving their purposes, James was being positioned as the shiny new toy that would solve all their problems and expand their empire. But what they still didn't seem to grasp despite my earlier hints was that there was no empire to expand. There was no family business to transition. There was just my company, my assets, and my legal protections. All of which were completely beyond their reach. No matter how many Harvard MBAs they trotted out or how confidently they talked about fresh thinking and innovative approaches, I sat there methodically working my way through my dinner, watching them build their elaborate fantasy castle on a foundation that didn't exist, and I had to admire their commitment to the delusion. The atmosphere in that dining room had turned more toxic than a chemical spill at a perfume factory. But I was sitting in the middle of it all like the eye of a hurricane, perfectly calm while chaos swirled around me. Richard was holding court like some kind of delusional emperor, gesturing with his wine glass as he pontificated about the glorious future of our family enterprise. Gloria was practically glowing with vindictive satisfaction, shooting me little sideways glances to see if her verbal daggers were finding their mark. And Miranda, well, Miranda was just along for the ride. Giggling at inappropriate moments and making commentary that would have been cutting if it weren't coming from someone whose life choices read like a cautionary tale about what happens when you have more money than sense. You know what the problem has been all along, Richard declared, warming to his favorite subject, namely everything that was supposedly wrong with me and my approach to business. There's been a fundamental lack of vision, a failure to understand that in today's market, you either grow or you die. There's no middle ground for playing it safe. Playing it safe, right? Because apparently building a company from scratch, navigating multiple economic downturns and maintaining consistent profitability for nearly a decade was just me being overly cautious. Never mind that half the visionary companies Richard admired had either gone bankrupt, been investigated by the SEC, or collapsed under the weight of their own aggressive expansion strategies. Exactly, Daddy. Gloria chimed in because agreeing with Richard was practically her full-time job at this point. We've been thinking too small. James understands that sometimes you have to take big risks to achieve big rewards. Don't you, James? Poor James was looking increasingly like he wanted to crawl under the table and hide. Every time they dragged him into the conversation, he'd nod and make noncommittal sounds, but you could see the growing realization in his eyes that he'd somehow become the star of a show he'd never auditioned for. The kid was probably starting to wonder if this was how hostile takeovers always worked, or if he'd just stumbled into the world's most dysfunctional job interview. I believe in calculated risk-taking. James managed his voice getting smaller with each forced contribution to their little performance. But it's important to have a solid foundation before pursuing aggressive growth strategies. Miranda nearly snorted wine through her nose at that one. Foundation, she slurred like the word was some kind of hilarious punchline. That's exactly the kind of boring conservative thinking that's been holding us back. Sometimes you have to blow up the foundation to build something truly spectacular. Coming from a woman who'd managed to blow up 2 marriages and a small business venture in the space of 5 years, this was particularly rich advice. But Miranda was on a roll, emboldened by alcohol and the mistaken belief that her track record of spectacular failures somehow qualified her as a business strategist. Richard nodded approvingly at his older daughter's contribution, as if she'd just delivered some profound wisdom instead of drunken rambling. Miranda makes an excellent point. Sometimes disruption is necessary for transformation. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. The corporate cliches were flying thick and fast now. Each one more meaningless than the last. These people talked about business like they'd learned everything they knew from motivational posters and airport bookstore bestsellers. They had the vocabulary down pat, but absolutely no understanding of what any of it actually meant in practice. The thing is, Gloria continued, clearly enjoying herself now. We've been held back by someone who's more interested in preserving the status quo than seizing opportunities. Someone who thinks steady growth is more important than market domination. The way she said steady growth made it sound like some kind of personal character flaw, like being responsible with money, was a sign of moral weakness. This from a woman who'd never held a real job in her life, whose idea of financial planning was making sure her credit cards had enough available balance for her next shopping spree. But that's all going to change now, Richard announced with the kind of confidence that only comes from being completely divorced from reality. With James on board, we'll finally have the leadership we need to reach our full potential. Real leadership with the vision and courage to make the tough decisions. Real leadership. The implication was clear. I wasn't real leadership, just some kind of placeholder who'd been keeping the seat warm until the right person came along. Never mind that this right person had been handpicked by people who collectively couldn't run a lemonade stand without driving it into bankruptcy. I kept my mouth shut and continued eating, letting them build their elaborate fantasy while I mentally catalogued every word, every implication, every casual insult. They thought my silence meant defeat, that I was finally accepting the inevitable. In reality, I was just giving them enough rope to hang themselves with, and they were braiding it into a noose with impressive enthusiasm. Miranda raised her glass again, swaying slightly in her chair. To new beginnings, she declared, though her words were starting to slur together like she was speaking through a mouthful of marbles. And to finally getting rid of dead weight. Dead weight. That's what they thought of me. Not the person who'd built the company they were so eager to control. Not the one who'd made their comfortable lifestyle possible, but dead weight that needed to be jettisoned for the good of the enterprise. The irony was so thick you could have cut it with a butter knife. Here they were, three people whose combined business experience wouldn't fill a postcard, talking about my failures and limitations while planning to hand over control of a multi-million-dollar company to someone they'd known for all of 5 minutes. But I just sat there nodding occasionally, refilling my wine glass, and smiling that infuriating smile that was clearly starting to get under their skin. Because the beautiful thing about letting people hang themselves with their own words is that you don't have to do any of the heavy lifting. You just have to be patient enough to watch them tie the knots. The moment had finally arrived, that perfect intersection of their arrogance and my patience running out simultaneously. Richard was in the middle of another one of his grandiose speeches about our family wealth and how it had expanded exponentially under his strategic guidance, gesturing with his wine glass like he was conducting some invisible orchestra of success. The man was so drunk on his own that he'd apparently forgotten the basic principle of not claiming credit for other people's work, especially when those people were sitting right across the table with access to all the receipts. I set down my wine glass with the kind of deliberate precision that made everyone at the table unconsciously hold their breath. The crystal made a soft chiming sound against the mahogany table and suddenly the room got so quiet you could have heard a trust fund baby's conscience drop if such a thing existed, which was highly debatable. That's interesting, Richard, I said, my voice carrying the same conversational tone I might use to comment on the weather or ask someone to pass the salt. This expansion of our family wealth. Could you be more specific about which assets you're referring to? Richard's smile faltered for just a microsecond, like a record skipping, but he recovered quickly. The man was nothing if not committed to his performance. Well, naturally, I'm talking about the tremendous growth we've seen across all our business ventures. The company has tripled in value since I came on board. Ah, the company. I nodded thoughtfully as if this was news to me. And when you say our company, you're referring to the business that was incorporated under my name 3 years before I even met Gloria. The one where every single share certificate has my signature on it. The temperature in the room seemed to drop about 10 degrees. Gloria's fork froze halfway to her mouth. A piece of prime rib dangling from it like she'd suddenly forgotten how eating worked. Miranda's wine glass stopped midway to her lips, her eyes going wide with the kind of dawning horror usually reserved for people who realize they've been walking around with toilet paper stuck to their shoe. But I wasn't done. Hell, I was just getting started. And Richard, when you mentioned the headquarters building, that beautiful downtown office space that's been such a symbol of our success, you do remember that the deed is in my name alone, right? Purchased with funds from my personal accounts, financed through loans that I personally guaranteed. Richard's face was going through more color changes than a chameleon having an identity crisis. Now, see here, he began, but I held up a hand to stop him. Politely, of course. I was nothing if not civilized. Oh, but wait, there's more. I continued, channeling my inner infomercial host. Those patents that Miranda was bragging about to James earlier, you know, the ones that form the backbone of our technological advantage, those were developed by the R&D team I hired using equipment I purchased in facilities I own. And before you ask, yes, every single patent application lists me as the primary inventor and owner. James was looking back and forth between us like he was watching the world's most expensive tennis match. Probably wondering if his LinkedIn profile was up to date in case he needed to start job hunting again real soon. The poor bastard was finally starting to understand that he hadn't been invited to a corporate transition meeting. He'd been cast as an unwitting extra in someone else's revenge fantasy. Even those offshore accounts that you've been so proud of, I pressed on. Really hitting my stride now. The ones holding our diversified investment portfolio. Well, guess whose social security number is on every single one of those account applications? The silence that followed was so complete it had its own gravitational pull. You could practically see the gears grinding in their heads as they tried to process what I was telling them. For years, they'd operated under the assumption that marriage meant merger. That saying I do had somehow magically transformed my assets into community property right for the taking. Miranda was the first to break, her voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. But the lawyers said a yes, the lawyers. I smiled, and it wasn't a particularly nice smile. Your lawyers said a lot of things, didn't they? Unfortunately, they were operating under some fundamental misunderstandings about how my business was structured. You see, when you build a company from scratch and you're paranoid enough to protect every asset with separate legal entities, trusts, and ironclad incorporation documents, things get a bit more complicated than your average rich family merger. Richard tried to rally, his voice gaining volume as if sheer force could somehow change the legal reality. This is ridiculous. You can't simply claim ownership of everything. There are partnership agreements, investment contracts, signed documents. You're absolutely right. I agreed cheerfully. There are signed documents, lots of them, actually. Every single one of which clearly states that your role in the company is strictly advisory with no ownership stake, no voting rights, and no claim to assets in the event of exactly what's happening right now. Gloria finally found her voice, though it came out about 3 octaves higher than usual. This is impossible. The prenup covered business assets acquired during the marriage. The prenup covered assets acquired during the marriage, I corrected gently. But since the company, the building, the patents, and about 90% of our current assets were established before our marriage, they fall under the separate property clause. You know, the one your own lawyer explained to you before you signed it, the one you said you understood completely. The beautiful thing about thorough documentation is that it's very hard to argue with when every contract is signed, witnessed, notarized, and filed in triplicate. People's memories of what they thought they agreed to become somewhat irrelevant. James cleared his throat nervously. Perhaps I should go, he suggested, probably calculating how quickly he could call an Uber and disappear from this nightmare. Nonsense, James, I said warmly. You should stay for dessert. I think you'll find the rest of this conversation quite educational. The look on Gloria's face was priceless, like someone had just told her that her platinum credit card had been declined at Tiffany's. But I wasn't finished with my little Christmas presentation. Oh, no. We were just getting to the good part. The piece to resistance that would make this holiday dinner one for the family history books. See, while they'd been busy planning my professional funeral, they'd gotten sloppy about covering their own tracks, and I'd been a very attentive student of their careless behavior. But you know what, Gloria? I said, settling back in my chair like I was about to tell a particularly amusing anecdote. Since we're being so honest about everything tonight, maybe we should clear the air about some other little details that have been bothering me lately. The way her eyes narrowed, told me she knew exactly where this was heading. But she was trapped now, committed to playing out this scene in front of her family, and poor James, who was looking more and more like he regretted every life decision that had led him to this moment. I couldn't help but notice how busy you've been lately, I continued conversationally. All those important business lunches, all those afternoon meetings that run so terribly long. You've been practically devoted to your schedule. Richard leaned forward, probably sensing that the conversation was about to take another sharp turn into territory he hadn't prepared for. What exactly are you implying? He demanded, though his voice lacked the commanding authority he'd been wielding earlier. Oh, I'm not implying anything, Richard. I'm about to state some facts, actually. Very specific. Very well-documented facts. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out my phone, setting it on the table like I was laying down a royal flush. See, when your spouse starts having mysterious afternoon appointments 3 times a week, a reasonable person might get curious about where all that time is being spent. Gloria's face went from pale to gray, like someone had just drained all the blood out of her body through a straw. "You've been spying on me," she whispered, though it came out more like an accusation than a denial. "Spying is such an ugly word," I replied, enjoying the way she flinched. "I prefer to think of it as taking a healthy interest in my wife's well-being. After all, when someone starts spending every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday afternoon at the St. Regis Hotel, ordering room service for two, and charging it all to a credit card that's mysteriously linked to our joint checking account, a loving husband might start to worry." The silence that followed was so profound you could have held a séance in it. Miranda's wine glass slipped from her fingers and shattered against her plate, sending pieces of crystal scattering across the table like tiny glittering accusations. James looked like he was mentally updating his resume and wondering if his old college roommate was still hiring at that investment firm in Denver. "You see the thing about the St. Regis?" I continued, warming to my theme like a prosecutor who just found DNA evidence, "is that they're very thorough with their record keeping. Excellent customer service, really. When I called to inquire about my wife's frequent visits, they were more than happy to confirm the dates, times, and even the room numbers. Apparently, Gloria has been quite the regular customer." Gloria tried to speak but only managed a strangled sort of choking sound that might have been words if words could die of embarrassment. "And here's where it gets really interesting," I said, pulling up something on my phone with the casual air of someone showing vacation photos. "Because when I started looking into the credit card statements, just basic financial housekeeping, I discovered some fascinating patterns. Not just the hotel charges, but the shopping trips that always seem to happen right after those long lunch meetings. Very expensive shopping trips. Actually, Richard's face was now roughly the color of the burgundy wine staining the tablecloth from Miranda's dropped glass. "This is preposterous," he sputtered, though his protest lacked any real conviction. "You can't just but I can," I interrupted smoothly. "Because you see, when someone uses a joint credit card to fund their extracurricular activities, both account holders have access to all the transaction details. Amazing what you can learn from a few months of visa statements and hotel receipts." I swiped to another screen on my phone, holding it up so everyone could see the evidence I'd been collecting like a dedicated scrapbooker of infidelity. "For instance, did you know that Gloria has been treating herself to some very expensive lingerie from La Pera? Curious choice for someone who's been claiming she's too tired for any kind of intimate relations at home." Gloria finally found her voice, though it came out as more of a squeak than actual speech. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" "Humiliate you?" I laughed, and it wasn't a particularly pleasant sound. "Sweetheart, I'm not humiliating you. I'm just sharing some interesting financial data with the family. After all, transparency is so important in family businesses, don't you think?" Miranda was now openly gaping at her sister, her alcohol fog brain finally processing what was being revealed. "Gloria, you didn't," she started, then trailed off as the implications hit her like a brick to the face. "Oh, but she did," I confirmed helpfully. 3 times a week, like clockwork. Always the same suite. Always charged to our joint account. Always followed by shopping trips that would make a Kardashian blush. Very predictable schedule, actually. Quite romantic in its own way." James was now actively trying to sink into his chair, probably wishing he could activate some kind of ejector seat and launch himself directly out of the dining room and into the safety of witness protection. "And the best part," I continued because I was really enjoying myself now, "is that I have timestamps, photographs of credit card receipts, and even some interesting text message screenshots that Gloria accidentally copied to our shared iCloud account. Modern technology is just wonderful for maintaining accurate records, don't you think?" The devastation on their faces was more satisfying than anything we'd been served for dinner. If I thought Gloria's face had been entertaining when I dropped the affair bombshell, it was nothing compared to watching Richard's expression as I shifted my attention to him. The man went through more color changes than a sunset, cycling from his usual arrogant pink to a sickly yellow that made him look like he'd been dining exclusively on expired mayonnaise for the past month. See, while Gloria's little extracurricular activities were personally insulting, Richard's financial shenanigans were about to become legally problematic, and he was smart enough to know it. "Now, Richard," I said, setting my phone down and giving him my full attention like a cat that had just spotted a particularly fat mouse. "Since we're having such a productive conversation about transparency and accountability, maybe we should discuss some of your recent business expenses." The old man's Adam's apple bobbed like a fishing lure in choppy water. He tried to maintain that patrician composure that had served him so well over the years. But sweat was starting to bead on his forehead despite the dining room's perfect climate control. "I don't know what you're implying," he said, though his voice had lost that commanding authority he'd been wielding earlier. Now he just sounded like a man trying to convince himself that the walls weren't closing in. "Oh, I'm not implying anything," I replied cheerfully. I'm about to lay out some very specific facts about how you've been treating the company expense account like your personal piggy bank. See, the beautiful thing about modern accounting software is that it tracks everything. Every transaction, every receipt, every little financial decision gets logged, categorized, and stored forever. Richard's hands were trembling slightly now, and he'd gone completely still in his chair like a deer that had just realized it was standing in the middle of a highway with headlights bearing down on it. Miranda was staring at her father with growing horror, probably starting to understand that this Christmas dinner was turning into the kind of family gathering that ends with lawyers and possibly federal investigators. For instance, I continued, pulling out a manila folder that I'd been saving for just this moment. Let's talk about that wine collection you've been building. According to the receipts I have here, the company has purchased approximately $47,000 worth of vintage wines over the past 18 months. Now, I'm sure you can explain why a tech consulting firm needs a wine cellar that rivals most five-star restaurants. The folder hit the table with a satisfying thud, and Richard's eyes fixed on it like it was a live grenade with the pin pulled. James was now openly staring, probably wondering if he'd accidentally wandered into some kind of white-collar crime documentary. Then there's the country club fees, I went on, flipping through pages with the methodical precision of an IRS auditor who'd found their favorite kind of audit. $68,000 annually for memberships at 3 different clubs, all charged to the company under client entertainment. Fascinating how much entertaining you've been doing at the yacht club considering we don't have any clients who own boats. Richard tried to speak but only managed a sound that was somewhere between a cough and a death rattle. His carefully constructed image of sophisticated business leadership was crumbling faster than a house of cards in a tornado. And speaking of boats, I continued because I was really hitting my stride. Now, let's discuss that beautiful 42-foot sunseeker that's been docked in Miami for the past 8 months. The one that's been charged to the company as a mobile office for client meetings in the Southeast region. Very creative accounting, Richard. Too bad we don't actually have any clients in the Southeast region. Miranda gasped audibly, wine and shock combining to make her look like she'd just witnessed a particularly gruesome magic trick. Daddy, you told me that boat belonged to the Weatherbees. The Weatherbees? I laughed and it wasn't a nice sound. No, Miranda, the boat belongs to the company. Or rather, it did until about 6 hours ago when I had it seized by the marina and put up for immediate sale. Amazing how quickly these things can move when you have proper legal documentation. Richard finally found his voice, though it came out as more of a croak. You can't do that. That's theft. I'll have you arrested. Theft. I raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused by his audacity. Richard, you charged a $500,000 yacht to a company expense account without authorization from the actual owner of the company. If anyone's going to be talking to law enforcement about theft, it's probably not going to be me. The implications were hitting him now like a series of slaps to the face. His mouth opened and closed silently, probably running through all the possible legal ramifications of what he'd been doing. Corporate fraud, embezzlement, misappropriation of funds. The charges were stacking up like poker chips, and he was holding a losing hand. But wait, there's more, I said, channeling my inner game show host again. Let's talk about those consulting fees you've been paying yourself. $30,000 a month for strategic advisory services. That's interesting math considering you show up to the office maybe twice a week and spend most of that time playing golf with your buddies or reading the Wall Street Journal in your office. James was now actively trying to disappear into his chair, probably calculating how fast he could get to his car and drive directly to the nearest FBI field office to offer his services as a witness. Gloria was staring at her father with a mixture of horror and dawning realization that her comfortable lifestyle was about to come crashing down around her ears. The really beautiful part, I continued, savoring every word like fine wine, is that I have documentation for all of it. Bank statements, receipts, email authorizations that you forged using company letterhead, even some interesting voice recordings from board meetings where you discussed reallocating resources for maximum strategic impact. Richard's face had now achieved a shade of gray that suggested his cardiovascular system was having some serious disagreements with his current stress levels. This is impossible, he whispered. The lawyers reviewed everything. The board approved. The board approved what you told them. I interrupted. Unfortunately for you, what you told them and what you actually did were two very different things. And since I happen to be the majority shareholder and CEO, I've been having some very interesting conversations with both my lawyers and some folks at the federal level who take a dim view of corporate financial irregularities. The explosion, when it finally came, was more spectacular than I could have hoped for. It started with Gloria, who apparently decided that screaming was the appropriate response to having her entire world systematically dismantled over Christmas dinner. Her voice reached a pitch that probably violated several noise ordinances and definitely threatened the structural integrity of the crystal chandelier hanging overhead. "This is insane," she shrieked, her carefully applied makeup now streaking down her face like watercolors in a thunderstorm. "You can't just destroy our family because you're having some kind of midlife crisis. This is our life, our money, our future." The possessive pronouns were flying fast and furious, which was ironic considering we just spent the better part of an hour establishing that none of it was actually ours in any legal sense. But Gloria had never been one to let facts interfere with her emotional outbursts, and tonight was clearly not going to be the exception to that rule. "Your money?" I asked mildly, which only seemed to fuel her hysteria. "Gloria, sweetheart, you haven't earned a dime in your entire adult life. The closest you've come to generating income was that time you sold your old Hermes bags on eBay, and even then, you lost money because you forgot to factor in shipping costs." Miranda chose that moment to join the chorus. Her wine-soaked brain finally processing the full scope of what was happening. She started crying. Not the delicate, photogenic tears of a movie heroine, but the ugly, snotty sobbing of someone whose comfortable delusions were being shattered with surgical precision. "But what about the family reputation?" she wailed, apparently under the impression that their reputation was something worth preserving. "What will people say when they find out about all of this? What will people say?" I repeated, genuinely curious about her priorities. "Miranda, your family's reputation is about to be the least of your problems. When the IRS starts auditing Richard's tax returns and the FBI begins investigating corporate fraud charges, I'm pretty sure social standing is going to take a backseat to avoiding federal prison time." That's when Richard finally lost whatever remained of his composure. The man who'd spent years lecturing me about dignity and proper behavior started bellowing like a wounded bull, his face turning purple as spittle flew from his mouth. "You ungrateful bastard," he roared, pounding his fist on the table hard enough to make the china rattle. "After everything we've done for you, after we welcomed you into this family, welcome me." I couldn't help but laugh at that one. "Richard, you've spent 5 years treating me like something you scraped off your shoe. You've insulted me, undermined me, and stolen from me. And now you want to talk about betrayal. That's rich even for you. We made you," he continued, completely abandoning any pretense of rational conversation. "Without this family, without our connections, without our guidance, you'd still be nothing. A nobody from nowhere with delusions of grandeur." The irony was so thick you could have bottled it and sold it as a luxury condiment. Here was a man who'd spent his entire adult life living off inherited wealth, who'd never built anything or created any value, accusing me of being nothing while simultaneously trying to steal the company I'd built from scratch. James, bless his heart, finally decided he'd had enough of being a captive audience to this family meltdown. He stood up slowly like he was trying not to startle any dangerous animals and cleared his throat politely. I think maybe I should go," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This seems like a private family matter." Gloria spun around to face him, mascara streaking down her cheeks like war paint. "You can't leave. We had an agreement." "You were going to I was going to what?" James interrupted, finally showing some spine. "Take over a company from someone who legally owns it? Participate in what sounds suspiciously like fraud? No, thank you. I may be ambitious, but I'm not stupid." He was already reaching for his coat, moving with the kind of urgency usually reserved for escaping natural disasters. Smart kid. He'd probably go far in life, assuming he learned to vet his business opportunities more carefully in the future. "Don't you dare walk away from us." Miranda shrieked at his retreating form. "The Worthington family has been nothing for generations. We're offering you a chance to be part of something important." But James was already halfway to the door, probably calculating how quickly he could get to his car and delete every phone number associated with this evening from his contacts. I didn't blame him. If I'd been in his position, I would have been sprinting for the exit about 2 revelations ago. With James's departure, the remaining members of the Pimpton family seemed to lose whatever was left of their collective minds. Gloria was now alternating between screaming about betrayal and sobbing about her ruined future. Miranda was rambling incoherently about family honor and social consequences. And Richard was still bellowing about ingratitude and legal action, apparently convinced that volume could somehow change the fundamental reality of corporate law. I sat in the middle of this chaos like the eye of a hurricane, calmly finishing my wine while they tore themselves apart. It was actually quite peaceful in a way. After years of walking on eggshells around their egos and enduring their casual cruelty, watching them completely lose their composure was surprisingly therapeutic. Finally, when it became clear that they were just going to keep cycling through the same accusations and threats on an endless loop, I stood up and buttoned my coat. The simple action seemed to shock them into momentary silence, like they'd forgotten I was still capable of independent movement. "Well," I said, checking my watch with the casual air of someone wrapping up a pleasant social evening. This has been absolutely fascinating, but I think it's time for me to go. Thank you for such an enlightening Christmas dinner. Gloria stared at me like I just announced my intention to join a circus. You can't just leave, she gasped. We need to talk about this. We need to figure out how to fix this. Fix this. I smiled, and it wasn't a particularly warm expression. Gloria, there's nothing to fix. There's just reality. And reality is that your comfortable little fantasy is over. I walked toward the door, savoring the sound of my footsteps echoing in the suddenly quiet dining room. At the threshold, I turned back for one last look at the wreckage of their evening. Merry Christmas, I said pleasantly. By New Year's, you'll be hearing from my lawyers. The drive to my townhouse felt like being released from prison after serving a sentence I'd never deserved in the first place. Every mile between me and the Gothic mansion of dysfunction was another weight lifted off my shoulders, another chain broken from around my ankles. The snow was falling in fat lazy flakes that turned the city into something out of a postcard. And for the first time in years, I actually appreciated the beauty of it instead of just seeing it as another expensive inconvenience that would require someone to shovel the driveway and salt the walkways. The townhouse was my little secret, a piece of real estate that I'd purchased 3 years ago under the name of one of my holding companies. It was nothing spectacular by Pimpton standards, just a modest 3-bedroom brick building in a quiet neighborhood where people minded their own business and didn't give a damn about your pedigree or your portfolio. But it was mine, completely and totally mine. And tonight, that fact felt more valuable than all the gold fixtures and imported marble in Richard's mansion. I'd bought it originally as an investment property, but over the past year, I'd been quietly moving my personal belongings there bit by bit. Nothing obvious, nothing that would tip off Gloria's suspicious nature, just the gradual migration of items that actually mattered to me. My grandfather's desk, the books I collected over the years, the photographs from before I'd made the mistake of thinking I could build a life with someone who saw me as a stepping stone rather than a human being. As I pulled into the narrow driveway, my phone started buzzing like an angry wasp trapped in a jar. First, it was Gloria, her number flashing on the screen with the kind of desperate persistence that suggested she'd moved past anger into full-scale panic mode. Then, Richard, probably calling from his study, where he was frantically going through contracts and legal documents, looking for some loophole that would save his stolen yacht and his embezzled wine collection. Even Miranda managed to dial my number, though given her alcohol consumption this evening. That was probably more luck than motor skills. I let them all go to voicemail. After 5 years of jumping every time one of them called, of dropping whatever I was doing to attend to their manufactured crises and fabricated emergencies, the simple act of ignoring their demands felt revolutionary. Each ignored call was a small declaration of independence, a tiny rebellion that was growing into something much larger. Inside the townhouse, I poured myself 3 fingers of bourbon, the good stuff that I kept here instead of the overpriced scotch that Richard insisted on serving at family gatherings. This was bourbon with character. Bourbon that had been aged properly instead of being chosen for its price tag and its ability to impress people who wouldn't know quality if it bit them on their artificially enhanced asses. I settled into the leather chair by the window, the one that faced out onto the quiet street where normal people live normal lives without the constant drama of corporate espionage and family warfare. The silence was extraordinary. No Gloria complaining about some imagined slight from her social circle. No Richard pontificating about business strategies he didn't understand. No Miranda's drunken commentary on everything from my wardrobe choices to my failure to appreciate their family's superiority. Just blessed, beautiful silence. The text messages started arriving around 10 o'clock. A steady stream of increasingly desperate digital pleas that ranged from pathetic to threatening to completely delusional. Gloria's messages were a masterclass in emotional manipulation, cycling through anger, self-pity, and hollow promises of change. "We can work this out," she texted. "Don't throw away everything we've built together." As if she'd built anything other than an impressive collection of credit card debt and extramarital affairs. Richard's texts were more direct, alternating between legal threats and attempted intimidation. "You'll regret this," he warned. "I have connections you can't imagine." The irony was delicious. A man whose connections were about to become his biggest liability, threatening someone who just demonstrated exactly how powerless those connections really were when faced with actual legal documentation and federal oversight. Miranda's contributions were largely incoherent, a stream of consciousness ramble about family loyalty and social responsibility that read like it had been dictated by someone having a nervous breakdown in a wine cellar. I almost felt sorry for her, but then I remembered her years of casual cruelty and decided that some people deserve their hangovers, both literal and metaphorical. Around midnight, the calls and texts finally stopped. Probably because they'd exhausted themselves or passed out, or possibly because their lawyers had advised them to shut up before they incriminated themselves further. The sudden silence was even more satisfying than the bourbon, which was saying something. I raised my glass to the window, looking out at the snow-covered street where Christmas lights twinkled in windows and normal families were probably sleeping peacefully, dreaming of presents and vacation days instead of forensic accountants and federal investigations. "Merry Christmas to me," I said aloud and meant every word. The freedom was intoxicating in a way that no amount of money or social status could match. For the first time in years, I could make decisions without considering how they would affect Gloria's reputation or Richard's business schemes or Miranda's delicate sensibilities. I could wake up tomorrow and do whatever the hell I wanted. Go wherever I felt like going, see whoever I chose to see. The company was mine legally and completely protected by contracts so airtight that even a team of Harvard lawyers couldn't find a crack. The assets were mine, secured in trusts and holding companies that would take years to unravel, even if someone had legitimate legal standing to challenge them, which they didn't. Even the house we'd shared was technically a company property, which meant Gloria would be looking for new accommodations sooner rather than later. But more than the financial victory, more than the legal vindication, was the simple fact that I was finally free from their toxic influence. No more walking on eggshells. No more swallowing insults. No more pretending that their casual cruelty was just family dynamics. I could be myself again, whoever that turned out to be. After years of trying to fit into their impossible expectations, as I finished my bourbon and prepared for the first peaceful night's sleep I'd had in years, I couldn't help but smile at the irony. They tried to give me the gift of humiliation, but instead they'd given me something far more valuable. The motivation to finally cut myself free from their web of manipulation and control. Freedom, it turned out, was the best Christmas present I'd ever received. Story 2. During my annual review, my wife's dad, the CEO, said, "We are cutting your salary in half. Take it or leave it." I said, "I understand. When does this take effect?" Immediately, he smirked. I nodded and said, "Perfect timing." He had no idea that I'd already been recruited by his biggest competitor. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and instantly know you're about to get screwed? Yeah. Well, welcome to my Tuesday morning. The executive boardroom at Tanner Industries' rye reek of polished oak and that burnt coffee smell that comes from leaving the pot on since 6 a.m. real classy joint. This place nothing says we're successful quite like furniture that costs more than most people's cars and coffee that tastes like it was filtered through an old gym sock. My father-in-law, Jim Tanner, CEO extraordinaire and professional pain in my ass, was already planted in his oversized leather throne when I walked in. This chair wasn't just furniture. It was a statement piece. The kind of chair that screams, "I own this place and everyone in it." Which, to be fair, he pretty much did. The man had built Tanner Industries from the ground up, turning a small logistics company into a regional powerhouse that moved everything from auto parts to industrial equipment. Respect where it's due, the guy knew how to run a business. Too bad, he was also a manipulative bastard who treated family dinners like hostile takeovers. Jim didn't even look up from his paperwork when I took my seat across from him. Classic power move. Make the other guy wait while you shuffle through documents that probably say nothing more important than remember to pick up dry cleaning. I'd been on the receiving end of this particular theater performance enough times to know the script. First the uncomfortable silence, then the dramatic eye contact. Finally, the verbal gut punch delivered with all the warmth of a tax audit. "Marcus," he said, finally gracing me with his attention. His voice had that flat, emotionless quality that rich guys perfect when they're about to ruin someone's day. "Let's get straight to business." "Oh, here we go." I leaned back in my chair, mirroring his casual posture. After 15 years of dealing with Jim Tanner's corporate theater, I'd learned to play along. "Sure thing, Jim. What's on your mind?" He didn't waste time on pleasantries. Never did. Jim was the kind of guy who probably charged his own mother for Christmas dinner. "We're cutting your salary in half, Marcus," he announced like he was discussing the weather. "Take it or leave it." And there it was. The moment I'd been half expecting for months, delivered with all the ceremony of ordering a sandwich. 15 years of loyalty, late nights, missed family dinners, weekend calls, holiday emergencies, all of it brushed aside like lint on an expensive suit. 15 years of making this company millions while he took the credit and I took the blame when things went sideways. I kept my face neutral, a skill I perfected during countless family gatherings where Jim's idea of small talk involved reminding everyone how generous he was for letting me marry his daughter. "I understand," I replied, my voice steady as a surgeon's hand. Inside I was doing cartwheels. This arrogant son of A had just handed me the best gift of my professional life, and he didn't even know it. Jim's smirk spread across his face like oil on water. He thought he'd crushed me. Thought he'd finally put the outsider in his place. The man practically glowed with satisfaction, probably already planning how he'd tell this story at the country club. Poor Marcus couldn't handle the pressure, he'd say. Had to cut his salary just to keep him around. The other old boys would nod and agree that family businesses were tough, that sometimes you had to make hard choices. It takes effect immediately, he continued, clearly savoring every word. The immediacy wasn't about cash flow or budget constraints. Tanner Industries was pulling in more money than ever. This was about power, about reminding me exactly where I stood in the family hierarchy. Spoiler alert, it wasn't at the top. I nodded once, slow and deliberate. Perfect timing, I said. Those two words hung in the air between us like smoke from a cigarette. Jim's smirk faltered for just a second, not long enough for anyone else to notice, but I caught it. He didn't know what I meant. And that little flicker of uncertainty was delicious. See, Jim Tanner might have been a business genius, but he'd made one crucial mistake. He'd underestimated me. For months, I'd been watching the cracks in his empire. Suppliers getting restless over delayed payments. Key clients grumbling about service issues, employees jumping ship to competitors. Jim was so busy playing king of the mountain that he'd stopped paying attention to the avalanche building beneath his feet. And me, I've been taking notes. The thing about being the family outsider is that you learn to see things differently. While the Tanner boys, Claire's brothers Brendan and Oliver, were busy kissing daddy's ring and playing office politics, I was actually working, building relationships with suppliers, solving client problems, keeping the wheels turning. Jim took credit for my wins and blamed me for every setback, but the people doing the real work, they knew who was actually running the show. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? I asked, standing up from my chair with the kind of calm confidence that probably made him wonder if I'd suffered a concussion on the way to his office. Jim waved a dismissive hand. That's all, Marcus. I'm sure you understand the position the company is in. The position the company was in, right? The company that had just posted record quarterly profits was apparently so strapped for cash that they needed to slash my salary. Makes perfect sense when you don't think about it at all. I walked toward the door, then paused with my hand on the brass handle. Jim, I said, turning back to face him. I want you to know that I really do appreciate everything you've done for me. His chest puffed up like a peacock's. The man lived for moments like this when the help showed proper gratitude. Well, Marcus, I've always tried to take care of family. Family. The word tasted like cheap wine and broken promises. I was family when he needed someone to clean up a client crisis at 2 a.m. on a Sunday. I was family when quarterly numbers needed massaging. But when it came time for credit or respect or basic human decency, suddenly I was just the guy who married his daughter. Absolutely. I agreed. You've really opened my eyes to a lot of things. Jim nodded sagely, completely missing the double meaning for a smart businessman. The guy had a remarkable blind spot when it came to reading people. Maybe it came from 30 years of surrounding himself with these men and family members who depended on his approval for their livelihoods. As I walked out of his office, I pulled out my phone and scrolled to a contact I'd been avoiding for weeks. Lydia Wilkes, COO of Wilkes Global, Tanner Industries' biggest competitor and biggest pain in Jim's ass. She'd been trying to poach me for months, making offers that would have made Jim's head spin. Up until today, I'd been playing the loyal soldier, the grateful son-in-law, the team player. But you know what they say about the best laid plans of mice and megalomaniacal father-in-laws. Sometimes they blow up in your face in the most spectacular way possible. I typed out a quick message. Lydia, let's talk. That offer's still on the table. Her response came back in less than 30 seconds. Always. When can you start? I looked back at Jim's office door, imagining him in there, probably already planning his next power play, secure in the knowledge that he'd put me in my place. Poor bastard had no idea that he'd just lit the fuse on his own empire. How about we discuss details over lunch? I typed back, I've got some interesting insights about market opportunities you might find useful. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, I like where this is going. Noon at the Marriott downtown. Perfect, I replied. See you there. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and headed toward my office. Correction, my soon-to-be former office with a spring in my step that hadn't been there in months. Jim Tanner thought he was playing chess while I was playing checkers. What he didn't realize was that I'd been playing an entirely different game all along. The elevator doors closed behind me, and I caught my reflection in the polished steel. For the first time in years, the guy staring back looked like someone who was about to win. Jim wanted to cut my salary in half. Fine. I was about to cut him out of the picture entirely. Game on, old man. Game on. Let me paint you a picture of my so-called perfect life before you start feeling too sorry for poor old Marcus getting his salary chopped in half on paper. And trust me, Jim loved putting things on paper so he could frame them and hang them on his ego wall. I had it all. Executive Vice President of Operations, corner office with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking downtown company BMW that still had that new leather smell, and a salary that made my college buddies green with envy every time we grabbed beers. Oh, and I was married to Claire Tanner, the princess of the industrial supply kingdom. Blonde, beautiful, and born with a platinum spoon so far up her ass that she could taste the family crest. To everyone on the outside looking in, I was living the American dream with a capital D and a side of how the hell did that guy get so lucky. Here's the thing about golden cages, though they're still cages. And after 15 years of being the dancing monkey in Jim Tanner's three-ring circus, the gilding had worn pretty damn thin. Every single success I'd managed to pull off got twisted into some brilliant example of Jim's mentorship and guidance. Remember that Patterson Industries deal that saved our asses during the 2019 slowdown? The one where I spent 3 months smoozing their purchasing director and basically lived in hotel conference rooms hammering out terms. Yeah, according to the company newsletter, that was all thanks to CEO Jim Tanner's strategic vision and leadership excellence. My name appeared in the fine print, if at all, usually somewhere between special thanks to the janitorial staff and don't forget to validate your parking. But every failure, every client who walked away, every supplier who got pissy about payment terms, every time a delivery truck broke down in the middle of nowhere, that was all Marcus Sullivan, folks. Front page news, complete with a detailed analysis of my learning opportunities and areas for professional growth. Jim had turned blame shifting into an art form, and I was his favorite canvas. The worst part wasn't even Jim himself. Although the man could give lessons on how to be a condescending prick to middle managers everywhere. No, the real knife in the back came from Claire's brothers, Brendan and Oliver. These two walking trust fund disasters looked at me like I was some kind of charity case who'd somehow conned his way into their exclusive club. Brendan, the older one, had all the business acumen of a decorative house plant, but somehow held the title of Senior Vice President of Development. His idea of strategic planning involved expensive lunches and golf tournaments, where he'd promise clients things that were physically impossible to deliver. Then, guess who got to clean up the mess when reality came knocking? That's right, good old Marcus, the family problem solver. Oliver wasn't much better. Junior VP of Finance with a Harvard MBA that his daddy's donations had basically purchased for him. The kid could barely balance his own checkbook, but he sure could lecture me about fiscal responsibility and knowing my place in the organizational structure. Real rich coming from someone whose biggest professional achievement was not accidentally setting the office printer on fire. Family dinners were like psychological warfare disguised as pot roast and small talk. Picture this. Every Sunday at the Tanner estate, a sprawling monument to new money that looked like someone had thrown a colonial mansion and a McMansion into a blender. Jim would hold court at the head of a dining table that could have doubled as a landing strip, dispensing wisdom and passive-aggressive commentary like some kind of industrial supply godfather. Marcus, he'd say, cutting into his steak with surgical precision. You're so lucky to be part of this family. Not everyone gets opportunities like this. Lucky that word followed me around like a bad smell. Lucky to work 70-hour weeks. Lucky to take the heat when his golden boy screwed up. Lucky to sit at the kids' table of a business I'd helped build while Brendan and Oliver got to play with the grown-ups. Claire would just sit there sipping her wine and nodding along like one of those dashboard bobbleheads. Dad's right, honey. We're all so fortunate. Fortunate. Another favorite family buzzword. We were fortunate to have Jim's leadership. Fortunate to be part of his vision. Fortunate to shut up and do what we were told without asking inconvenient questions about things like respect or basic human decency. But the real kicker was how they talked about the business itself. According to the official Tanner family mythology, this was a dynasty built on hard work, family values, and good old-fashioned American ingenuity. The reality, Jim had inherited a decent-sized trucking company from his own father-in-law and spent 30 years leveraging other people's money and labor to turn it into something bigger. Not exactly the rags to riches story he loved telling at industry conferences. Behind the scenes, Tanner Industries was held together with duct tape, crossed fingers, and my personal willingness to work miracles on a regular basis. While Jim played golf with potential investors and the boys practiced their executive cosplay, I was the one actually keeping the trains running on time. Literally, we had a major rail contract that required precision timing. And guess who spent his weekends coordinating with freight schedulers? The funny thing about being treated like an outsider in your own family business is that it gives you a unique perspective on all the cracks in the foundation. While everyone else was busy playing their assigned roles in the Tanner family drama, I was watching the real show. Suppliers getting nervous about payment schedules, key employees updating their LinkedIn profiles, competitors circling like sharks who'd smelled blood in the water. Jim's empire looked solid from the outside. Sure, shiny offices, fancy company vehicles, quarterly reports that made investors happy, but I could see the rot underneath. Outdated systems that hadn't been upgraded since the Clinton administration, a management structure that prioritized family loyalty over actual competence, client relationships held together by my personal reputation, and about 15 years' worth of favors that I'd called in to clean up other people's messes. And through it all, I played my part. Loyal son-in-law, dedicated employee, team player who never rocked the boat or asked for more than he deserved. I smiled at Jim's jokes, laughed along when Brendan told stories about his latest business school buddy's startup failure, and pretended not to notice when Oliver accidentally forgot to invite me to strategy meetings. But here's what none of them understood about Marcus Sullivan. I wasn't just some lucky bastard who'd married above his station. I was a guy who'd built his own reputation in this industry, one satisfied client, and one successful project at a time. The relationships I'd developed, the trust I'd earned, the expertise I'd gained, none of that belonged to Jim Tanner or his precious family business, that was all mine. So when Jim delivered his little salary ultimatum with that smug expression he reserved for special occasions, I couldn't help but appreciate the irony. He thought he was cutting me down to size, putting me in my place, reminding me who held the real power in this relationship. What he'd actually done was hand me the perfect excuse to stop pretending I gave a damn about his approval. The man wanted to play hardball. Fine by me. I'd been warming up in the bullpen for 15 years, just waiting for my turn at bat. And Jim Tanner was about to learn the hard way that sometimes the guy you've been treating like hired help might just be the one person standing between your empire and total collapse. Perfect timing indeed. The only question now was whether I wanted to watch his world burn slowly or just pour gasoline on the whole thing and enjoy the fireworks. Decisions. So, here's the thing about timing. Sometimes the universe has a twisted sense of humor that would make a stand-up comedian jealous. 3 weeks before Jim decided to play salary limbo with my paycheck. I was sitting in my office on a perfectly ordinary Thursday afternoon, minding my own business and trying to figure out why our Springfield warehouse kept losing inventory like it was going out of style. That's when my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. Now, in my line of work, unknown numbers usually meant one of three things. A client with a crisis that needed fixing yesterday. A supplier calling to complain about something that wasn't my fault, or some poor telemarketer who was about to get an earful about interrupting my lunch break. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something made me pick up. Call it instinct, call it boredom, call it whatever you want. Turns out it was the best decision I'd made in years. Marcus Sullivan, I answered using my professional voice that suggested I was important enough to be busy but polite enough to take your call. Mr. Sullivan, this is Lydia Wills from Wilkes Global. Do you have a few minutes to talk? Holy Lydia Wilkes. The Lydia Wilkes. If Jim Tanner was the king of regional industrial supply, then Lydia was the queen who'd been steadily expanding her territory and making his life miserable for the past 5 years. Wilkes Global had started as a West Coast operation, but had been aggressively moving east, snatching up clients and contracts like they were Pokemon cards. Jim mentioned her name at board meetings the way normal people talked about root canals, with obvious pain and a desperate desire for the whole thing to be over. I've got time, I said, suddenly a lot more interested in this conversation than my missing inventory reports. Her voice was smooth, professional, with just a hint of that California confidence that comes from building an empire in one of the most competitive markets in the country. I'll cut right to the chase, Mr. Sullivan. We've been watching your work at Tanner Industries for quite some time. Your reputation in this industry speaks for itself. My reputation, not Jim's reputation, not the Tanner family legacy, my reputation. When was the last time someone at Tanner Industries had acknowledged that I might actually be good at my job? I'd been there so long that I'd started to wonder if my professional identity had completely merged with Jim's son-in-law, who does things. That's very flattering, I replied, leaning back in my chair. What exactly can I do for you, Miss Wilkes? Call me Lydia. And actually, it's more about what we can do for you. I'm calling because Wilkes Global is planning a major expansion into the Midwest market. And we want someone with your experience and connections to lead the initiative. Lead the initiative, not assist with or support or help implement. Lead, as in be the guy making the actual decisions instead of the guy explaining why someone else's bad decisions weren't working out. The concept was so foreign after 15 years at Tanner Industries that I almost didn't know how to process it. That's interesting, I said, trying to keep my voice neutral while my brain started doing backflips. What would something like that look like? Lydia laughed. And it wasn't one of those fake corporate laughs that sound like someone practicing scales on a broken piano. This was genuine amusement, like she could hear the carefully controlled excitement in my voice. Well, for starters, it would look like you having actual authority over your own projects. Revolutionary concept, I know. Full control over budget allocation, hiring decisions, strategic partnerships, the works. Full control. I'd forgotten what those words even meant. At Tanner Industries, my idea of full control was being allowed to choose which brand of coffee to order for the break room. And even that required approval from the purchasing committee that Jim's nephew ran like his own personal thief. We're not looking for an employee, Marcus. Lydia continued, we want a partner, someone who can build something from the ground up and has the experience to make it profitable from day one. The compensation package would reflect that level of responsibility. Compensation package. She hadn't thrown out numbers yet, but something in her tone suggested we weren't talking about the kind of salary that gets cut in half during annual reviews. We were talking about the kind of money that comes with equity stakes and performance bonuses and all those other executive perks that Jim kept for family members only. And what makes you think I'd be interested in leaving my current position? I asked partly because I was curious about her sales pitch and partly because I wanted to see how much she actually knew about my situation at Tanner Industries. There was a pause just long enough for me to wonder if I'd overplayed my hand. Then Lydia spoke again and her voice had shifted slightly. Less corporate smoothness, more straight talk. Marcus, I've been in this industry for 20 years. I know talent when I see it and I also know when that talent is being wasted. From where I'm sitting, it looks like you've been doing the heavy lifting while other people take the credit. That gets old, doesn't it? Damn. Either this woman was psychic or my professional frustration was more obvious than I'd thought. Probably the latter. After 15 years of grinding my teeth through family meetings where my contributions got brushed aside, like yesterday's newspaper, I probably developed some kind of visible twitch. I'm just saying, she continued, that we've built Wilkes Global by recognizing talent and giving it room to grow. We don't care about family trees or who went to which prep school. We care about results, and your results speak for themselves. Results, another word that had gotten lost in translation at Tanner Industries, where results apparently mattered less than maintaining the proper chain of command and making sure nobody forgot who signed the paychecks. This is a very interesting conversation, Lydia. I said, which was corporate speak for, holy crap, you're offering me everything I've wanted for the past decade. But I hope you understand that I need to think about something like this very carefully. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything less from someone with your professional standards. But Marcus, her voice took on a slightly sharper edge. Don't think too long. Opportunities like this don't stay open forever. And frankly, we're not the only ones who've noticed your work. The industry is smaller than most people realize. That last part hit me like a splash of cold water. She was right. The industrial supply world was basically a small town where everyone knew everyone else's business. If Lydia had noticed my situation at Tanner Industries, others probably had too. And if word got around that I was having conversations with competitors, Jim would lose his mind in the most spectacular way possible. I appreciate the call, Lydia, and the confidence you're showing in my abilities. Can I ask how long I'd have to consider this? Take your time, she said, but her tone suggested that take your time had some practical limitations. I'll be honest with you, we're looking to move on this expansion within the next few months. The market conditions are perfect right now, and we don't want to miss our window. But the right person is worth waiting for. And you're the right person. The right person, not the lucky guy who married into the family business. Not the outsider who should be grateful for whatever scraps fell off the table. The right person for the job based on actual qualifications and track record. Novel concept. I understand completely, I replied. And I want you to know that I'm genuinely interested in hearing more details. This isn't just a polite brush off. Good, Lydia said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. Because I hate polite brush offs almost as much as I hate wasted potential. I'll email you some preliminary information about the expansion plans. Nothing proprietary, just enough to give you a sense of the scope we're talking about. Fair enough. More than fair. I'll keep an eye out for it. Excellent. And Marcus, I know this might feel like a big decision, but sometimes the biggest risk is not taking any risks at all. You've spent 15 years proving what you can do within someone else's system. Imagine what you could accomplish when you're actually running the show. Running the show, the phrase echoed in my head long after we'd hung up. I'd been so focused on climbing the ladder at Tanner Industries that I'd almost forgotten there were other ladders out there, ones that didn't require me to kiss the ring of a megalomaniacal father-in-law who treated me like a glorified intern with a fancy title. I spent the rest of that afternoon staring out my corner office window, watching traffic crawl through downtown like ants carrying crumbs back to the colony. Funny how perspective changes everything. From up here, all those people looked like they were part of some grand plan. Everyone knowing their role and playing their part, but I'd bet good money that most of them felt just as trapped in their daily grind as I did in my golden cage. The email from Lydia arrived exactly 43 minutes later. And let me tell you, the woman wasn't kidding about the scope of their expansion plans. We're talking about a full-scale invasion of Jim's territory, complete with distribution centers, client acquisition strategies, and enough startup capital to make my current operating budget look like lunch money. They weren't just planning to compete with Tanner Industries. They were planning to obliterate us. And they wanted me to be the guy holding the demolition charges. That night at dinner, Claire asked me why I seemed distracted. I told her it was just work stuff, nothing important. She nodded and went back to scrolling through Instagram, probably looking at pictures of other executives' wives living their best lives on company yachts and private jets. If only she knew that her husband had just been offered a chance to become one of those executives instead of just pretending to be one. But then again, Claire had never been particularly interested in the details of my professional life unless it affected her shopping budget or social calendar. 3 weeks later, when Jim delivered his salary ultimatum with all the subtlety of a brick through a window, I couldn't help but think about Lydia's words. Sometimes the biggest risk is not taking any risks at all. Turns out she was right about something else, too. Perfect timing really is everything. You want to know when a marriage is really over? It's not during the screaming fights or the dramatic door-slamming exits you see in movies. Nope. It's during those quiet moments when your spouse looks right through you like you're a piece of furniture that needs dusting. That's exactly what happened the night I came home to tell Claire about her daddy's little salary surprise. I walked into our McMansion and yeah, I'm calling it a McMansion because that's exactly what it was. Despite Claire's insistence on calling it our family estate, expecting at least some basic human sympathy. Maybe that sucks, honey. Or what the hell is Dad thinking? Hell, I would have settled for eye contact and a grunt of acknowledgement. What I got instead was Claire curled up on our oversized sectional sofa with a glass of Chardonnay that probably cost more than most people's car payments, scrolling through her phone like I was an Uber driver who just told her about traffic delays. Hey babe, I said, loosening my tie and trying to sound casual. How was your day? Fine, she mumbled without looking up. Her attention was completely absorbed by whatever was happening on her Instagram feed. Probably checking out photos from her college roommate's latest vacation to the Hamptons or some influencer's sponsored post about skincare routines. You know, the really important stuff that requires laser focus. I poured myself a bourbon, the good stuff that Jim had given me for Christmas, probably so he could remind me later how generous he was, and sat down next to her. So, I had an interesting meeting with your dad today. That got about half a second of eye contact before she went back to her phone. Oh, yeah. How's work going? How's work going? Like I was some middle manager she'd met at a cocktail party instead of her husband of 12 years. Well, funny you should ask. Your father decided to cut my salary in half. I expected shock, outrage, maybe even some choice words about her father's management style. What I got was Claire taking a sip of wine and shrugging like I just told her the mailman was running late. Dad knows best, she said, still not bothering to look at me. He's been running that company since before either of us was born. If he thinks this is necessary, then you'll adjust. You'll adjust. Not, we'll figure this out together. Or, that seems unfair. Or even, wow, that sucks. Just a casual dismissal wrapped up in blind family loyalty. Like I was some kind of financial inconvenience that could be solved with a little belt tightening and positive thinking. Claire, I said, trying to keep my voice level. We're talking about a 50% pay cut here. That's not exactly adjusting the thermostat. That's restructuring our entire lifestyle. She finally looked up from her phone and for a hot second, I thought maybe we were going to have an actual conversation. Instead, she gave me that patronizing smile she'd perfected at charity luncheons. Marcus, you're being dramatic. Dad wouldn't do anything that wasn't in the best interest of the company. And what's good for the company is good for our family. What's good for the company is good for our family. Jesus Christ, she sounded like a corporate press release with better hair. I married Claire Tanner thinking I was getting a partner, someone who'd have my back when things got tough. What I'd actually gotten was Jim's press secretary with benefits. Besides, she continued, settling back into her phone scrolling position. It's not like we're going to be living on food stamps. You still make more than most people. Most people. There it was. The classic rich person's perspective that completely missed the point. Sure, even with the pay cut, I'd still be making decent money. But that wasn't what this was about. And the fact that she couldn't see that told me everything I needed to know about where her priorities lay. I went upstairs to change out of my work clothes, and that's when I made the mistake of checking my phone. There was a notification from a group chat that I wasn't supposed to be part of. One of those family threads that Claire's brothers used to coordinate their weekend plans and share inside jokes. Somehow, I'd gotten added to it months ago, probably by accident, and nobody had bothered to remove me. Usually, I ignored it because listening to Brendan and Oliver plan their golf outings was about as exciting as watching paint dry in slow motion. But tonight's conversation was different. Tonight, they were talking about me. "Brendan, did you guys hear about Marcus getting his salary cut?" Faced with tears of joy, Oliver. Dad finally put him in his place. About time someone reminded Charity Case Marcus where he stands in the family hierarchy. Brendan think he'll quit? Crossed fingers. Oliver, doubt it. Where else is he going to make that kind of money? Dad's got him by the balls and he knows it. Brendan, true. Plus, Claire would never leave the family. Marcus is stuck whether he likes it or not. Charity Case Marcus, that's what they call me behind my back. 15 years of working my ass off. 15 years of making their family business more profitable. 15 years of showing up and doing the job. And to them, I was still just the charity case who'd gotten lucky enough to marry their sister. I sat on the edge of our king-sized bed, staring at that group chat until the words started blurring together. The worst part wasn't even the insults. I'd suspected for years that this was how they really felt about me. The worst part was the casual assumption that I was trapped, that I had nowhere else to go, that I'd just sit there and take whatever they dished out because I needed them more than they needed me. Claire walked into the bedroom about an hour later, fresh from what I assumed was her nightly routine of liking Instagram posts and texting her book club friends about whatever they pretend to read this month. She glanced at me sitting there with my phone in my hands and must have noticed something in my expression. "What's wrong now?" she asked, and I swear to God. She made it sound like I was a car that kept making weird noises despite multiple trips to the mechanic. I showed her the group chat. "Your brothers have some interesting thoughts about your husband." She read it over and for a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw something like embarrassment flash across her face, but then she handed my phone back and shrugged. "They're just blowing off steam. Marcus, you know how boys are." Boys? These weren't boys. They were grown men in their 30s who held executive positions at a major company. But in Claire's world, apparently casual cruelty was just boys being boys. And I was supposed to laugh it off like some good-natured hazing ritual. "Claire, they call me a charity case. Your own brothers think your husband is basically a leech who married into money." She sat down at her vanity and started her nighttime skincare routine, addressing my reflection in the mirror instead of actually looking at me. "Marcus, you're being too sensitive. Family teases each other. It doesn't mean anything. Family teases each other, right? Because nothing says loving family banter quite like calling someone a charity case and betting on whether they'll have the dignity to quit their job. Besides," she added, smoothing some kind of anti-aging cream under her eyes, "you did marry into this family. That's not exactly a secret. And Dad has been incredibly generous with you over the years. Maybe instead of getting upset about silly text messages, you should focus on showing him that you deserve his continued support." Deserve his continued support. Like I was some kind of dependent relative instead of the guy who'd been keeping his business running smoothly while his sons played office and learned important executive skills like expense account management and recreational golf. I realized something sitting there, watching my wife defend her family's casual cruelty while she applied $70 face cream that was supposed to fight the aging process. Claire had never really seen me as her partner. I was an accessory to her lifestyle, a reasonably successful husband who looked good at company parties and didn't embarrass her at charity functions. The fact that I had feelings, ambitions, or professional pride of my own was basically irrelevant to the role I was supposed to play. When I didn't respond immediately, she turned around in her chair and gave me that look. The one that suggested I was being unreasonably difficult about something perfectly obvious. "Marcus, you're part of this family now. That means supporting Dad's decisions, even when they're hard to understand. He's built everything we have. Everything we have, not everything I'd helped build or contributed to. Everything he'd built that we were lucky enough to benefit from." In Claire's mind, I was still just the guy who'd won the lottery by marrying the boss's daughter. That night, lying in bed next to a woman who basically told me to shut up and be grateful for the scraps, I kept thinking about Lydia's words. "We don't want an employee. We want a partner." Claire never asked how I felt about the salary cut. Never wondered if maybe her father was being unreasonable. Never considered that 15 years of loyalty and hard work might deserve more respect than a casual dismissal and a reminder to know my place. But you know what? That was fine because while she was busy being Daddy's little girl, I was starting to remember what it felt like to be Marcus Sullivan, the guy who'd built his own reputation in this industry long before he'd ever heard the name Tanner. And that guy was about to make some very interesting decisions. You know what they say about the best revenge? It's a dish best served cold with a side of meticulous planning and a garnish of holy I can't believe that just happened. Over the next week, I became the poster child for professional composure. I showed up to work every morning with a smile, attended Jim's painfully boring board meetings without complaint, and even laughed at Brendan's terrible jokes about quarterly projections. To anyone watching, I was the model employee gracefully accepting his reduced circumstances. What they couldn't see was the spreadsheet I was building at home every night. My own personal exit strategy disguised as a simple contact list. Names, phone numbers, email addresses, contract dates, personal details about kids and spouses, and vacation plans. 15 years of relationship building doesn't just disappear because your father-in-law decides to play power games with your paycheck. Take Danny Morrison for example, head of procurement at Morrison Logistics, one of our biggest clients. Most people saw Danny as just another suit with a purchase order, but I knew he was a divorced dad of twin girls who coached Little League on weekends and had been looking for a more reliable supplier ever since his ex-wife moved to Phoenix with the kids. We'd grab lunch every couple months and he'd always end up talking about how Tanner Industries was solid but sometimes slow to adapt to changing market conditions. "Marcus," he'd said during our last lunch, picking at his club sandwich like he was defusing a bomb. "You guys do good work, don't get me wrong, but sometimes I feel like I'm dealing with a company that's stuck in 1995. Everything takes 3 approval levels and a committee meeting just to change the color of the delivery truck." At the time, I'd made some diplomatic noises about corporate efficiency and process improvement. But now I was thinking about how Denis might react if someone offered him the same quality service with half the bureaucratic and maybe a 10% discount for switching vendors. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Then there was Sandra Chun, our operations manager, who'd been with the company for 8 years and knew our delivery systems better than Jim knew his own golf handicap. Sandra was sharp, efficient, and completely wasted at Tanner Industries, where her suggestions for process improvements usually got buried under layers of "that's not how we've always done things, and let's table this for the next quarterly review." I made it a point to grab coffee with Sandra that Wednesday, just 2 colleagues catching up on warehouse efficiency metrics and staffing schedules. "Nothing suspicious about that, right? You know what's crazy, Marcus?" she said, stirring sugar into her coffee with the kind of precision that made her so good at logistics coordination. "I've been thinking about updating our entire inventory tracking system. We could cut delivery times by 20% and reduce overhead costs by streamlining the distribution network, but every time I bring it up, Jim wants 3 different feasibility studies and a cost-benefit analysis that takes 6 months to complete." "That does sound frustrating," I replied, mentally adding Sandra's name to my growing list of people who might be interested in working for an organization that actually valued innovation over tradition. "It is frustrating," she continued. "Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to work somewhere that actually wanted to improve instead of just maintaining the status quo. You know what I mean?" "Oh, Sandra, if only you knew how much I understood exactly what you meant." By Friday, I had what you might call a comprehensive overview of Tanner Industries' most valuable assets. And I'm not talking about the warehouses or the truck fleet. I'm talking about the people who actually made things work, the clients who generated revenue, and the suppliers who kept our operations running smoothly. Funny how when you start paying attention to who really drives the business, you realize how much of it has nothing to do with family names or corner offices. My phone had been buzzing with messages from Lydia all week. Nothing pushy, just professional follow-ups and additional details about Wilkes Global's expansion timeline. She was smart enough to know that rushing a guy making this kind of decision was a good way to spook him into staying put, but she was also smart enough to keep the conversation going to make sure I didn't forget about the opportunity while I was busy playing loyal employee. Thursday night, she sent me a text that wasn't quite business and wasn't quite personal. "Hope you're having a good week. No pressure on our previous conversation, but I thought you might find this interesting." Attached was a link to an industry article about companies that had successfully expanded into new markets by hiring executives with established regional connections. The article was basically a case study in everything I'd been thinking about. Companies that trusted experienced hires to build new divisions. Executives who'd taken calculated risks and been rewarded with equity stakes and real authority. Success stories that started with someone deciding they were worth more than whatever scraps their current employer was throwing their way. I forwarded the article to my personal email and saved it in a folder I'd labeled Professional Development. Claire never checked my computer anyway. She was too busy managing her own social calendar and planning charity committee meetings where rich wives got together to feel good about donating other people's money to causes they'd never actually volunteer for themselves. The real breakthrough came Friday afternoon during what was supposed to be a routine staff meeting. Jim was holding court at the head of the conference table, explaining his vision for the next quarter like he was revealing the cure for cancer. Brendan and Oliver flanked him like matching book hints, nodding enthusiastically at every pronouncement. The rest of us, the people who actually did the work, sat there taking notes and trying to look interested. Our competitive advantage, Jim declared, gesturing at a PowerPoint slide that looked like it had been designed by a particularly unimaginative intern, lies in our established relationships and time-tested processes. While other companies chase after every new trend, we stick with what works. Established relationships, time-tested processes, corporate speak for we're too lazy and set in our ways to adapt to changing market conditions. I glanced around the table at faces that ranged from politely attentive to barely concealed boredom. These people knew the score. They've been hearing variations of this same speech for years while watching competitors eat our lunch with better technology and more flexible service options. After the meeting, I lingered in the conference room pretending to review my notes while everyone else filed out. That's when I overheard Brendan talking to Oliver by the elevator. "Dad's really putting the screws to Marcus," Brendan was saying, and he sounded way too pleased about it. "Think it'll finally get him to quit?" "Nah," Oliver replied. "Guy's got nowhere else to go. Dad's been carrying him for years. Without the Tanner name backing him up, he's just another middle-aged operations guy with a decent resume. Just another middle-aged operations guy." That's how they saw me. Interchangeable, disposable, completely dependent on their family's generosity for my professional survival. The fact that I'd been the one actually building and maintaining most of those established relationships Jim loved bragging about was apparently irrelevant. That night, I sat in my home office and opened up a fresh document on my computer. Not a resignation letter. I wasn't quite ready for that level of drama. Instead, I started writing what you might call a professional inventory. Every client relationship I developed personally. Every supplier who trusted me more than they trusted the Tanner Industries corporate structure. Every employee who'd come to me with problems because they knew I'd actually listen instead of referring them to HR for a consultation about proper channels. The list was longer than I'd expected. 15 years of showing up and doing the job had created a network that belonged to me, not to Jim's company. These weren't just business contacts. They were people who'd worked with Marcus Sullivan, not just some guy who happened to work for Tanner Industries. I also started a second list. Internal processes and systems that I developed or improved over the years. Inventory management protocols that had saved the company hundreds of thousands in waste. Client communication systems that had reduced complaint calls by 60%. Staff scheduling innovations that had boosted productivity while keeping overtime costs under control. None of these improvements had Jim's name on them. None of them required the Tanner family seal of approval to work effectively. They were solutions I'd created, tested, and implemented because I'd identified problems and figured out ways to fix them. In other words, they were portable. Around midnight, my phone buzzed with another message from Lydia. "I know you're still considering our conversation, but I wanted you to know that the timeline for this expansion is firming up. We're looking at a January launch, which means we need our leadership team in place by December. Just wanted to keep you in the loop. January launch, December deadline." That gave me about 8 weeks to make a decision that would completely reshape my professional life. 8 weeks to figure out whether I wanted to spend the next 15 years watching Jim and his sons run their company into the ground while I played the role of grateful family retainer, or whether I was ready to bet on myself for once. I typed back, "Thanks for the update. I appreciate you keeping me informed about the timeline. This is definitely something I'm taking seriously." Her response came back within minutes. "Good, because seriously, Marcus, you're exactly what we need for this expansion. We're not just offering you a job. We're offering you a chance to build something. Build something, not maintain something that someone else had built, not protect something from changing market conditions. Build something new from the ground up with my own vision and strategy." I closed my laptop and headed back to bed where Claire was already asleep. Probably dreaming about whatever rich wives dream about. Designer handbags maybe, or charity galas where she could wear expensive dresses and tell people about her husband's important job at daddy's company. Tomorrow I go back to playing my role. Loyal employee, grateful son-in-law, team player who knew his place in the family hierarchy. But tonight, for the first time in years, I was planning my own future instead of just accepting whatever Jim Tanner decided it should be. And it felt pretty damn good. Leading a double life is way more exhausting than Hollywood makes it look. Trust me on this one. For the past month, I'd been Marcus Sullivan, beautiful Tanner Industries employee by day, and Marcus Sullivan, secret weapon of Wilk's global expansion by night. It was like being a corporate superhero, except instead of fighting crime, I was plotting the systematic dismantling of my father-in-law's business empire. Not exactly the origin story you see in comic books, but hey, we all have our calling. My official cover story was bulletproof, special projects, 2 words that could mean absolutely anything and nothing at the same time. When Jim asked what I was working on, I'd throw around terms like operational efficiency analysis and long-term strategic assessment, corporate buzzword bingo at its finest. The beautiful thing about special projects is that they're supposed to be confidential, which meant I could disappear for hours at a time without anyone asking too many questions. What I was actually doing was spending quality time at Wilkes Global headquarters, a sleek glass tower downtown that made Tanner Industries offices look like a strip mall from the 1980s. Everything about the place screamed modern efficiency. Open floor plans that actually promoted collaboration instead of just looking trendy, conference rooms with technology that had been invented sometime after the Bush administration, and a coffee machine that produced beverages you could drink without questioning your life choices. Lydia had introduced me to her brother Mason during my second visit. And let me tell you, the family resemblance was strong. Same sharp intelligence, same direct communication style, same complete lack of patience for corporate. Mason ran the financial side of Wilkes Global with the kind of precision that made Jim's shoot-from-the-hip management style look like what it was, outdated and ineffective. Marcus Mason had said during our first real strategy session, "We've been watching Tanner Industries for years, and honestly, we've been waiting for them to implode. The only thing that's kept them competitive is you, me, not the Tanner family legacy, not Jim's visionary leadership, not Brendan and Oliver's Harvard MBAs that their trust funds had basically purchased. Just me doing the actual work while everyone else took credit for it. We think there's a window here," Lydia had added, spreading out market analysis reports across the conference table like she was planning a military campaign. Tanner Industries has been coasting on established relationships for years, but those relationships are starting to fray. Clients are getting frustrated with slow response times and outdated systems. Suppliers are tired of dealing with bureaucratic approval processes that take forever. She was right, and I had the inside information to prove it. Danny Morrison at Morrison Logistics had been dropping hints for months about looking for alternative suppliers. Peterson Manufacturing was getting pissy about delivery delays that Brendan kept promising to fix, but never actually addressed. Even our longest-standing accounts were starting to ask pointed questions about whether Tanner Industries was still the right fit for their evolving needs. The thing is, Mason continued, we can't just waltz into their territory and expect to steal clients based on our good looks and winning personalities. We need someone who already has those relationships, someone clients trust and respect, someone who knows exactly where the weak spots are, After 15 years of watching Jim run Tanner Industries like his personal kingdom, I could write a dissertation on weak spots. Hell, I'd been mentally cataloging them for years, filing away every inefficiency and every missed opportunity like evidence in a case I didn't know I was building. The beautiful thing about the Wilkes Global operation was how different it felt from every business meeting I'd ever attended at Tanner Industries. Instead of corporate theater and family politics, we talked about actual strategy, real numbers, realistic timelines, achievable goals that didn't require sacrificing quality or ethics to accomplish. It was like discovering that business meetings could actually be about business instead of ego management and succession planning. We're thinking aggressive but smart, Lydia explained during one particularly productive afternoon session. We don't want to just compete with Tanner Industries. We want to make them irrelevant, but we need to do it the right way with better service, better technology, and better relationships. Better relationships. That's where I came in. See, while Jim had been busy playing corporate royalty for the past 15 years, I'd been doing something revolutionary. I'd been treating suppliers like actual human beings instead of disposable vendors. Crazy concept, I know. Like Tommy Rodriguez at Midwest Distribution, who'd been dealing with Tanner Industries for 8 years and had never once spoken directly to Jim or either of his sons. But Tommy and we'd grab lunch every couple months, and I knew about his kids' soccer team and his wife's art gallery and his plan to expand his operation into Indiana. When I mentioned that Wilkes Global was looking for reliable distribution partners in the region, Tommy's ears perked up like a golden retriever hearing a can opener. You know, Marcus, he'd said, leaning across the table at our usual diner. I've been thinking about diversifying our client base anyway. Tanner Industries is solid, but putting all our eggs in one basket makes me nervous. If Wilkes Global is looking for partners instead of just vendors, that sounds like something worth exploring. Partners instead of vendors. The difference between those two words could make or break a business relationship, and Jim had never figured that out. To him, suppliers were interchangeable resources that existed to serve Tanner Industries' needs and should be grateful for the privilege. To me, they were collaborators who could make or break our success if treated with basic respect and professionalism. Within 2 weeks, I had preliminary agreements with 3 major suppliers who were ready to jump ship the moment Wilkes Global officially entered the market. Not contracts. I wasn't stupid enough to put anything in writing while I was still technically employed by the competition, but conversations, handshake agreements, verbal commitments from people who trusted Marcus Sullivan more than they trusted the Tanner Industries corporate structure. The client side was even easier. Turns out that when you spend 15 years actually solving people's problems instead of just taking orders from the corner office, those people remember who was really taking care of them. Sarah Kim at Industrial Solutions Group had been dealing with delivery delays for months because Oliver kept promising improvements that never materialized. When I casually mentioned that I might be exploring new opportunities with a company that prioritized customer service, she practically begged for details. "Marcus, you've been the only reason we've stuck with Tanner Industries this long," she'd said during what was supposed to be a routine quarterly review. "If you were working somewhere else, somewhere that actually gave you the authority to fix problems instead of just apologizing for them, we'd follow you in a heartbeat. We'd follow you in a heartbeat." Music to my ears. 15 years of being treated like an interchangeable cog in Jim's machine, and it turned out that the client saw me as the face of the company's competence. Who would have thought? The hardest part was maintaining my cover at home. Claire had started noticing my late nights, but her definition of curiosity was about as deep as a puddle after a light drizzle. When she asked where I'd been, I'd tell her the truth. Company business. She just assumed I meant her father's company, which technically I did, just not in the way she was thinking. "You've been working so hard lately," she'd say, not looking up from whatever reality show was rotting her brain that particular evening. "Dad must really be keeping you busy. Dad must really be keeping you busy." If only she knew that her precious daddy was about to find out exactly how busy I'd been, just not on his behalf. But Claire lived in a world where Daddy always knew best and Marcus always did what he was told. So the possibility that I might be planning my own future instead of just accepting whatever Jim decided it should be probably never crossed her mind. The funniest part was watching Jim's reaction to my sudden compliance. For weeks, I'd been the model employee, showing up early, staying late, attending every meeting I was invited to, laughing at his jokes, and nodding along with his strategic vision like it was handed down from Mount C. He was so pleased with himself for putting me in my place, that he actually started treating me better, like a pet that had finally learned to heel. "You see, Marcus," he'd said after one particularly productive board meeting where I presented quarterly numbers without a single complaint about budget cuts or resource limitations. "This is what happens when everyone knows their role and focuses on doing their best work. Maybe this salary adjustment was exactly what you needed to reach your full potential." My full potential, right? If Jim only knew that my full potential involved dismantling his business model piece by piece while he patted himself on the back for being such an effective leader. Thursday afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from Lydia. "How are you feeling about January?" "Still on track." I typed back, "More than ready. Everything's falling into place." And it was suppliers lined up, clients ready to follow, employees who'd jump at the chance to work for a company that actually valued their contributions. Jim Tanner thought he'd broken me with his little power play. Thought he'd reminded me who was really in charge. What he'd actually done was give me the motivation to show him what real leadership looked like. The Midwest Industrial Supply Conference happens every November in Chicago, and it's basically the Super Bowl for guys like us who get excited about logistics optimization and supply chain management. 3 days of seminars, networking events, and vendor showcases where everyone pretends to care about innovative solutions while really just trying to figure out who's sleeping with whom and which companies are about to go belly up. This year's theme was adapting to tomorrow's challenges, which was corporate speak for how do we make more money while spending less on everything. Jim had been looking forward to this conference for months, partly because he loved playing big shot in front of his industry peers and partly because Tanner Industries was one of the keynote sponsors. Nothing strokes a CEO's ego quite like having your company logo plastered all over convention center banners while you deliver profound insights about market leadership to a captive audience of potential clients and competitors. I'd attended this same conference for the past 8 years, usually as Jim's wingman, the loyal lieutenant who'd smile and nod while he took credit for operational improvements I'd actually implemented. This year was going to be different though. This year I was attending as myself. Marcus Sullivan, soon to be Director of Strategic Expansion for Wilks Global, though Jim didn't know that part yet. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Lydia and Mason had secured a last-minute sponsor slot after another company pulled out due to budget constraints. Wilks Global would be announcing their Midwest expansion during the second day's keynote session right after Jim finished his presentation about maintaining market leadership through traditional values. The timing wasn't accidental. Lydia had a flair for dramatic irony that I was really starting to appreciate. Wednesday morning, I sat in the audience watching Jim strut onto the stage like a peacock who just discovered mirrors. He was wearing his best power suit, the one that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. And he had that confident swagger that comes from years of being told you're a business genius by people who depend on your approval for their paychecks. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim began, his voice booming through the conference center sound system. I want to talk to you today about what it really means to build a lasting business in this industry. Oh, this was going to be good. I settled back in my seat, pulled out my phone, and started recording. Not for any malicious purpose, you understand? Just for posterity. Sometimes you want to remember the exact moment when someone's hubris reaches peak altitude right before it comes crashing down to earth. Jim launched into his usual spiel about family values, time-tested principles, and the importance of staying true to your roots while lesser companies chased after flash-in-the-pan trends. He talked about Tanner Industries like it was some kind of industrial supply monastery where ancient wisdom was preserved and passed down through generations of enlightened leadership. "We don't follow market fads," he declared, clicking through slides that showed the company's steady growth over the past decade. "We set the standard that others try to follow. While our competitors are busy reinventing themselves every few years, we focus on what really matters. Consistent service, reliable partnerships, and the kind of personal relationships that can't be replicated by corporate algorithms." Consistent service, reliable partnerships, personal relationships. I had to give him credit. The man could spin a narrative like a political campaign manager. He was basically taking credit for everything I'd been doing for the past 15 years while making it sound like it was all part of his master plan. The audience was eating it up, too. Heads nodding, scattered applause at all the right moments. That kind of polite enthusiasm that conference attendees perfect after years of sitting through presentations that range from mildly interesting to actively painful. Jim was in his element. The successful CEO sharing hard-won wisdom with the next generation of industry leaders. In conclusion, he said, building toward what I knew would be his trademark closing line. Success in this business isn't about chasing every new opportunity that comes along. It's about building something solid, something lasting, something that will still be here when all the flash and glamour fades away. Tanner Industries has been that kind of company for 30 years and will be that kind of company for 30 more. The applause was enthusiastic, the kind of response that makes conference organizers happy and keynote speakers feel like they've just delivered the Gettysburg Address. Jim soaked it up like a sponge, probably already planning how he'd describe this triumph to Claire over dinner. "The whole industry was hanging on my every word," he'd say, standing ovation when I finished. Then the conference moderator stepped up to the microphone. "Thank you, Mr. Tanner, for those inspiring words about traditional business values. And now we're pleased to welcome Lydia Wilkes, Chief Operating Officer of Wilkes Global, who'll be sharing some exciting news about expansion and innovation in our industry." I watched Jim's face change as Lydia walked onto the stage. The confident smile faltered just slightly. Not enough for most people to notice. But I've been studying his expressions for 15 years. He knew Wilkes Global was his biggest competition, but he'd assumed they'd stay safely contained on the West Coast where they belonged. The fact that Lydia was here at his conference giving a presentation to his audience was like finding out your ex-girlfriend was dating your boss. Lydia looked incredible up there. All confidence and professional authority in a charcoal business suit that probably cost more than Jim, but somehow managed to look effortless instead of showy. She had that California executive energy, polished but not pretentious, successful without being arrogant about it. "Thank you all for being here today," she began, her voice carrying easily through the conference center. "I want to talk to you about something that's been on my mind lately. The difference between maintaining the status quo and actually leading industry change." Maintaining the status quo. I almost laughed out loud. She was basically taking everything Jim had just said about traditional values and stability and turning it into an argument for why those things were actually weaknesses in a changing market. Brilliant. "At Wilkes Global, we believe that respecting the past doesn't mean being afraid of the future," Lydia continued. "Which is why I'm excited to announce our expansion into the Midwest market, bringing innovative solutions and fresh perspectives to a region that's been underserved by companies stuck in yesterday's business models." I could practically feel the tension in the room ratcheting up a notch. This wasn't just a presentation anymore. This was a declaration of war delivered with PowerPoint slides and a smile that could cut glass. Jim was sitting 3 rows ahead of me and I could see his shoulders getting rigid as Lydia laid out Wilkes Global's expansion plans with the kind of detail that suggested they'd been working on this for months now. "Successful expansion isn't just about having a good business plan," Lydia said, advancing to her next slide. "It's about having the right leadership team, people who understand the market, who have established relationships, and who share our vision for what this industry could become with the right kind of innovative thinking." This was it, my cue. I felt my heart rate spike as Lydia's eyes found mine in the audience. Which is why I'm thrilled to introduce you to our new Director of Strategic Expansion, someone of you already know and respect for his contributions to this industry over the past 15 years. The room went dead silent as she gestured toward me. "Please join me in welcoming Marcus Sullivan to the Wilkes Global team." I stood up and I swear to God, you could have heard a pin drop in that conference center. 500 industry professionals, including every major player in the regional market, watching as I walked down the aisle toward the stage like I was heading to my own wedding. Except this time, I was marrying a company that actually wanted me instead of just tolerating my presence. The walk to the stage felt like it took forever and no time at all. I could see faces in the audience. Surprise, confusion, some knowing smiles from people who'd apparently seen this coming. Danny Morrison looked like someone had just told him Christmas was being moved to July. Sandra Chun from my old department was grinning like she'd just won the lottery. And Jim looked like someone had just told him his house was on fire and his insurance had expired yesterday. I shook Lydia's hand on stage, the cameras flashing like we were signing a peace treaty instead of launching what amounted to a business war. The handshake lasted just long enough for me to catch Jim's eye in the audience. Just long enough to mouth two words that I'd been saving for exactly this moment. Perfect timing. His face went through about 6 different shades of red before settling on a color that I can only describe as a stroke victim purple. Brendan and Oliver were sitting next to him, looking like someone had just explained quantum physics using interpretive dance. The whole Tanner Industries delegation looked like they'd been hit by a truck that they never saw coming. But the best part wasn't Jim's expression or the gas from the audience or even the scattered applause from people who were probably just happy to witness some genuine conference drama. The best part was the feeling of finally being introduced as myself instead of as someone's son-in-law or employee or lucky bastard who'd married above his station. Marcus brings 15 years of operational excellence and industry relationships to our expansion team. Lydia announced to the crowd, his track record speaks for itself, and we're confident that his leadership will make our Midwest operations a success from day one. His leadership, his track record, his success. After 15 years of having my achievements attributed to Jim's guidance and my failures blamed on my limitations, hearing someone acknowledge my actual contributions felt like winning the professional lottery. I stepped up to the microphone, looked out at an audience that included every major player in the regional industrial supply market, and smiled. Thank you, Lydia. I'm excited to be part of a team that values innovation and results over tradition for tradition's sake. Wilkes Global represents everything I believe this industry can become when we stop limiting ourselves to what we've always done and start focusing on what we could accomplish. The applause was genuine this time, and I could see people in the audience already pulling out their phones to text colleagues who weren't at the conference. By tomorrow morning, every supplier, client, and competitor in the Midwest would know that Marcus Sullivan had just declared independence from the Tanner Industries empire. As I walked off the stage, I caught sight of Jim again. He was still sitting in his seat, but his confident posture had completely collapsed. The man who'd spent the morning talking about market leadership and lasting success looked like someone who just realized his empire wasn't as solid as he'd thought. Perfect timing indeed. Ever watched a controlled demolition? You know, where they place charges at just the right structural points and then hit the button to watch a whole building come down in about 15 seconds. That's basically what happened to Tanner Industries over the next 6 weeks. Except instead of explosives, I'd used 15 years of inside knowledge and a carefully cultivated network of people who were tired of Jim's. The first domino fell exactly 3 days after the conference. Danny Morrison called me on my new Wilkes Global number. Yeah, I had a company phone now with my own voicemail message and everything to confirm the contract terms we discussed. Morrison Logistics was officially jumping ship, taking their $2.3 million annual account with them. That might not sound like empire-toppling money, but in the industrial supply business, losing a major client is like getting a public vote of no confidence from people who actually understand your operation. Marcus, Danny said, and I could practically hear him grinning through the phone. I've got to tell you, working with Wilkes Global feels like stepping into the 21st century. You guys actually answer emails within the same business day. Revolutionary concept within the same business day. At Tanner Industries, responding to client emails was apparently considered a luxury service that required committee approval and a cost-benefit analysis. But at Wilkes Global, we had this crazy policy called basic professional courtesy that seemed to really impress people. The second domino was Peterson Manufacturing. And that one was particularly satisfying because Oliver had been promising them improved delivery schedules for literally 8 months. 8 months of we're working on it. And these things take time, and you have to understand our operational constraints. When I called Peterson's purchasing director from my new office to introduce myself as their new Wilkes Global contact, the guy practically wept with relief. Marcus, thank God, he said. We were about to start looking for alternative suppliers anyway. Oliver Tanner couldn't organize a 2-car parade, let alone fix our delivery issues. Peterson Manufacturing, $1.8 million annually, gone. 2 major clients down. And Jim was probably just starting to realize that his perfect timing salary cut had some unintended consequences. But the real bloodletting started when word spread through the supplier network. Tommy Rodriguez at Midwest Distribution was the first to officially switch sides. And once he started talking to his buddies about how much better Wilkes Global was to work with, it was like watching dominoes fall in slow motion. Suppliers who'd been grumbling about Tanner Industries' payment delays and bureaucratic approval processes suddenly had a viable alternative that treated them like actual business partners instead of disposable vendors. Within 2 weeks, Tanner Industries was dealing with what Jim's emergency board meeting minutes probably described as supply chain disruptions due to external market factors. In reality, their suppliers were either jumping ship entirely or suddenly developing mysterious delays in fulfilling Tanner Industries' orders. Funny how that works when you spend years treating people like crap and then they find somewhere better to take their business. The employee exodus was even more entertaining to watch from the outside. Sandra Chun was the first to go, and let me tell you, losing her was like losing the engine that kept the whole operation running. Sandra knew every aspect of Tanner Industries' distribution network, from warehouse layout optimization to delivery route efficiency. When she gave her 2 weeks' notice, Jim tried to counteroffer with a promotion and a raise, but it was too little too late. "I appreciate the offer, Mr. Tanner," Sandra had told him during what I heard was a supremely awkward exit interview. "But I've accepted a position with a company that values innovation over tradition. Sometimes you have to take risks to grow professionally." Sandra joined Wilkes Global as our operations coordinator, bringing with her a complete understanding of how to improve on everything Tanner Industries was doing wrong. It was like having a detailed blueprint of your competitors' weaknesses delivered directly to your planning committee. She wasn't the only one. Mike Chun from accounting, no relation to Sandra, despite the name, followed her out the door after 12 years with the company. Then Jennifer Walsh from client services, who'd been dealing with Oliver's incompetent management style for way too long. By the end of November, Tanner Industries had lost 6 key employees, and the remaining staff was starting to look around like passengers on the Titanic, who just heard the word iceberg. The best part was watching Brendan and Oliver try to manage the crisis. These two geniuses who'd never had to actually solve a business problem that couldn't be fixed with daddy's money or connections were suddenly responsible for keeping operations running while their most experienced people headed for the exits. It was like watching teenagers try to perform brain surgery with tools they'd never seen before. During one particularly disastrous week, Oliver managed to lose a major shipment because he'd forgotten to coordinate with the trucking company about holiday scheduling. The client, Industrial Solutions Group, Sarah Kim's company, called to complain. And Oliver's brilliant solution was to blame the trucking company for not anticipating our needs, despite the fact that nobody had bothered to tell them about the shipment in the first place. Sarah called me that same afternoon, officially requesting to transfer her account to Wilkes Global. "Marcus, I can't do business with amateurs," she said, and she sounded genuinely frustrated. "Oliver Tanner just tried to explain to me how the trucking industry works despite the fact that I've been managing logistics for 15 years. The kid is clueless." Sarah's account $3.2 million annually. Another major client down, and we weren't even trying that hard. They were basically driving customers away with their own incompetence. Meanwhile, the local business press was starting to notice the pattern. The Chicago Business Journal ran a story titled "Regional Supply Chain Shakeup as Established Players Face New Competition." The article didn't mention names, but anyone in the industry could read between the lines. Tanner Industries was bleeding clients and employees while Wilkes Global was aggressively expanding into their territory. By December, Jim had gone from confident industry leader to desperate damage control mode. He started calling emergency board meetings every other day trying to figure out how to stop the hemorrhaging. The company's credit rating got downgraded after suppliers started demanding faster payment terms, which created a cash flow problem that made it even harder to compete on pricing. Claire finally noticed something was wrong when Jim started showing up at our house for family dinners that were really strategy sessions disguised as pot roast and small talk. She'd sit there looking concerned while her father ranted about disloyal employees and predatory competitors who were trying to destroy everything he'd built. "I don't understand what's happening," she said to me one night after Jim had left following a particularly intense discussion about market pressures and competitive threats. "Dad's company has always been so stable. Why is everything falling apart now? Everything falling apart now." Sweet, naive Claire, who'd lived her entire life believing that Daddy's success was some kind of natural law that couldn't be challenged by mere mortals with better ideas and superior execution. The possibility that her father's empire might have some structural weaknesses had apparently never crossed her mind. "Market conditions change," I told her, which was technically true. "Sometimes companies that don't adapt get left behind." "But you work there," she said, like she was just remembering that her husband was employed by the company that was currently circling the drain. "Shouldn't you be helping Dad figure out how to fix this? Shouldn't I be helping Dad fix this? Right?" Because clearly my job as the loyal son-in-law was to sacrifice my own professional future to prop up Jim's ego and incompetent management style. The fact that I might have my own career goals and ambitions was apparently beside the point. "Claire," I said, choosing my words carefully. "Your father made his position very clear when he cut my salary and excluded me from strategic planning meetings. He doesn't want my help. He wants my compliance." She stared at me like I just suggested we sell the house and join the circus. "Marcus, you're being ridiculous. Dad values your input. He's just under a lot of pressure right now. Values my input." Sure he did. Which was why I'd been systematically excluded from every important decision for the past 2 months while watching his golden boys run the company into the ground with their Ivy League business degrees and complete lack of real-world experience. The phone rang that night at 11:30, which was never a good sign. It was Jim, and he sounded like a man who just realized his house was on fire and the fire department was busy washing their trucks. "Marcus," he said, skipping any pretense of pleasantries. "We need to talk first thing tomorrow morning." "Sure thing, Jim. Everything okay?" There was a pause long enough for me to imagine him sitting in his home office staring at quarterly reports that probably looked like a crime scene. "We'll discuss it tomorrow. Just be there early." I hung up and smiled in the darkness of my bedroom. Jim Tanner, the man who'd spent 30 years telling everyone else how to run their businesses, was about to ask for help from the charity case he'd been trying to crush just 2 months earlier. This was going to be fun. 6 months later, I was standing in the main floor of Wilkes Global's brand new Midwest distribution center, watching a team twice the size of my old crew at Tanner Industries move inventory with the kind of efficiency that would have made Jim's head explode. State-of-the-art tracking systems, automated sorting equipment, and employees who actually gave a damn about their jobs because they worked for a company that treated them like valuable assets instead of disposable resources. The irony wasn't lost on me. This facility was everything I tried to convince Jim we needed at Tanner Industries. Modern, efficient, strategically located for optimal distribution coverage. I'd pitched similar upgrades to him at least a dozen times over the years only to be told that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we've always done fine with our current systems. Well, congratulations, Jim. Your refusal to invest in the future had just handed your biggest competitor the blueprint for destroying your market share. Lydia found me by the main sorting station where our new automated system was processing orders at about 3 times the speed of Tanner Industries' manual operation. She was holding a leather portfolio that looked expensive enough to feed a small family for a month, which probably meant good news for yours truly, Marcus, she said, and her smile had that satisfied quality that comes from watching a plan come together perfectly. "I've got something for you." She handed me the portfolio, and inside was a contract extension that made my original Wilkes Global offer look like pocket change. Director of Strategic Expansion was apparently just the entry-level position. The new title was Vice President of Regional Operations with an equity stake that would make me a legitimate millionaire if the company's expansion continued at its current pace. "You've more than proven yourself," Lydia continued as I tried not to let my jaw hit the floor while reading the compensation details. "The Midwest expansion has exceeded every projection we made. We're 3 months ahead of schedule and already profitable. That doesn't happen by accident. No, it doesn't happen by accident. It happens when you hire people who actually know what they're doing instead of people who happen to share your DNA. Novel concept. Apparently, the numbers were impressive enough to make even my accountant do a happy dance. We'd captured 60% of Tanner Industries' major accounts within 4 months. Hired away their best employees and established supply relationships that were going to be nearly impossible for them to compete with. When you treat suppliers like partners instead of peasants, funny thing, they remember that when it's time to choose sides. There's more, Lydia said, because apparently my day needed to get even better. Mason and I have been talking and we want to offer you something that goes beyond this regional expansion. She pulled out another folder and this one contained organizational charts for Wilkes Global's entire operation. We're planning a national expansion over the next 2 years. Full coverage coast to coast taking on the big players in every major market. We want you to head up the whole operation. Head up the whole operation. As in, be the guy making strategic decisions for a company that was about to become a major player in the national industrial supply market. As in, stop being someone's employee and start being someone's business partner with real authority and real rewards. I looked around the distribution center again, watching people who used to work for Tanner Industries doing their jobs with the kind of enthusiasm that comes from being treated with respect and given room to excel. Sandra Chun was training new hires on inventory management. Mike from accounting was implementing cost tracking systems that actually made sense. Jennifer Walsh was building client relationships that would last for years instead of just hoping clients wouldn't notice how screwed up everything was behind the scenes. "What do you think?" Lydia asked. Ready to take on the big leagues? What did I think? I thought about Jim Tanner sitting in his oversized office, probably staring at quarterly reports that looked like a medical examiner's findings. I thought about Brendan and Oliver trying to explain to their board of directors how they'd managed to lose half their client base to a competitor they'd never taken seriously. I thought about Claire, who'd filed for divorce 3 months ago when she'd finally realized that being married to me wasn't quite as advantageous as it used to be. The divorce had been predictably ugly, with Claire's lawyers trying to argue that my Wilkes Global position was somehow community property that she deserved to benefit from. Apparently, even after our marriage imploded, she still thought she was entitled to profit from my professional success. The judge had been less impressed with that argument than she'd hoped. "You know what, Lydia?" I said, closing the contract folder and extending my hand for a handshake that would officially make me a vice president at one of the fastest growing companies in the industry. "I think I'm ready." The local business press had been having a field day with the whole situation. The rise and fall of Tanner Industries, a case study in family business succession, had been the headline in last month's Regional Commerce Review. The article quoted industry insiders who blamed the company's decline on outdated management practices and failure to retain key talent. Key talent? That would be me, folks. The charity case, who apparently wasn't executive material, had just been promoted to run national operations for a company that was kicking his former employer's ass up and down the supply chain. The best part wasn't even the professional vindication or the money or the equity stake that was going to make me genuinely wealthy instead of just well compensated. The best part was walking into industry conferences now and having people treat me like Marcus Sullivan, successful executive instead of Marcus Sullivan, Jim Tanner's son-in-law who'd gotten lucky. Jim tried calling me exactly once about 2 months after the conference disaster. I let it go to voicemail and his message was a masterpiece of desperate corporate speak. "Marcus, I think there may have been some misunderstandings about your role at Tanner Industries. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss how to move forward in a way that benefits everyone involved." Misunderstandings about my role benefits everyone involved. The man who'd publicly declared that I wasn't executive material was suddenly interested in revisiting our professional relationship now that his company was hemorrhaging money and reputation. I deleted the message without calling him back. Some bridges are meant to be burned, and watching them burn from a safe distance while sipping expensive whiskey is one of life's genuine pleasures. Trade journals started calling me the man who dethroned Tanner, which was probably giving me more credit than I deserved, but sounded pretty badass on business cards. The truth was simpler. I just stopped accepting a situation that was beneath my worth and started working for people who recognized what I brought to the table. 6 months ago, I was the grateful son-in-law who should have been thankful for whatever scraps Jim decided to throw my way. Now I was the vice president of a company that was rewriting the rules for how business gets done in this industry, with an equity stake that would set me up for life and the professional respect that I'd been earning for 15 years but never receiving. Standing in that distribution center watching efficiency and professionalism in action, I couldn't help but think about Jim's words from our last conversation. Perfect timing. He'd been right about that, just not in the way he'd intended. Jim Tanner had wanted to cut my salary in half and remind me of my place in his family hierarchy. Instead, he'd cut himself out of his own empire and handed me the keys to build something better. Me, I wasn't just surviving the corporate politics and family drama anymore. I was writing the next chapter of my own success story, and it felt pretty damn good to be holding the pen for once. Story 3. I bought a $2 million villa on the oceanfront, and as soon as my son-in-law found out, he called me. "We're on our way to you, there will be 15 of us. Prepare beds, towels, slippers, food, we'll be staying for 3 weeks. We'll be there in 40 minutes, so hurry up, old man." I smiled. And made a plan. The phone's shrill ring shattered the peaceful afternoon silence like glass hitting concrete. I set down the crystal wine glass I'd been unwrapping and reached for my cell, expecting perhaps a congratulatory call from an old colleague. Through the kitchen's floor-to-ceiling windows, the Pacific stretched endlessly blue, waves rolling against the private beach below my new villa. "Hello? Old man, we're already on our way to you." Brian's voice hit my ear like a sledgehammer. No greeting, no pleasantries, pure undiluted entitlement. "There'll be 15 of us, so prepare beds, towels, slippers, food, the whole deal. We'll stay for 3 weeks. We'll be there in 40 minutes, so hurry up." My hand tightened around the phone. 40 years of engineering work, careful savings, delayed gratification, all for this moment of peace in my dream home. Moving boxes still cluttered the marble countertops, packing paper scattered across surfaces I hadn't yet claimed as truly mine. "Brian, wait a minute. I haven't even fully moved in yet. The house isn't ready for." "Listen, I don't care what you've got going on right now." His voice carried that familiar tone of casual dismissal, As if my concerns were mere background noise. You've got money. That means you've got space. End of discussion. The ocean breeze through the open patio doors carried the scent of salt and freedom, but Brian's words poisoned the air. I gripped the granite countertop with my free hand, watching my knuckles whiten against the dark stone. But Brian, this is my first week here. I still have boxes everywhere. No proper bedding set up for guests. Figure it out, old-timer. You're retired, right? What else do you have to do? The sound of car engines revved in the background of his call. Jessica's already packed the kids' stuff. Mike and Ashley are bringing their crew, too. It'll be like one big family reunion. Family reunion. The words twisted in my chest like a rusted knife. After everything I'd done, everything I'd given, this was how he saw our relationship. A one-way street paved with my generosity and his assumptions. I need time to prepare properly. Maybe next month when? Next month? Brian's laugh was sharp, mocking. We're already driving, Richard. Already committed. You wouldn't want to disappoint the kids, would you? Jessica's been telling them about Uncle Richard's fancy new beach house for weeks. Uncle Richard? Not Grandpa Richard, not even just Richard. Uncle, as if I were some distant relative obligated to provide entertainment for his convenience. The phone felt slippery in my sweating palm. Brian, please be reasonable. 3 weeks is a long time, and with 15 people. Stop being so dramatic. Family helps family, remember? You taught me that. His voice carried a smugness that made my stomach turn. Besides, what's the point of having all that money if you don't share it with the people who matter? The people who matter. I closed my eyes, seeing Emily's face in my mind. My daughter, his deceased wife, the bridge between us that death had burned away 3 years ago. What would she think of this conversation? What would she say about her husband's tone, his demands, his complete disregard for basic courtesy? Just have everything ready when we arrive. We're bringing beer, so make sure your fridge has space. Oh, and Jessica wants to use your master bedroom? It's got the best ocean view, right? We'll take that one. My master bedroom. The sanctuary I'd dreamed of for decades, with its private balcony overlooking the endless Pacific. The room where I'd planned to finally rest, to enjoy the fruits of 4 decades of careful living and strategic sacrifice. The master bedroom is perfect. See you in 35 minutes now. Don't keep us waiting outside. The line went dead. I stood motionless in my sunlit kitchen, holding the silent phone like evidence of a crime. Through the windows, seagulls danced above the waves, their cries mixing with the distant sound of surf. This was supposed to be my paradise, my reward for a lifetime of putting others first. My hand still trembled slightly as I lowered the phone. 35 minutes, 15 people, 3 weeks. The wine glass I'd been unpacking caught the afternoon light, throwing rainbow patterns across the marble. Such a delicate thing, beautiful and fragile, like the peace I'd thought I'd finally earned. The phone slipped from my numb fingers onto the granite counter with a soft click. My legs felt unsteady as I walked toward the living room, past walls still bare of the artwork I'd carefully collected over the years. Everything waited in boxes, my life in limbo between the past and what I'd hoped would be a peaceful future. Emily's photo smiled at me from the mantelpiece. The only item I'd unpacked first, needing her presence in this new space. I picked up the silver frame with shaking hands, studying her warm brown eyes, the gentle curve of her smile. 3 years since cancer took her, but the ache remained fresh. Dad, Brian's really trying to find work, her voice echoed in my memory. Could you help us just this once? Just this once. Those 3 words had become the soundtrack of my relationship with Brian Miller. I sank into the leather reading chair I'd positioned to face the ocean. Emily's photo cradled in my lap. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows, but my mind drifted to darker times. The first emergency had come 6 months after their wedding. Brian's startup company had folded, leaving him unemployed with mounting credit card debt. $18,000 I'd transferred from my retirement savings, watching my carefully planned financial timeline shift forward by 6 months. You're so generous, Dad, Emily had whispered over dinner that night. Brian appreciates everything, even if he doesn't always show it. But Brian never showed it. Not when I paid for his MBA program. $45,000 spread over 2 years. Not when I covered their mortgage down payment because his credit score couldn't secure a decent rate $60,000 that time money I'd earmarked for my own dream house fund. I ran my fingers through my gray hair, remembering the pattern that had emerged every few months. Another crisis. Emily's medical bills during her cancer treatment had been legitimate. $85,000 I'd gladly given to fight for her life. But even then, Brian had somehow made it about himself, complaining about the stress affecting his job performance. The ocean waves crashed rhythmically below, But I heard instead the sound of Brian's voice during Emily's funeral reception. At least now we won't have all these medical bills hanging over us. My stomach had turned that day watching him network with mourners while I stood beside my daughter's casket. Even grief, it seemed, was just another opportunity for Brian to focus on his own convenience. After Emily died, I'd expected the request to stop. Surely Brian would find his footing, build his own convenience. After Emily died, I'd expected the request to stop. Surely Brian would find his footing, build his own stability. Instead, they intensified. Car repairs when his warranty expired. Property taxes he'd forgotten to budget for. Jessica's engagement ring upgrade because she deserved something special. I kept a mental tally, though I tried not to. $327,000 over 6 years, enough to buy a decent house in most American cities, enough to secure a comfortable retirement without the financial anxiety that still woke me at 3 a.m., despite my careful planning. Standing slowly, I placed Emily's photo back on the mantelpiece and walked to my study. The ocean view from this room had sold me on the house, endless blue stretching to the horizon, promising peace and space to think. Instead, my reflection stared back from the window, an older man who'd spent 40 years building other people's dreams, while his own gathered dust. The worst part wasn't the money. Money could be earned again, saved again, managed more carefully. The worst part was the gradual erosion of respect, the slow transformation from generous father-in-law to expected ATM. Brian's tone had shifted over the years from grateful to entitled, from requesting to demanding. Today's call crystallized everything. No discussion of my circumstances, my needs, my plans. Just assumption and demands, wrapped in the thin veneer of family obligation. 15 people descending on my sanctuary, like locusts, consuming what I'd spent decades building. My hands drummed against the windowsill as anger built in my chest, a slow burning heat I'd suppressed for too long. Emily had always asked me to be patient with Brian, to remember that people show love differently, but Emily was gone, and Brian's version of love looked suspiciously like exploitation. The sound of car engines in the distance pulled me from my thoughts. Faint but growing louder, multiple vehicles approaching up the winding coastal road that led to my villa. My 35 minutes of peace had evaporated faster than morning fog. I checked my watch. 3:15 p.m. Brian had made good time. Through the study window, I could see dust clouds rising from the private road that connected my property to the main highway. 4 vehicles, maybe 5, moving in convoy formation like an invasion force approaching a conquered territory. My jaw clenched as I watched them approach. This wasn't a family visit. This was a siege. Car doors slammed in rapid succession, the sounds echoing off the villa's stone feet like gunshots. I moved from the study window to the front entrance, watching through the side lights as 4 vehicles disgorged their passengers into my circular driveway. Brian's black SUV led the convoy, followed by 2 sedans and a pickup truck loaded with coolers, beach equipment, and enough luggage for a month-long expedition. 15 people. Brian hadn't been exaggerating. The front door felt solid beneath my palm as I gripped the handle, steadying myself for what was coming. Through the decorative glass, I watched Brian emerge from his SUV like a general surveying conquered territory. Designer sunglasses despite the afternoon shadows. That cocky stride I'd grown to despise over the years. Jessica tumbled out of the passenger side, blonde hair whipping in the ocean breeze, immediately pulling out her phone to record everything. "Oh my gosh, you guys, look at this place." Her voice carried clearly across the driveway. "It's like a resort." I opened the door before they could ring the bell, hoping to maintain some semblance of control over the situation. The hope died instantly. "What's up, old man? How do you like our surprise?" Brian pushed past me into the foyer, without waiting for an invitation, his eyes already scanning the interior, like he was taking inventory. "Jessica, look, there's the hot tub I told you about." "Brian, I told you on the phone that I'm not ready for guests." But my words were lost in the chaos as the rest of the group streamed through my front door. A man I recognized as Mike, Brian's college roommate, let out a low whistle. "Dude's got serious money. Why not share it with family, right?" Ashley, Jessica's sister, pushed through carrying 2 oversized suitcases. "This place is absolutely perfect for our vacation. The kids are going to love that pool." She gestured toward my infinity pool visible through the back windows. "Kids." I hadn't heard anything about children on the phone. "Stop being so dramatic, Richard." Brian had already made it to the living room, his wet sandals leaving sandy footprints on my imported Italian marble. "Family helps family. You taught me that, remember?" More people flooded in, faces I didn't recognize mixing with others I'd met at Emily's funeral. "Kevin, Someone's boyfriend carried a cooler full of beer like he was arriving at a college party. Two women I'd never seen before were already discussing room assignments as if I weren't standing right there. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice barely audible over the growing din. "Could everyone please? Oh my gosh, you guys have to see this kitchen." Jessica had discovered the gourmet cooking space I'd spent months designing. She held her phone up, live streaming to her social media followers. "We're staying at my father-in-law's incredible beach house. Look at this view." Father-in-law, the title felt like sandpaper in my ears. Brian had never called me dad, even when Emily was alive. Always Richard, always maintaining that distance. But Jessica claimed the family connection when it suited her purposes. Someone had found my sound system and filled the house with thumping music. Bags and coolers appeared everywhere, dumped in the foyer, stacked against my pristine walls, claimed spaces throughout my sanctuary like territorial markers. "Brian, we need to talk about this. Later, old-timer. Right now, we need to get everyone settled." He moved toward the hallway leading to the bedrooms, a parade of strangers following behind him. "Jessica and I'll take the master suite, obviously. Mike and Tracy can have the guest room with the ocean view. Ashley, you all take the master suite, obviously. Mike and Tracy can have the guest room with the ocean view. Ashley, you and Kevin take the one with the balcony." I stepped in front of him, blocking access to the bedroom wing. "The master bedroom is off limits. That's my private space." Brian's laugh was sharp and dismissive. He placed a hand on my shoulder, not affectionately, but with the casual condescension of someone moving an obstacle. "Come on, Richard. Don't be selfish. We drove 4 hours to get here. Jessica specifically wants the room with the best view for her morning yoga videos." The physical contact felt like a violation. I stepped back, but Brian simply pushed past me, leading his entourage down the hallway I'd walked alone for only 1 week. My hallway, in my house, purchased with my money and my dreams. "This is perfect," Jessica's voice echoed from my bedroom. "The lighting in here is amazing for content creation." Content creation. My master suite was becoming a backdrop for social media posts. In the living room, Mike had opened his beer cooler and was distributing drinks without asking permission. Ashley was rearranging my furniture to create better conversation areas. Someone's child, I hadn't even seen them arrive, was running around the pool deck in wet swimwear, leaving dark footprints on the limestone I'd spent a fortune importing from Portugal. The invasion was complete. In less than 10 minutes, my peaceful villa had been transformed into a crowded vacation rental, my careful organization destroyed by the casual chaos of entitled guests who saw my generosity as their right. I stood in my own foyer, feeling like a stranger, watching people I barely knew claim ownership of spaces I'd dreamed about for decades. The ocean view through my windows remained beautiful, but it now framed a scene of occupation rather than tranquility. Brian emerged from my bedroom, grinning with satisfaction. "This is going to be the best 3 weeks ever. Jessica's already planning a housewarming party for tomorrow night. Hope you don't mind." She invited a few more people from her yoga studio. A few more people. My jaw clenched so tightly I thought my teeth might crack. This wasn't a family visit. This was a hostile takeover, and I was being demoted from homeowner to unpaid staff in my own paradise. Jessica emerged from my master bathroom like she owned the place, a white towel wrapped around her wet hair, water droplets marking a trail across my imported marble floors. She carried her designer suitcase with casual confidence, already planning where to arrange her belongings in my private sanctuary. "Excuse me." I planted myself firmly in the bedroom doorway, arms crossed. "This room is off limits." She paused, genuinely surprised by the resistance. "Oh, come on, Rick. We talked about this already. The lighting in here is perfect for my morning routine videos." "No." The word came out harder than I'd intended. "Everyone needs to leave. Now." Jessica's blue eyes widened with practiced innocence. She shifted her suitcase to one hand and placed the other on her hip, a pose I recognized from her social media photos. "Rick, honey, we're family. Why are you being so hostile?" Behind her, Brian appeared in the hallway, drawn by the unexpected confrontation. His expression darkened when he saw me blocking access to what he'd already claimed as his territory. "Richard, move aside. We've been driving for hours. This is my house." I stood my ground, my voice gaining strength with each word. "I want all of you to leave immediately." Brian's laugh was sharp and dismissive. "Your house? Really? Did you forget everything you owe our family?" He stepped closer, invading my personal space with calculated intimidation. "Did you forget who the real victim is here? The real victim. After $300,000, after 6 years of constant financial bleeding, After giving him my daughter's inheritance and my own retirement security, I was somehow the debtor in his twisted accounting. I don't owe you anything. My hands shook, but not with fear, with suppressed rage that had been building for years. This conversation is over. Jessica tried to squeeze past me with her suitcase, assuming my resistance was merely theatrical. I shifted to block her path completely, and she stumbled backward with a gasp of genuine shock. "Rick, that's so rude." The commotion drew others from throughout the house. Mike appeared with a beer in his hand, Kevin close behind carrying beach towels like trophies. Ashley emerged from the guest bathroom, her makeup half applied. Someone turned down the music, and suddenly the entire group was watching our standoff. "Dude, what's your problem?" Mike's voice carried the casual arrogance of someone accustomed to getting his way. "We're not hurting anything. You're trespassing." I looked around at their faces, seeing entitled confusion where there should have been embarrassment. "All of you." Brian placed his hand on my shoulder with patronizing familiarity. "Emily would be ashamed of how selfish you've become, old man." That contact, unwanted, presumptuous, designed to diminish me, triggered something fundamental. I jerked away from his touch with enough force to make him stumble backward. "Don't you dare touch me." My voice carried a tone I'd never used before, one that made several people step back involuntarily. "And don't you ever use my daughter's name to justify your greed." Jessica's lower lip began to tremble in a performance I'd seen countless times when she wanted something expensive. "Daddy Rick, we just wanted to spend time with you. We thought you'd be happy to share your beautiful house with family." "Daddy Rick?" The nickname made my skin crawl. This woman who'd married my daughter's widower, who'd moved into the apartment I'd helped furnish, who'd worn Emily's jewelry to their wedding. She thought endearments would erase the audacity of her invasion. "Happy?" I looked around at the chaos they'd created in 30 minutes. "You want me to be happy about strangers claiming my bedroom, ransacking my kitchen, treating my home like your personal resort?" "We're not strangers," Ashley protested, though I couldn't remember meeting her before today. "We're Brian's friends. That makes us practically family." Practically family. The phrase that apparently granted unlimited access to my life, my resources, my peace. Brian sensed the mood shifting and tried to regain control. "Look, Richard, I understand you're overwhelmed. Moving is stressful. But we're here now. We've made arrangements. And turning us away would create serious problems for everyone. For Jessica, who'd promised her social media followers exclusive content from a luxury villa, for Brian, who'd painted himself as the generous family member providing his friends with access to his wealthy father-in-law's property. The only problem," I said, my voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my system, "is 15 people who think they can occupy someone else's home without permission." Without permission, Brian's mask of reasonableness finally slipped. Is 15 people who think they can occupy someone else's home without permission. Without permission, Brian's mask of reasonableness finally slipped. "After everything this family has been through, after everything you've put us through with your demands and expectations, everything I'd put them through, 6 years of writing checks, covering emergencies, enabling their lifestyle, and somehow I was the one making demands." Kevin stepped forward, his beer-scented confidence filling the hallway. "Look, Pops, maybe you should just chill out. We'll clean up after ourselves. No harm, no foul." "Pops." Another casual diminishment from a stranger drinking my beer in my hallway. The group was closing ranks now, their body language shifting from apologetic to defensive. 15 against 1, in my own home. They'd spent their entire drive here assuming I'd capitulate, planning their 3-week vacation around my expected surrender. Brian moved closer again, his voice dropping to the tone he'd always used when delivering ultimatums. "Think carefully about your next move, Richard. Some decisions can't be undone. Some relationships can't be repaired once they're broken." There it was, the naked threat wrapped in concern for family harmony. Cross us and lose us forever, as if their presence in my life was a gift rather than a burden I'd carried for too long. I looked around at their faces, entitled, expectant, already calculating how to spin this story to make me the villain. In their minds, I was the unreasonable rich relative who'd forgotten his place in their hierarchy of need. But standing there in my own hallway, defending my own bedroom door, I finally understood something crucial. Some relationships were already broken. Some had never been real in the first place. The question wasn't whether I could afford to lose them. The question was whether I could afford to keep them. Brian's threat hung in the air like smoke from a house fire, toxic and impossible to ignore. 15 faces stared at me with varying degrees of hostility and confusion, waiting for my capitulation. They'd driven 4 hours expecting compliance, not confrontation. "You're right about one thing," I said, stepping back from the bedroom doorway. "Some decisions can't be undone." I turned and walked deliberately toward my study, fishing my phone from my pocket. Behind me, Jessica's voice rose in theatrical desperation. "Where are you going? We need to talk about this like adults." Like adults. From a woman who'd spent the last hour photographing herself in my bathroom for social media content. Finally coming to his senses, I heard Brian mutter to Mike, probably calling his lawyer to change his will or something equally dramatic. The study door felt solid and reassuring as I closed it behind me, turning the lock with a satisfying click. This room was my sanctuary. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, my engineering texts, the massive oak desk where I'd planned my retirement finances. Through the window, the Pacific stretched endlessly, indifferent to human drama. I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's professional calm steadied my nerves. I need police assistance. There are people in my home who refuse to leave when asked. Sir, are you in immediate physical danger? Outside the study door, I could hear urgent whispers and the sound of footsteps. They were gathering, planning their next approach. Not yet, but they're refusing to leave my property after being told multiple times. Can you verify that this is your legal residence, sir? Yes, I'm the homeowner. Purchased last month. I can provide documentation. The title papers sat in my desk drawer, official proof of ownership that felt suddenly precious. Heavy knocking erupted on the study door. Richard. Brian's voice carried forced joviality. Come on out. Let's discuss this reasonably. Sir, how many individuals are involved? The operator's questions followed standard protocol, each one reinforcing that I had legal standing here. 15 people. They arrived without invitation about an hour ago and are refusing to leave despite multiple requests. The knocking intensified. Jessica's voice joined Brian's, higher pitched and artificially sweet. Daddy Rick, please don't do anything crazy. We can work this out. Officers are being dispatched to your location. Can you remain in a secure area until they arrive? Yes, I'm in my study with the door locked. The relief in my voice surprised me. After an hour of feeling outnumbered and dismissed, someone was finally treating my concerns as legitimate. Estimated arrival time is 15 to 20 minutes. Stay on the line if you feel unsafe. Through the door, I could hear the group's whispered conference growing agitated. Someone, Ashley, I thought, suggested they should just leave before this gets crazy. But Brian's voice cut through the uncertainty with his usual arrogance. He's bluffing. Richard doesn't have the backbone for this. He'll come out in 5 minutes and apologize. The backbone. After 40 years of engineering work, after building a career that provided for everyone around me, after sacrificing my own dreams repeatedly for others' comfort, he questioned my backbone. Thank you, officer. The police are on their way. I ended the call and sat back in my leather chair, feeling calmer than I had all day. The pounding on the door escalated from knocking to serious hammering. Open this door right now. Brian's mask of civility had finally dropped completely. This is family business, not a police matter. But it wasn't family business. Family doesn't invade. Family doesn't ignore clear boundaries. Family doesn't threaten consequences when their exploitation is challenged. Richard, please. Jessica's voice cracked with what might have been genuine emotion. How can you do this to us? We trusted you. They trusted me. To provide unlimited access to my resources. To absorb their problems without complaint. To remain grateful for the privilege of being used. Mike's voice joined the chorus outside. Dude, this is insane. We're just trying to have a vacation. A vacation. At my expense, in my home, without my consent. The casual entitlement in his voice crystallized everything wrong with this situation. Through the study window, I watched seagulls wheel over the waves, free and unconstrained. For 40 years, I'd been the provider, the problem solver, the reliable source of solutions for everyone else's crises. When had I become the villain for wanting peace in my own home? The hammering on the door reached a crescendo, then suddenly stopped. Urgent whispers replaced the pounding. They'd realized their tactical error. Making threats and demands while I called police wasn't enhancing their position. Richard? Brian's voice had shifted to wounded innocence. We just want to understand what's wrong. Why are you so angry with us? What's wrong? 6 years of financial exploitation. An hour of home invasion. 15 strangers claiming my bedroom. Drinking my beer. Planning my social calendar. The question itself proved how little he understood about basic human decency. My phone buzzed with text messages. Brian had apparently decided on parallel pressure campaigns. Emily would want us to be together as a family. You're destroying relationships that can never be rebuilt. Think about what you're doing to innocent people who just wanted to spend time with you. Innocent people. I deleted the messages without reading the rest. Footsteps moved away from the door as the group retreated to plan their next move. Through the thin walls, I could hear heated arguments. Some wanted to leave immediately. Others insisted on standing their ground. Jessica was crying again, but this time it sounded less theatrical. 15 minutes. The police would arrive in 15 minutes, and this nightmare would end. I'd spent decades avoiding confrontation, smoothing over problems, writing checks to make difficulties disappear. Today, for the first time, I'd called for backup instead of capitulating. The sensation was both terrifying and liberating. Outside, car engines started. Some of the group was cutting their losses, unwilling to face police questioning about their vacation plans. But heavier footsteps remained in the hallway. Brian and his core supporters weren't retreating. The sound of sirens in the distance made my heart race with anticipation rather than fear. Help was coming. The sirens grew louder, cutting through the afternoon air like Judgment Day approaching. Outside my study door, the urgent whispers turned to panic-stricken strategy sessions. Footsteps scattered in multiple directions as reality finally penetrated their bubble of entitlement. Everyone just stay calm, finally penetrated their bubble of entitlement. Everyone just stay calm. Brian's voice carried forced authority, but I could hear the strain underneath. Let me handle this. It's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. 15 uninvited guests refusing to leave someone's home wasn't a misunderstanding. It was trespassing. But Brian's entire worldview required casting himself as the reasonable party in every conflict. The doorbell rang with official authority, not the casual finger tap of social visitors, but the sustained professional pressure of law enforcement. Through my study walls I heard the scramble of people trying to appear casual, cleaning up beer bottles and hiding evidence of their invasion. I unlocked my study door and emerged to find the group arranged in the living room like they were hosting an intervention. Brian had positioned himself near the front door preparing to control the narrative. Jessica sat on my sofa with red-rimmed eyes clutching tissues like props in her performance. Good evening, officers. Brian opened the door with practiced charm. I'm afraid there's been a family misunderstanding. My father-in-law seems to be having some kind of episode. An episode? Of course I was the problem, not the 15 people who'd invaded my home. 2 officers entered, a senior man with gray temples who introduced himself as Officer Johnson, and a younger woman, Officer Martinez. Their presence immediately shifted the room's dynamic. Suddenly Brian's swagger seemed forced, Jessica's tears looked theatrical, and the group's casual appropriation of my space felt obviously wrong. Sir, are you the homeowner who called about trespassing? Officer Johnson addressed me directly, his tone professional but sympathetic. Yes, I'm Richard Clark. This is my property. I pulled the deed from my study, hands steady despite the adrenaline. These people arrived without invitation and refused to leave. Officer Martinez scanned the room, taking in the scattered luggage, empty beer bottles, and general chaos. How many individuals are we talking about? 15 when they arrived. Some may have left when they heard the sirens. Brian stepped forward with his most reasonable expression. Officers, this is clearly a family dispute. Richard's been under stress since moving, and I think he's just overwhelmed by having visitors. Sir, family relationship doesn't override property rights, Officer Johnson replied, examining my deed. The homeowner has the legal authority to determine who stays on his property. The simple statement hit the room like a physical blow. For the first time all day, someone in authority had confirmed what I'd been saying. This was my house, and my decision. Jessica looked genuinely shocked. But we're family. Doesn't that mean anything? Officer Martinez's expression remained neutral. Ma'am, family status doesn't grant automatic access to someone else's property without permission. Permission? Brian's voice rose despite his attempt to stay controlled. He's been planning this villa as a family gathering place for months. We just assumed. You assumed wrong. Officer Johnson cut him off. Mr. Clark, do you want these individuals removed from your property? The question hung in the air like a sword waiting to fall. 15 faces stared at me, some angry, some pleading, all finally understanding that their assumptions had been legally meaningless. Yes, I said clearly. I want them all to leave immediately. The words felt like lifting a weight I'd carried for years. No explanation, no justification, no apology for setting basic boundaries in my own home. Officer Martinez addressed the group. You have 15 minutes to gather your belongings and vacate the premises. Anyone who remains after that will be arrested for trespassing. The scramble began immediately. Mike and Kevin moved fastest, grabbing their beer cooler and mumbling apologies as they headed for the door. Ashley shot accusatory looks at Brian while stuffing clothes into her suitcase. Several people I barely recognized simply fled without saying goodbye. This is ridiculous, Brian protested as he watched his authority collapse. We drove 4 hours. We made arrangements. You made arrangements without consulting the property owner, Officer Johnson replied. That's not a legal reservation, sir. Jessica was gathering her belongings from my master bedroom, her movements sharp with anger. Richard, you're going to regret this decision for the rest of your life. But I felt no regret, only relief. Watching strangers remove their possessions from my private spaces felt like reclaiming stolen territory. Brian made one final attempt at manipulation as he packed his SUV. Emily would be ashamed of what you've become, old man. Selfish and bitter. Officer Johnson stepped between us. Sir, you need to leave now. Any further contact with Mr. Clark could be considered harassment. The last car pulled out of my driveway as the sun touched the horizon, painting my villa in golden light. Officer Martinez completed her paperwork, while Officer Johnson explained the documentation process. You'll have a formal report number for your records. If they return without permission, call us immediately. Today's incident establishes a clear pattern of trespassing. After the officers left, I stood alone in my foyer, surrounded by blessed silence. The chaos was gone. Scattered beer bottles, sandy footprints, the sound of entitled voices claiming my spaces. My phone buzzed with angry text messages, but I turned it off without reading them. For the first time in 6 years, I'd said no without apologizing. I'd called for help instead of suffering in silence. I'd chosen my own peace over their convenience. The ocean waves crashed rhythmically outside my windows, washing the beach clean with each cycle. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, angry phone calls, social media campaigns, family members choosing sides. But tonight, my home was mine again, and that felt like the beginning of something that looked remarkably like freedom. The deadbolt clicked with finality as I watched the last police car disappear down the coastal road, its taillights fading into the gathering dusk. The incident report crinkled in my grip, official documentation that I'd been right, that my home was mine to control. Yet standing in my empty foyer, I felt strangely hollow instead of triumphant. Silence pressed against my eardrums after hours of chaos. No arguing voices, no footsteps on my marble floors, no music bleeding from rooms I'd never authorized anyone to occupy. Just the distant crash of waves and the gentle hum of my air conditioning system. Sounds I dreamed of enjoying in peace. I walked through my villa like a crime scene investigator, cataloging the evidence of invasion. Beer cans clustered on my granite countertops, wet towel prints darkened my hardwood floors, and furniture sat askew where strangers had rearranged my careful design. In the guest bathroom, Jessica's makeup still stained my marble vanity, foundation smears like territorial markings. The master bedroom felt violated in ways beyond the physical. Someone had moved Emily's photo from my nightstand, knocked over during their claiming of my private space. I picked up the silver frame, studying my daughter's gentle face through cracked glass. Be kind to Brian, Dad, her voice echoed in my memory. He's hurting too. But Emily had never asked me to be a doormat. She'd requested kindness, not endless financial sacrifice. Standing in my bedroom where strangers had planned to sleep for 3 weeks, I finally understood the difference. My phone buzzed insistently from the kitchen counter where I'd abandoned it during the confrontation. The screen showed 17 missed calls and 43 text messages, all from the same contact, Brian Miller. I read them in chronological order, watching his tone shift from wounded confusion to naked threat. Richard, we need to talk about what happened today. You embarrassed my wife in front of our friends. That's not acceptable. Family doesn't call police on family. Emily would be disgusted. You think you won today? You have no idea what's coming. By tomorrow, everyone will know what kind of person you really are. Enjoy your empty house, old man. It's all you'll have left. The messages continued, each one darker than the last. Brian's mask had finally slipped completely, revealing the manipulative core I'd been too generous to acknowledge for 6 years. But now, with official documentation of his trespassing and threatening text messages accumulating on my phone, his true nature was creating its own evidence trail. I poured myself 3 fingers of scotch and settled into my leather reading chair, the one positioned to capture the perfect ocean view. Outside, sunset painted the Pacific in shades of gold and crimson, the daily masterpiece. I bought this villa to enjoy. Yet Brian's threats cast shadows across even this beauty. Enjoy yet Brian's threats cast shadows across even this beauty. Had I been too harsh? The question gnawed at me despite the legal validation. They were family, however dysfunctional. Emily's friends, her chosen relationships, her husband's new life. By calling police, had I destroyed bridges that could never be rebuilt? My phone buzzed again, another message from Brian, this one accompanied by a photo. Jessica crying in their car. Her mascara streaked down her cheeks in theatrical rivulets. Look what you did to her. Happy now? I deleted the message without responding. Jessica's tears were real, but so was my exhaustion from years of manipulation. So was my right to peace in my own home. So was the $290,000 I'd given them without receiving even basic courtesy in return. The scotch burned warm in my chest as I continued my house restoration ritual. Each straightened piece of furniture felt like reclaiming stolen territory. Each clean surface erased evidence of their presumption. The physical work helped process the emotional earthquake of finally saying no. But as evening deepened into night, unease crept in alongside satisfaction. Brian's final messages carried an ominous certainty that worried me more than his earlier rage. "You have no idea what's coming." Wasn't the frustrated threat of someone accepting defeat. It was a promise from someone planning retaliation. I'd won the battle for my home, but something in Brian's tone suggested the war was just beginning. Emily's photo smiled at me from the restored nightstand, her expression peaceful in the lamplight. What would she think of today's events? Would she approve of my standing firm? Or would she see only the destruction of family harmony she'd worked so hard to maintain? "I think you'd understand, sweetheart," I whispered to her image. "You taught me to be generous, not stupid." My phone lit up with another notification, the screen showing Brian's name yet again. This time I turned it off completely, but not before glimpsing the preview of his latest message. "Tomorrow, everyone will see." The threat hung unfinished in the darkness, promising complications I couldn't yet imagine. Whatever Brian was planning, it would arrive with the morning sun. For tonight, at least, my home was mine. But victory had never felt so fragile. Sunlight streamed through my kitchen windows as I reached for my silent phone to check the time. 8:47 a.m. I'd slept poorly, Brian's threats echoing through restless dreams. The device felt warm in my palm, its screen lighting up with a cascade of notifications that made my stomach drop. 47 alerts from Facebook, Instagram, and text messages. My email showed dozens of new messages from people I hadn't heard from in years. Something had happened overnight, something significant enough to wake my entire social network. I opened Facebook first, immediately finding Brian's post at the top of my feed. The words hit like a physical blow. "My father-in-law kicked his own family out of his house yesterday. Called the police on us like we were criminals. Money really does change people. My late wife Emily would be heartbroken to see what her father has become. We just wanted to spend time with him at his new mansion, but apparently we're not worthy anymore. Prayers needed for our family during this difficult time." The post had been shared 43 times overnight. Comments poured down the screen like accusations. "Heartbreaking. Can't believe someone would treat family this way. Money corrupts. Poor Jessica and the kids. Kids. Family this way. Money corrupts. Poor Jessica and the kids. Kids." There had been no children yesterday, but Brian's narrative was already growing more tragic in the retelling. Jessica had posted a video testimonial, filmed in their car with red-rimmed eyes and trembling voice. "I just can't understand how someone who used to love us could turn so cold. We brought friends to meet him, to share in his success, and he treated us like strangers. Emily used to love us could turn so cold. We brought friends to meet him, to share in his success, and he treated us like strangers. Emily used to say her dad was the most generous man alive. I guess she never saw this side of him." My hands shook as I scrolled through the responses. Old neighbors from my previous house, colleagues from my engineering firm, even Emily's college friends, all expressing shock and disappointment. The narrative was simple, compelling, and completely false, but Brian had presented it first, claiming the moral high ground before I even knew a war had started. I tried commenting on his post, fingers clumsy on the small keyboard. "This is one-sided. Brian brought 15 people to my house without invitation or permission. When asked to leave, they refused. I had every right." But my comment looked defensive against Brian's emotional appeal. Within minutes, replies appeared. "Classic gaslighting, Richard. Why are you trying to justify abandoning family? 15 people? That sounds exaggerated." Brian's response came quickly. "See how he's trying to rewrite history. This is exactly the kind of manipulation Emily used to complain about in private. Emily complaining about me in private." The lie was so audacious, so calculating, that it took my breath away, but people were believing it, sharing it, adding their own interpretations and outrage. Ashley had shared the post with her commentary. "Disgusting behavior from someone who should know better. Jessica is like a daughter to me, and seeing her treated this way makes me sick." Mike added, "We drove 4 hours just to spend time with family. Got treated like criminals for wanting to use his pool. Rich people problems, I guess. A pool party. That's what they were calling their invasion now. A simple request to use family facilities. Cruelly denied by a bitter old man with more money than heart." I moved to the kitchen table, coffee growing cold as I read comment after comment. People I'd known for decades were questioning my character based on Brian's carefully crafted sob story. Former neighbors expressed disappointment. Emily's friends spoke of feeling deceived about my true nature. Margaret Chen, Emily's closest college friend, had written, "Richard, I'm shocked. This doesn't sound like the man Emily described. What happened to you?" I tried responding privately. "Margaret, there's much more to this story. Brian brought 15 people to my house without asking, claimed my master bedroom, and refused to leave when I asked them to. The police confirmed I had every right to remove them." Her reply came within an hour. "I find it hard to believe Emily's husband would lie about something like this. Maybe you should look at your own behavior instead of blaming others?" The realization hit me like cold water. Brian had weaponized Emily's memory and their shared grief. He was the suffering widower, the devoted husband still mourning my daughter 3 years later. I was the wealthy father-in-law who'd abandoned him in his time of need, choosing money over family bonds. Every attempt to defend myself made me look worse. Social media rewarded emotional authenticity over factual accuracy, and Brian's tearful narrative was perfectly calibrated for viral sympathy. My dry explanations about property rights and legal documentation sounded petty against his heartbroken father-in-law story. By noon, the post had been shared 87 times. Local news pages were picking it up as a human interest story about family dysfunction in wealthy communities. Comment threads spawned their own comment threats, each one amplifying Brian's version while dismissing my attempts at clarification. I closed the laptop in frustrated defeat and stared at my study wall lined with engineering certificates and achievement awards, 40 years of professional recognition, community service, charitable giving. None of it mattered against one manipulative Facebook post crafted to trigger a maximum emotional response. My college diploma hung in its place of honor, the engineering degree that had taught me systematic problem solving and evidence-based analysis. Social media wasn't about truth or evidence. It was about narrative control and emotional manipulation, skills I'd never needed to develop and weapons I'd never learned to wield. But engineering had taught me something valuable. Every problem had a solution if you approached it systematically. Brian might have won the first round with superior social media strategy, but this war would ultimately be decided by facts, documentation, and legal reality. I needed to stop playing defense on his chosen battlefield and start building my own case with the tools I understood. Evidence, documentation, and professional expertise. The question was whether I could assemble a defense faster than his lies could spread. I turned away from the computer screen and faced my wall of professional achievements, engineering degrees, project awards, 40 years of systematic problem solving represented in frames and certificates. Brian might understand social media manipulation, but I understood something more fundamental: how to break complex problems into manageable components and solve them methodically. This was just another engineering challenge. Brian had created a structural weakness in his narrative by building it on lies. My job was to find that weakness and exploit it with evidence. I opened my filing cabinet with deliberate precision, retrieving the folder labeled Family Financial Assistance, a habit from my engineering days of documenting everything. Inside, bank statements, canceled checks, and transfer receipts told the real story in black and white numbers. Spreading the documents across my desk chronologically, I began calculating. MBA tuition payments, $45,000 over 2 years. Wedding expenses, $30,000 in a single month. House down payment, $60,000 when Brian's credit couldn't secure decent terms. Emily's medical bills during her cancer treatment, $85,000 in documented payments to hospitals and specialists. Car payments, credit card bailouts, emergency loans that never got repaid. The total reached $290,000 in 6 years of systematic financial support. Not gifts given freely among equals, but an escalating pattern of demands backed by family guilt and Emily's illness. Every payment had a date, amount, and bank record. Brian had forgotten he was dealing with an engineer who documented everything for tax and estate planning purposes. His emotional Facebook narrative would crumble against this mountain of financial evidence. I picked up my phone and dialed Howard Brennan, my estate attorney since Emily's death. We'd worked together on my will, trust arrangements, and property purchases, a professional relationship built on mutual respect and careful documentation. "Howard, it's Richard Clark. I need advice about family financial gifts that have become complicated." "Richard, good to hear from you. What kind of complications are we talking about?" "My son-in-law has been posting false information about me on social media, claiming I abandoned the family. But I have documentation showing nearly $300,000 in financial support over 6 years. No loan agreements, no repayment schedules. I treated them as gifts. Now I'm wondering about legal options." Howard's pause was thoughtful. The distinction between gifts and loans can be legally significant, Richard. Without written agreements, debt recovery is difficult. But there are options. Detrimental reliance. On unjust enrichment, several theories we could explore. Do you have comprehensive documentation? Bank records for everything. Dates, amounts, purposes. I can show the pattern of increasing demands and his lifestyle beyond any legitimate income source. Excellent. This kind of systematic exploitation might fall under elder financial abuse statutes, especially given the pattern and amounts involved. Let's meet Monday morning. Bring everything you have. I scheduled the appointment and returned to my document analysis, creating a detailed spreadsheet that revealed the true scope of Brian's financial dependence. His social media posts complained about money problems, while my bank records showed steady payments supporting his lifestyle. The contradiction was damning. Opening Brian's Facebook page, I began screenshotting his financial complaints and requests for help dating back years. Posts about needing money for car repairs while I was paying his insurance. Complaints about expensive medical bills while my accounts showed direct payments to his doctors. A pattern of public poverty claims contradicted by private financial support. Jessica's Instagram revealed even more damaging evidence. Photos of expensive vacations, designer clothes, restaurant meals at high-end establishments, all funded by money I'd provided while they portrayed themselves as struggling family members deserving sympathy. By afternoon, I had assembled a comprehensive file documenting 6 years of financial manipulation, timeline of payments, screenshots of contradictory social media posts, analysis of lifestyle expenses versus declared income, evidence of systematic deception spanning years, not just yesterday's incident. Brian's Facebook narrative portrayed me as a wealthy miser abandoning poor relatives. My documentation showed the opposite. A generous father-in-law systematically exploited by manipulative in-laws who'd received nearly $300,000 while portraying themselves as victims. The irony was perfect. Brian's strength, his ability to manipulate public perception, had created his weakness. Every social media post claiming poverty was now evidence of deception. Every photograph of expensive purchases was proof of fraudulent financial need. I organized the final stack of documents into a comprehensive file folder, labeling it B. Miller Financial Recovery, in my precise engineer's handwriting. This would be my opening move, not defensive social media responses, but offensive legal action backed by systematic documentation. Placing the folder in my briefcase for Monday's legal consultation, I glanced at Emily's photo on my desk. Her gentle smile seemed approving, as if she understood that protecting myself wasn't betraying her memory. It was honoring the systematic, careful approach to life she'd always admired in me. I think you'd approve of this approach, sweetheart, I said quietly. No emotional manipulation, just facts and evidence. My phone rang with an unknown number, probably another reporter wanting to discuss the family feud that was apparently becoming local news. But I had work to do, documentation to complete, legal strategies to develop. Brian had chosen the wrong opponent. He'd picked a fight with someone who solved problems for a living, who documented everything, who understood that sustainable victories required solid foundations rather than emotional manipulation. This wasn't about revenge. This was about justice, self-protection, and ensuring that systematic exploitation couldn't continue hiding behind claims of family loyalty. The game had changed, and I was finally playing to win. Sunday morning dawned clear and purposeful. I sat at my study desk like a general preparing for a decisive battle. The comprehensive folder labeled B. Miller Financial Recovery spread before me in organized precision. Coffee steamed beside Emily's photo as I reviewed 6 years of systematic documentation. Bank statements, transfer records, screenshots of Brian's contradictory social media posts, claiming poverty while living off my generosity. At 8:30 a.m., I drove to Howard Brennan's downtown office, my briefcase heavy with evidence. The attorney had agreed to an emergency Sunday consultation after I'd explained the urgency. Brian's social media campaign was gaining momentum daily, and legal response required immediate action. Richard, this level of documentation is remarkable, Howard said, spreading my financial records across his mahogany conference table. Most people don't keep such detailed records of family assistance. 40 years of engineering taught me to document everything. I watched him calculate totals, his eyebrows rising with each page. I never imagined I'd need it for this purpose. Howard's fingers traced the timeline of escalating demands. MBA tuition, wedding costs, house down payment, medical bills, multiple emergency loans, all without signed agreements or repayment schedules. Brian treated you like a personal bank. The pattern became clear only when I organized it chronologically. I pulled out my analysis spreadsheet. Small requests at first, always with promises to repay when things stabilized. But his lifestyle never matched any legitimate income source. Without signed loan agreements, we'll argue detrimental reliance and unjust enrichment, Howard explained, his voice gaining professional excitement. Your documentation proves systematic exploitation. This is an exceptionally strong case. What are my realistic chances of recovery? Howard smiled grimly. With this evidence? Excellent. Brian won't expect this level of preparation. Most family financial disputes lack documentation. You've built a fortress of facts. We spent 2 hours developing strategy. Built a fortress of facts. We spent 2 hours developing strategy, court filing for Monday morning, service of process to catch Brian off guard, defamation counterclaims based on his false social media narrative, timeline for asset discovery, and payment enforcement. At noon, I drove to my bank's main branch, armed with Howard's letter requesting certified transaction records. The branch manager, Patricia Williams, personally handled my sensitive request, understanding the legal implications of comprehensive financial documentation. Mr. Clark, these transfer amounts are significant, she noted, reviewing 6 years of electronic payments to Brian Miller accounts. We'll provide certified copies with official authentication for court submission. The final tally shocked even me, $290,350 in documented transfers, including several large payments I'd forgotten about during Emily's final months. Emergency room bills, specialist consultations, prescription costs, all paid directly from my accounts, while Brian claimed financial hardship on social media. Patricia arranged official bank seals and notarization for each document, creating legal weight evidence that would withstand courtroom scrutiny. These records clearly establish the pattern you described, Mr. Clark. The court will find them very compelling. From the bank, I drove to the notary office, where every document received official certification. My sworn affidavit detailed Brian's repeated promises to repay when his business stabilized, promises that disappeared as his demands increased and my daughter's illness worsened. Back home by evening, I organized the final comprehensive file. Chronological evidence of systematic exploitation. Legal documentation of false promises. Social media screenshots proving deliberate deception about his financial status. Everything Brian had forgotten about his lies, I had documented and preserved. The irony was perfect. Brian's strength, manipulating public perception through emotional appeals, had created his weakness. Every social media post claiming poverty was now evidence of fraud. Every photograph of expensive purchases contradicted his claims of financial need. I placed the completed legal file in my briefcase, setting my phone alarm for early courthouse arrival. This wasn't about revenge or anger anymore. This was about justice, accountability, and protecting myself from future exploitation through proper legal channels. Looking at Emily's photo on my desk, I spoke quietly to her gentle smile. Tomorrow I fight back properly, sweetheart, the way you taught me, with integrity and preparation. My phone buzzed with another hostile message from Brian. Still waiting for your apology, old man. Family doesn't treat family this way. But Brian had no idea what was coming. While he'd been playing social media games, I'd been building an unassailable legal fortress. Engineering had taught me that sustainable victories required solid foundations, careful planning, and methodical execution. Tomorrow would prove that systematic preparation defeats impulsive manipulation. The game had changed completely, and Brian was about to discover he'd chosen the wrong opponent. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning on my terms. Monday morning arrived with the precision of an engineering timeline. I reached the courthouse at 7:45 a.m., briefcase loaded with documentation that would transform me from defendant in the court of public opinion to plaintiff in the court of law. The filing office opened at 8 a.m. sharp, and I intended to be first in line. Case filing for debt recovery and defamation, I told the clerk, sliding my comprehensive legal package across the counter. She examined the documentation with growing professional appreciation, Howard's legal formatting, bank certifications, notarized affidavits, timeline analysis that read like a forensic accounting report. This is exceptionally well prepared, Mr. Clark, she noted, processing my payment and assigning a case number. Judge Martinez handles debt recovery cases. You'll likely get expedited hearing due to the quality of evidence. Service of process was arranged for immediate delivery to Brian's address. While a court officer drove across town to deliver papers that would shatter his confidence, I returned home to launch the second phase of my coordinated attack. My laptop waited on the kitchen table. Facebook page open to Brian's viral post about family abandonment. Time to counter his emotional manipulation with systematic facts. I crafted my response with engineering precision. No anger, no defensiveness, just documented evidence presented professionally. I've seen concerning posts about our family situation. Here are the documented facts. I attached screenshots of bank transfers totaling $290,000 or $350,000, organized chronologically with clear descriptions. These funds were provided freely during difficult times, but recent events have changed everything. I'm pursuing legal recovery through proper channels and addressing defamatory statements in court. The post went live at 9:30 a.m., tagged to reach every mutual friend and family member who'd seen Brian's original manipulation. Within minutes, responses began flooding in. Shock, apologies, demands for Brian to explain the financial evidence he'd conveniently omitted from his sob story. Margaret Chen, Emily's college friend who'd questioned my character, commented immediately, "Richard, I had no idea about the financial support. Brian never mentioned any of this. I apologize for judging without facts." Other comments followed rapidly. "This changes everything. Why didn't Brian mention the money? Those are serious amounts over 6 years. Richard was incredibly generous. I spent the morning methodically contacting witnesses, neighbors who'd seen Friday's invasion, Emily's friends with access to full information, my financial advisor who'd processed the large transfers, professional colleagues who could vouch for my character. Each conversation built another pillar, supporting my factual narrative. At 11:15 a.m., my phone rang. Brian's name appeared on the screen, the first time he'd called instead of texting threats. "You filed a lawsuit against me?" His voice carried genuine panic instead of his usual arrogance. "Richard, this is family business. We can work this out privately." "Family business ended when you brought 15 strangers to my home and refused to leave," I replied calmly. "Family business ended when you posted lies on social media to destroy my reputation. Those weren't lies. You did abandon us. Brian, I have documentation of every dollar, every promise you made to repay, every social media post where you claim poverty while spending my money. The court will decide what constitutes truth." Silence stretched across the connection. When Brian spoke again, his voice had lost all pretense of control. "What do you want? Money? I can pay some of it back. The court will determine appropriate restitution. My attorney will handle all communication from now on." I ended the call and returned to my social media campaign, posting screenshots of Brian's threatening text messages from Friday night alongside his public claims about wanting family reconciliation. The contradiction was stark, privately threatening an elderly man while publicly playing the victim of family abandonment. Jessica called next, her voice shaking with tears that sounded genuinely terrified, rather than theatrically manipulative. "Richard, please. Brian's talking about losing the house, losing everything. Can't we work this out like family? Jessica, your husband exploited my grief over Emily's death to systematically extract nearly $300,000. He brought 15 people to my home without permission and called police intervention family abandonment. This stopped being about family the moment he chose manipulation over honesty." By afternoon, the social media landscape had shifted completely. Brian's original post was buried under comments demanding explanation for the financial evidence. Former supporters were sharing my documentation, expressing shock at the scale of undisclosed financial support. Emily's friends who'd initially supported Brian were now apologizing and questioning his honesty about everything. Brian's social media accounts went silent around 2 p.m. No responses to the mounting questions. No attempts to explain away the financial evidence. The man who dominated narrative control for days had been neutralized by simple presentation of documented facts. Howard called at 3:30 p.m. with updates from court. "The judge reviewed your filing and Brian's panicked response. He's requesting settlement discussions through counsel. Richard, he knows he's lost. This level of documentation in a family financial dispute is unprecedented." Evening brought a final call from an unknown number. Brian's voice was barely recognizable, the confident manipulator replaced by someone facing consequences for the first time in years. "Richard, I need to talk. Can we meet? Please." The desperation in his voice was complete, but meetings and discussions belong to the past, when I believed family loyalty required unlimited tolerance for exploitation. "All communication goes through my attorney now, Brian. You know his contact information." I hung up and walked to my deck, watching sunset paint the Pacific in brilliant oranges and purples. Tomorrow would bring more legal proceedings, more social vindication, more confirmation that systematic preparation defeats emotional manipulation. The war was essentially over. Brian had brought a social media campaign to a legal documentation fight and discovered the limitations of lies when confronted with certified bank records. Justice was no longer coming. It had arrived Friday morning, May the 2nd. I entered the courthouse with calm confidence, Howard beside me carrying additional documentation we'd compiled during the week. Across the hallway, Brian sat slumped in a chair beside a harried-looking public defender, his designer sunglasses gone, His arrogant posture collapsed into defeated resignation. The transformation was remarkable. 5 days ago, he'd controlled the narrative, commanded social media sympathy, and treated my home like conquered territory. Now he looked like what he'd always been beneath the manipulation, a middle-aged man who'd built his lifestyle on someone else's generosity and faced consequences for the first time in his adult life. Judge Martinez reviewed the case file with methodical attention. "Mr. Clark, your documentation is extraordinarily comprehensive. Mr. Miller, your counsel indicates you wish to avoid trial through settlement discussion?" Brian's attorney, clearly working with limited resources and overwhelming evidence, attempted a weak defense. "Your Honor, my client maintains these were family gifts, given freely during times of mutual grief and support." "Counselor," Judge Martinez replied, holding screenshots of Brian's social media posts, "your client's own statements contradict that position. Here he claims financial hardship while bank records show systematic support from the plaintiff. Here he promises repayment when business stabilizes, then later claims gifts were unconditional. Howard presented our timeline analysis: 6 years of escalating demands, promises of repayment, lifestyle maintenance through Richard's funding while publicly claiming poverty. The pattern was undeniable when displayed chronologically. Furthermore, the judge continued the defamatory social media campaign attempted to destroy Mr. Clark's reputation through deliberate omission of material facts. This constitutes both unjust enrichment and defamation." Brian's attorney requested a recess to consult with his client. 20 minutes later, they returned with a settlement proposal. $150,000 art restitution over 3 years, public retraction of social media statements, and cessation of all defamatory communication. "Mr. Clark," Judge Martinez asked, "do you find this proposal acceptable?" I looked at Brian's defeated face, remembering Emily's gentle voice, asking me to be kind to Brian. "Dad. He's hurting too." But Emily had never asked me to be a doormat. She'd requested kindness, not unlimited financial exploitation. "I accept the settlement, Your Honor. Justice doesn't require destroying someone, just holding them accountable." The judge entered the agreement into official record. Brian would have 30 days to begin payments or face asset seizure. His required public retraction would be posted to all social media platforms where he'd spread his false narrative. Walking out of the courthouse, I felt Emily's presence more clearly than I had since her death. Not the manipulated memory Brian had weaponized, but her genuine spirit. Generous but wise, kind but not naive. Loving but protective of those she cared about. Back at my villa, I posted the court decision to social media, with dignity rather than vindictiveness. Our family legal matter has been resolved through proper channels. I'm grateful for everyone's support and look forward to moving forward, with renewed appreciation for honest relationships. The response was overwhelming. Emily's friends expressed relief that justice had been served. Former supporters of Brian apologized for believing incomplete information. Even some of his Friday companions messaged privately admitting they'd felt uncomfortable with the invasion but hadn't spoken up. Brian's required public retraction appeared that evening, a brief, legally mandated acknowledgement that his previous posts contained inaccurate and incomplete information about our family situation. His social media presence, once commanding and manipulative, was reduced to court-ordered damage control. Evening brought a phone call from my nephew David, Emily's cousin, whom I hadn't heard from in months. "Uncle Richard, I saw the news about everything that happened. I wanted to call and say, well, I always wondered how Brian afforded his lifestyle. I'm sorry you went through this, but I'm glad you stood up for yourself. Thank you, David, and you're always welcome to visit, with proper invitation and discussion of dates that work for both of us." His laugh was warm and genuine. "That sounds perfect. How about next weekend? I'd love to see your new place." I checked my calendar, noting the simple pleasure of being asked rather than commanded, consulted rather than invaded. "Next weekend works beautifully. I'll prepare the guest room properly." As sunset painted my deck in golden light, I sat with a glass of wine and watched peaceful waves roll endlessly toward shore. My phone stayed silent. No threatening messages, no manipulative demands, no false family emergencies requiring immediate financial response. The villa felt truly mine for the first time since I'd purchased it, not just legally mine through property deed, but emotionally mine through boundaries properly established and maintained. My generosity hadn't been destroyed by setting limits. It had been refined, focused toward relationships built on mutual respect rather than exploitation. Emily's photo smiled from the side table, and I raised my wine glass toward her gentle image. "I think you'd approve, sweetheart. I learned the difference between being generous and being taken advantage of." The ocean waves washed the beach clean with each cycle, carrying away debris and leaving fresh sand for tomorrow's possibilities. 6 years of systematic exploitation had ended, not through anger or revenge, but through systematic preparation, legal process, and the simple recognition that kindness requires wisdom. Brian would make his payments, rebuild his life through honest work, and hopefully learn that relationships require reciprocity rather than manipulation. I would enjoy my earned retirement, welcome genuine family visits, and maintain the generous spirit Emily had loved, tempered now with the boundaries that made generosity sustainable. Justice had been served, peace had been restored, and for the first time in years, I looked forward to tomorrow with uncompromised hope. Story 4. For my birthday, my wife's father gifted me divorce papers. From all of us, your wife's new husband will take it from here, he announced at the restaurant. My wife recorded my reaction for their entertainment. I thanked her, signed them immediately, and walked out. She had no idea what I'd already done. You know how they say life comes at you fast? Well, mine decided to take a sledgehammer to my face on my birthday, and apparently, my loving family thought Bellagio's steakhouse was the perfect venue for my public execution. Because nothing says happy birthday like getting served divorce papers with your medium rare ribeye, am I right? I should have seen it coming the moment I walked into that overpriced temple of red leather and crystal chandeliers. The whole clan was already seated around our usual corner table. You know, the one with the perfect acoustics for maximum humiliation. My father-in-law Gregory was practically vibrating with excitement, like a kid on Christmas morning who knows he's about to unwrap the PlayStation he's been begging for all year. The man was wearing his best, "I'm about to destroy your entire existence" smile, and honestly, it was a good look on him. Really brought out the sadistic gleam in his eyes. Isabel, my darling wife of 12 years, was already positioned with her phone in hand like she was some sort of TMZ correspondent ready to catch the money shot. Her perfectly manicured fingers were wrapped around that rose gold iPhone case I'd bought her for our anniversary. The irony wasn't lost on me. She kept adjusting her angle, making sure she had the perfect view of what was about to go down. Adrian, her younger brother and professional kiss ass, was slouched back in his chair with that trademark smirk that made him look like he'd just farted in an elevator and was waiting for someone else to smell it. And Clara, sweet Clara, the family's designated neutral party, was suddenly fascinated by her salad, picking at those organic greens like they held the secrets of the universe. The whole setup felt like a badly scripted reality TV show. You know the kind, where they bring you on thinking you're getting a makeover, but surprise, you're actually getting ambushed by your cheating ex and a panel of judgmental housewives. Except this wasn't television, this was my life, and these people weren't actors, they were my family. Well, technically Isabel's family, but after 12 years of marriage, the lines get blurred. Until they don't. Well, Gregory announced, rising from his chair like he was about to deliver the Gettysburg Address. The man had always had a flair for the dramatic, probably comes from spending 30 years in corporate law, where every conversation is a performance and every handshake is a power play. He reached into his briefcase with the ceremonial precision of a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat. Except this rabbit was about to bite me in the ass. "We have something special for the birthday boy." The envelope was heavy. Not your typical Hallmark card heavy, but serious business heavy. The kind of weight that comes with official seals and legal jargon and the power to completely fuck up your day. It was cream-colored, expensive looking, with my name written across the front in Gregory's pretentious calligraphy. The man probably spent more on that envelope than most people spend on groceries. "From all of us," he continued, his voice carrying that self-satisfied tone he usually reserved for closing million-dollar deals. The bastard was practically glowing with pride, like he'd just invented fire or discovered a new planet. "Your wife's new husband will take it from here." And there it was. The punchline. The big reveal. The moment they'd all been building up to, probably for weeks. I could practically hear the drumroll in my head as the words sank in. Your wife's new husband. Not ex-husband. Not former spouse. New husband. As in, replacement. As in, upgrade. As in, thanks for keeping the seat warm, but we found someone better. The restaurant went dead silent. You know that moment in movies when the record scratches and everyone turns to stare? Yeah, that actually happens in real life. And let me tell you, it's about as comfortable as it sounds. I could feel every set of eyes in the place boring into me, waiting for the show to begin. The couple at the table next to us had stopped mid-bite, forks frozen halfway to their mouths. The waiter who'd been approaching with our wine selection made a sharp U-turn and disappeared behind a pillar. Even the ambient jazz music seemed to fade into the background, like the universe itself was holding its breath. Isabel's phone was steady as a rock, recording every second of what she clearly expected to be my complete emotional breakdown. I could practically see the hashtags forming in her head. Hashtag divorced at 40, hashtag birthday fail, hashtag by Felicia. She was probably already planning her TikTok caption, maybe something about leveling up, or choosing herself, or whatever empowerment bullshit was trending that week. Adrian leaned forward in his chair, his smirk widening like the Cheshire Cat's. This was better than Christmas for him. Finally, the loser brother-in-law was getting what he deserved. Finally, the family embarrassment was being officially shown the door. I could almost hear his internal monologue. About time Dad did something about the dead weight. Clara kept her eyes down, but I caught her stealing glances, probably trying to gauge whether she should feel sorry for me or join in on the family celebration. The eternal fence-sitter, our Clara, never met a middle ground she couldn't occupy like it was rent-controlled real estate. But here's the thing about ambushes, they only work if your target doesn't see them coming. And Gregory, for all his legal brilliance and strategic planning, had made one crucial mistake. He'd underestimated me. They all had. They saw what they wanted to see. The struggling small business owner. The guy who didn't quite measure up to their country club standards. The man who'd somehow tricked their precious Isabel into marrying beneath herself. What they didn't see was the storm that had been brewing behind my calm exterior for months. What they didn't know was that while they'd been planning my destruction, I'd been building something else entirely. Something bigger. Something untouchable. Something that was going to make this little dinner theater performance look like amateur hour. I reached for the envelope with steady hands, my fingers tracing the expensive paper. Gregory was practically bouncing on his heels, waiting for the tears, the pleading, the desperate attempts to salvage whatever dignity I had left. Isabel zoomed in with her camera, not wanting to miss a single moment of my humiliation. They thought they'd cornered me. They thought this was checkmate. They had no idea that while they'd been playing checkers, I'd been playing chess. And I was about to show them what a real in-game looked like. You know that moment in action movies when the hero does something completely unexpected and the entire room just freezes? When everyone's jaw drops and the bad guys suddenly realize they might have picked the wrong target. Well, welcome to my Academy Award moment, courtesy of Bellagio's Steakhouse and a heavy cream envelope that was supposed to be my funeral shroud. I opened that envelope like I was checking my monthly electric bill, casual, unhurried, maybe even a little bored. The papers inside were crisp and official, smelling like expensive law offices and broken dreams. Divorce papers. The real deal. Gregory's masterpiece, complete with all the legal bells and whistles that would supposedly leave me financially gutted and emotionally destroyed. I could practically see the billable hours reflected in each perfectly formatted paragraph. The irony of the moment wasn't lost on me as I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a pen, not just any pen, mind you, but the Mont Blanc fountain pen Isabel had given me for our 11th wedding anniversary. For all your important documents, she'd said with that sweet smile I used to believe was genuine. Because important moments deserve important tools. Well, honey, it doesn't get more important than this. Gregory was standing there like a prosecutor who'd just delivered his closing argument to a jury he knew he had in the bag. His chest was puffed out, his chin raised at that arrogant angle he'd perfected over decades of looking down on people he considered beneath him. Isabel had her phone positioned for the perfect shot, probably planning to catch the exact moment my world crumbled, maybe slow-mo it for dramatic effect on her social media. Adrian was practically rubbing his hands together with glee, like he was watching his favorite team about to score the winning touchdown. And Clara? Sweet, conflicted Clara was still playing with her salad, but I could see her peripheral vision working overtime, not wanting to miss the show, but too chicken to watch it head on. Here's what they expected. Tears. Begging. Maybe some dramatic pleading about how we could work things out, how marriage is sacred, how we've built a life together. They wanted me to grovel, to make a scene, to give them the satisfaction of watching me break down in front of a restaurant full of strangers. They wanted their money's worth from this elaborate performance. What they got instead was me clicking that pen with the satisfaction of a man about to sign the deal of a lifetime. I flipped through the pages methodically, scanning the legalese with the kind of attention you'd give a dinner menu at Denny's. Irreconcilable differences, check. Division of assets, hilarious, but check. Spousal support, now that was comedy gold, but check. Every page was exactly what Gregory thought would destroy me. And every page was exactly what I needed to set myself free. My signature was neat, precise, confident. The kind of signature that belongs on contracts worth millions, not the shaky scrawl of a broken man. I took my time with each page, making sure every I was dotted and every T was crossed. Professional. Businesslike. Final. The silence in that corner of the restaurant was deafening. It was like someone had hit the mute button on reality. I could hear my own breathing, the scratch of the pen on paper, the faint jazz music that seemed to be playing from another dimension. Even the kitchen noise felt muted, like the universe itself was holding its breath to see what would happen next. Gregory's confident smile started to flicker, just a little twitch at the corner of his mouth, like he was trying to solve a math problem that wasn't adding up the way it should. Isabel's phone was still recording, but I could see her hands starting to shake, not from emotion, but from confusion. This wasn't going according to script. The star of their show was improvising, and they had no idea how to handle it. Adrian's smirk was frozen in place like someone had hit pause on his face. He kept looking between me and his father, waiting for some signal about how he should react. The family cheerleader suddenly didn't know which team was winning. When I finished signing the last page, I closed the document folder with a satisfying thud and slid it back across the table to Gregory. The sound it made against the white tablecloth was like a gavel hitting wood, final, decisive, done. I looked up at him with the kind of smile you give someone who's just done you a huge favor they didn't mean to do. "Thank you," I said, and I meant every syllable. This is exactly what I needed. If the silence before had been deafening, this was like someone had sucked all the air out of the room. Gregory's face went through about 17 different expressions in the span of 3 seconds. Confusion, disbelief, anger, and something that might have been the first glimmer of fear. His hand was still extended toward the papers like he couldn't quite process that I'd actually signed them. Isabel's phone was definitely shaking now. I could see her trying to process what had just happened, her perfectly planned viral moment turning into something she hadn't scripted. The tears she'd expected from me were nowhere to be found, but I was starting to see some moisture in her own eyes. Not sadness, but panic. Adrian looked like someone had just told him Santa Claus wasn't real. His mouth was hanging open in that attractive way that really showcased his expensive dental work. Clara had finally looked up from her salad, her fork suspended halfway to her mouth, like she'd forgotten how to eat. I reached into my wallet and pulled out 2 crisp $100 bills, money I'd earned from the empire they knew nothing about, and placed them neatly next to my untouched steak. The gesture was deliberate, theatrical, the financial equivalent of dropping the mic. $200 for a meal I hadn't eaten, but it was worth every penny for the look on their faces. "Enjoy the rest of dinner," I said as I stood up, smoothing down my jacket with the casual confidence of a man who'd just won the lottery. My part's finished. The beauty of the moment wasn't just in their shock, it was in the ripple effect spreading through the restaurant. Other diners who'd been pretending not to watch were now openly staring. Whispers started at tables across the room like a virus of curiosity spreading through the dining room. The couple next to us was leaning toward each other, probably trying to piece together what they'd just witnessed. I could hear fragments of conversation as I walked away. "Did he just? Was that really? Oh my God, did you see?" The gossip mill was already churning, and by tomorrow, this story would be all over town. But not the story they'd planned to tell. As I made my way toward the exit, I could feel their eyes burning into my back. I knew they were still sitting there, frozen in their chairs, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. Their perfectly orchestrated ambush had just backfired in spectacular fashion, and they didn't have a plan B. The maitre d' gave me a knowing nod as I passed, the kind of acknowledgement one professional gives another when they recognize quality work. Even he could appreciate the artistry of what had just happened. I pushed through the heavy glass doors and stepped out into the cool evening air, and for the first time in months I felt like I could breathe freely. They thought they'd trapped me with those papers. Instead, they just handed me the key to my cage. Life has this funny way of showing you exactly what you need to see, right when you need to see it. Like when you come home early from a business trip and catch your father-in-law red-handed, hunched over your dining room table, like some kind of legal vulture picking at roadkill. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me paint you the full picture of how I accidentally stumbled into the preview screening of my own assassination. I'd wrapped up meetings in Phoenix a day early. Turned out the client was more eager to sign than expected, and when someone's throwing money at your logistics company, you don't drag your feet. So instead of spending another night in some sterile airport hotel, I caught the red eye back to Chicago. Figured I'd surprise Isabel. Maybe even do something crazy like cook her breakfast or pretend we still had a marriage worth saving. Yeah, I know, what a romantic fool I was. The house was supposed to be empty. Isabel had mentioned something about spending the day at her sister's, probably planning another one of those girls' trips to Napa Valley that somehow always coincided with my biggest business deals. Funny how that worked out. But as I pulled into our circular driveway, the one with the fancy brick pavers that cost more than most people's cars, I noticed Gregory's silver Mercedes parked like he owned the place. Now, Gregory Holt dropping by unannounced wasn't exactly unusual. The man treated our house like his personal satellite office, complete with the expectation that I should be grateful for his presence. But something felt off about seeing his car there at 10 in the morning on a Tuesday. Gregory was many things: arrogant, manipulative, chronically disappointed in his daughter's choice of husband, but he wasn't the type to make social calls during business hours. The guy lived by his calendar like it was scripture, and every minute not billable was a minute wasted. I let myself in through the front door, expecting to find him in the kitchen making himself coffee, or maybe in the living room critiquing our furniture choices. Instead, I heard the rustling of papers coming from the dining room. Our formal dining room that we basically only used for holidays and the occasional dinner party where Isabel felt the need to impress people with our success. What I found when I walked in was better than Christmas morning. There was Gregory, looking like a mad scientist in his natural habitat, sleeves rolled up to reveal those pale, thin arms that had never seen a day of manual labor. His reading glasses were perched low on his nose, and he was holding a red pen like a sword, marking up official-looking documents with the intensity of a professor grading final exams. The papers were spread across our mahogany table. You know, the one Isabel insisted we buy from that overpriced antique shop in Lincoln Park because it made a statement. Well, it was definitely making a statement now, serving as Gregory's personal war room where he was plotting my demise. But here's the kicker, sitting right there at his elbow, like the cherry on top of this whole ridiculous sundae, was a festive birthday envelope. Not just any envelope, mind you, but one of those expensive, cream-colored jobs with fancy lettering that screams special occasion. The kind you use when you want to make sure the recipient knows you spent good money on their destruction. Gregory nearly launched himself into orbit when he saw me standing in the doorway. The man practically levitated out of his chair, papers scattering like startled birds. His face went through about 12 different shades of pale before settling on a sickly green that really brought out the guilt in his eyes. For a guy who'd spent 30 years in corporate law, he sure didn't handle surprise very well. "Oh, you're back early," he stammered, which had to be the understatement of the century. The man was literally caught with his hand in the cookie jar, except the cookies were divorce papers and the jar was my marriage. He started gathering the documents like he was trying to contain a classified information leak. Which, let's be honest, wasn't far from the truth. "Just family paperwork," he said, shoving the papers into that birthday envelope with all the grace of a teenager hiding porn from his parents. "Nothing important. Legal stuff. You know how it is. Right. Family paperwork. Because nothing says routine family business. Quite like your father-in-law camping out in your dining room with a stack of official documents and a red pen, looking like he'd just been caught stealing from the church collection plate." I stood there watching this performance, and I had to give the old bastard credit. He was really committed to the bit. The way he kept adjusting his glasses, the nervous laugh that sounded like air leaking from a tire, the way he couldn't quite meet my eyes. It was almost endearing, if you could. Ignore the fact that he was literally planning to ruin my life. That's when Isabel made her grand entrance, stage right. She came waltzing in from the kitchen like she was returning from a casual stroll through the garden, not like she'd been coordinating a sneak attack on her husband with her father. "Oh honey, you're home," she said, and I swear there was a micro pause before honey, like she had to remember what she usually called me. But here's where it gets interesting. Her voice caught, just for a split second, but I caught it. That little hitch that happens when someone gets surprised mid-lie and has to pivot on the fly. She looked at Gregory, then at me, then back at Gregory, and I could practically see the gears grinding in her head as she tried to figure out how much I'd seen. The look they exchanged was priceless. You know that moment in heist movies when two thieves get caught by security and they have to communicate an entire escape plan with just their eyes? That was Gregory and Isabel right there in our dining room, having a full conversation without saying a word. Problem was, they weren't nearly as smooth as they thought they were. Gregory was giving her the abort mission look, all wide eyes and subtle head shakes. Isabel was responding with the how much does he know expression, complete with raised eyebrows and barely perceptible shoulder shrugs. It was like watching a tennis match played entirely with facial expressions, and both players were losing. I just smiled. One of those easy, relaxed smiles you give when everything is perfectly normal and your wife and her father definitely aren't plotting your destruction in your own dining room. "Don't mind me," I said, backing toward the hallway, "just grabbing a shower. Long flight." And I walked away, just like that. No questions, no confrontation, no dramatic scene. I could feel their confusion following me down the hall like a cloud of expensive cologne. They'd been caught red-handed, and instead of calling them out, I just left. It probably scrambled their brains more than if I'd started screaming. The truth was, I'd seen enough. The official papers, the birthday envelope, the guilty looks, the terrible acting, it all painted a pretty clear picture. They were planning something big for my birthday, something that involved legal documents and family coordination. Didn't take a genius to connect those dots. As I headed upstairs, I could hear them whispering furiously in the dining room, probably trying to figure out if their cover was blown. Spoiler alert, it was. But they thought I'd swallowed their family paperwork, story hook, line, and sinker. Poor bastards had no idea they'd just given me the greatest gift possible, advance warning. While they thought they were being sneaky, they'd actually handed me a 3-day head start to prepare for whatever they had planned. Sometimes the universe has a sense of humor. Sometimes it gives you exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. And sometimes, it lets you catch your enemies rehearsing your funeral before they've even dug your grave. You know how some people collect stamps or vintage wines? Well, Gregory Holt collected reasons to hate me. And let me tell you, the man was passionate about his hobby. From the very first time Isabel brought me home to meet the family, I could practically see the disappointment radiating off him like heat from a sidewalk in July. I wasn't what he'd ordered for his precious daughter, and he made damn sure I knew it every single day for the next 12 years. Picture this. 28-year-old me, nervous as hell, standing in the foyer of their Lincoln Park mansion with a bottle of wine that cost me half a week's pay, trying to make a good first impression. I'd spent an hour in Men's Warehouse picking out what I thought was a decent suit, practiced my handshake in the mirror, even rehearsed small talk about the Cubs and the weather. I was ready to charm the pants off these people. Gregory took one look at me, and I swear I could hear the price scanner beeping in his head as he calculated my net worth down to the penny. The handshake lasted exactly 2.3 seconds, long enough to be polite, short enough to communicate that I wasn't worth the full treatment. Then came the smile, that practiced corporate lawyer smile that never quite reached his eyes, the one that said, "I'm being civil because my daughter is watching, but don't mistake this for acceptance." "So," he said, settling into his throne-like leather chair in the living room, "Isabel tells me you run a small business." The way he said small business made it sound like I was selling knockoff watches out of a van in some back alley. Not, "You're an entrepreneur," or "You own a company," but small business, with the emphasis on small, like the word itself was contaminated. I tried to explain what I was building. Harrison Ridge Logistics was just getting started then, but I had vision, plans, contracts in the pipeline. Gregory nodded along with the enthusiasm of a man listening to his dentist explain root canal procedures. "That's nice," he said when I finished, then immediately pivoted to talking about Adrian's latest promotion at his investment firm. Now there's a young man with a real future. Corner office, company car, profit sharing. That's what I call success. And that became the pattern for every family gathering for the next decade plus. Gregory would introduce me to his friends and colleagues like I was some kind of charity case his daughter had taken pity on. "This is Isabel's husband." Never "This is my son-in-law." Or God forbid, my actual name. "He runs a small business." Delivered with the same tone you'd use to say he collects roadkill for fun. Adrian, the golden boy, ate this shit up like it was birthday cake. The kid was 4 years younger than me, but acted like he was my wise older brother, always ready with advice about how I could elevate my professional game. He'd corner me at family barbecues and Christmas dinners, drink in hand, telling me about his latest deals and client wins, always ending with some variation of, "You should really consider getting into corporate work, man. That's where the real money is." The worst part? Adrian wasn't even particularly good at his job. The guy rode his daddy's connections and his trust fund confidence into a mediocre career at a mid-tier investment firm. But Gregory talked about him like he was the second coming of Warren Buffett. Adrian closed $1 million deal this quarter. Gregory would announce at dinner, usually right after asking me how my little trucking company was doing. Little trucking company. Jesus Christ. Like I was running a single pickup truck and competing with the kid who mows lawns for beer money. Clara, bless her heart, tried to stay neutral in the family Cold War, but her silence was its own kind of betrayal. She'd sit there during these conversations, picking at her food, occasionally throwing me a sympathetic glance but never actually speaking up. Never saying, "Hey Dad, maybe you should give the guy a chance," or actually, "What he's building sounds pretty impressive." Just silence, which in the Holt family dynamic was basically Switzerland, technically neutral, but ultimately useless when you needed an ally. The real tragedy was watching Isabel transform over the years. In the beginning, she was proud of what I was building. She'd brag to her friends about her entrepreneur husband, talk about our future plans, defend my choices when her family got too obnoxious. But constant exposure to Gregory's poison started wearing her down like water on stone. It started small. Little comments about maybe I should consider diversifying my career options. Questions about whether I'd thought about going back to school, getting an MBA, making myself more marketable. Then came the suggestions about job openings at companies where Gregory had connections. "It wouldn't hurt to keep your options open," she'd say, showing me listings for corporate management positions that would have paid well but killed my soul. The turning point came around year 8 of our marriage, at Adrian's engagement party. I was standing by the bar, nursing a whiskey and watching Gregory work the room like the political animal he was, when I overheard him talking to some judge friend of his. "Isabel's husband?" Gregory was saying. "Nice enough fellow, but not much ambition, you know? One of those people who's content to stay small. Isabel deserves better." That's when I realized this wasn't just about business success or social status. This was personal. Gregory genuinely believed I wasn't good enough for his daughter, and he was on a mission to convince everyone else, including Isabel, that he was right. The campaign was subtle but relentless. Every family dinner became an opportunity to highlight my shortcomings compared to Adrian's achievements. Every holiday gathering featured some new story about friends' sons who were doctors or lawyers or executives, always delivered with meaningful glances in Isabel's direction. Gregory was basically running a 12-year advertising campaign designed to convince his daughter she'd married beneath herself. And it worked. Slowly, methodically, like Chinese water torture, it worked. Isabel started viewing my business through her family's lens instead of her own. The pride in her voice, when talking about Harrison Ridge Logistics, turned into embarrassment. The excitement about our future became anxiety about our present. She stopped mentioning my company to her friends and started making excuses about why we couldn't afford certain luxuries. "Maybe you should consider getting a real job," became her new favorite phrase, usually delivered after particularly brutal family dinners where Gregory had been especially creative in his put-downs. "Adrian's making 6 figures, and he's younger than you. Don't you want to provide better for us?" The irony was suffocating. While Gregory was measuring success by salary and corner offices, I was building something that would eventually dwarf everything Adrian could ever achieve. While he was dismissing my small business, I was laying the groundwork for an empire. While they were all looking down on me, I was quietly becoming exactly the kind of success they claimed to respect. They were just too arrogant to notice. But that's the thing about people like the Holts. They're so invested in their own narrative about what success looks like that they can't recognize it when it's happening right under their noses. They were so busy being disappointed in what I wasn't that they never bothered to see what I was becoming. Their contempt became my fuel. Every dismissive comment, every condescending introduction, every family dinner where I was treated like the help, it all went into the furnace that was driving me to build something undeniable. They wanted to see me as small. Fine. I'd let them think that right up until the moment I revealed just how wrong they'd been. You know that moment when you realize the person lying next to you in bed, every night, has been planning your destruction? Yeah. Well, buckle up, Buttercup, because I'm about to tell you exactly what it feels like to have your world implode while you're walking to the kitchen in your boxers looking for a cold beer. It was a Tuesday night in March, one of those Chicago evenings where winter refuses to admit defeat and the wind cuts through you like a knife made of pure misery. I'd spent 14 hours dealing with a supply chain nightmare that had my driver stuck in Iowa and my clients breathing down my neck like rabid dogs. All I wanted was a Sam Adams and maybe 20 minutes of mindless television before crashing into bed and pretending my life wasn't slowly turning into a dumpster fire. Isabel had gone upstairs earlier, claiming she needed to catch up on some reading. Which should have been my first red flag, because the woman hadn't voluntarily opened a book since college unless it was one of those self-help things about finding your authentic self, or whatever bullshit was trending on Oprah's book club that month. But I was too tired to be suspicious, too worn down from years of walking on eggshells to question why my wife was suddenly interested in literature. So there I was, padding down the hallway in my Cubs t-shirt and boxers, thinking about nothing more complicated than whether we had any of those fancy imported beers left in the fridge when I heard her voice drifting down from upstairs. Now normally, I wouldn't have paid any attention. Isabel was always on the phone with somebody, usually Clara or one of her book club friends, discussing the earth-shattering drama of who wore what to which charity luncheon. But something in her tone made me stop. It wasn't her usual gossip voice, all animated and breathless with excitement over someone else's misfortune. This was different. Quieter. More intimate. The kind of voice you use when you're sharing secrets you don't want anyone else to hear. I found myself creeping closer to the bottom of the stairs like some kind of domestic spy, which should have made me feel pathetic, but instead just made me more curious. Call it intuition. Call it paranoia. Call it the survival instinct of a man who'd been slowly drowning in his own marriage for years. Something told me I needed to hear this conversation. "He's holding me back, Dad." Her voice was barely above a whisper, but it might as well have been a gunshot in the quiet house. "I can't keep pretending this is working. I can't keep pretending he's enough. Dad." She was talking to Gregory. Of course she was. The puppet master pulling strings from his Lincoln Park mansion, orchestrating his daughter's life like he was directing some tragic opera where I played the villain who needed to be eliminated in the third act. I pressed myself against the wall at the bottom of the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape my chest. Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to walk away, to pretend I hadn't heard anything, to go get that beer and forget this conversation ever happened. But I couldn't move. I was frozen there like a statue, listening to my wife dissect our marriage with surgical precision. Adrian's friend Jason lined up that position for me at Morrison & Associates. She continued, and I could hear the excitement creeping into her voice. Senior account manager. Base salary of $120, plus bonuses. Health insurance. Dental. For weeks vacation. I'll be fine without him, Dad. Better than fine. Better than fine. Without me, she'd be better than fine. The woman I'd loved for 12 years, the woman I'd built my life around, the woman who used to trace patterns on my chest while we talked about our future together, was planning her escape like I was some kind of disease she needed to cure. The lawyer says it's straightforward. Gregory's voice was faint, but I could hear the satisfaction in it even through the phone speaker. That bastard was probably sitting in his home office, feet up on his mahogany desk, smoking one of those expensive cigars he brought out for special occasions. Irreconcilable differences. She'll get half the house, spousal support for at least 5 years, and we can argue for a percentage of his business assets. Business assets. They were talking about my company like it was a piñata they were planning to crack open and divvy up the candy. Harrison Ridge Logistics, the thing I'd bled and sweated and sacrificed for. The dream I'd built from nothing while they all looked down their noses at my small business. They were already planning how to carve it up and serve it at their victory dinner. I just need to time it right, Isabel said, and there was something cold in her voice I'd never heard before. Clinical. Calculated. Like she was discussing the weather or planning a grocery run, not the complete destruction of another human being. Maybe his birthday. Make it memorable. Make it memorable. Jesus Christ, they were planning to serve me divorce papers like a birthday cake, probably with candles and everything. The symmetry was almost artistic. Kill off 12 years of marriage on the anniversary of my birth. Gregory probably thought it was poetic justice. He won't see it coming, she continued, and I could practically hear her smiling through the phone. He still thinks we're working through our problems. Still thinks I love him. That's when something inside me broke. Not shattered dramatically like glass hitting concrete, but broke quietly, like a bone fracturing under too much pressure. All those nights I'd lain awake wondering what I could do to fix us. All those conversations where I'd tried to address the growing distance between us. All those times I'd blamed myself for not being the husband she deserved, and she'd been planning my destruction the whole time. The timing is perfect, Gregory was saying. Adrian's promotion party is next week, so we can celebrate the family's success right after we deal with this deadweight. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Deadweight. That's what I was to them. Not a husband who'd loved Isabel since we were kids. Not a man who'd worked his ass off to build something meaningful. Not even a human being deserving of basic respect. Just deadweight to be jettisoned so the Holt family ship could sail on to bigger and better things. I stood there in that hallway, barefoot on the cold hardwood floor, listening to my wife and her father plan my public humiliation with the same enthusiasm most people reserve for planning vacations. They spoke about alimony and asset division like they were discussing investment portfolios. They talked about my business like it was already theirs to claim. But here's the thing about eavesdropping on your own assassination. Sometimes you hear more than the assassins realize they're revealing. Between Gregory's legal strategy and Isabel's financial planning, I was getting a master class in their expectations. They thought they knew what they were dealing with. They thought they had me figured out, cataloged, and priced for quick sale. They had no idea what Harrison Ridge Logistics had become. They had no clue about the contracts I'd signed, the acquisitions I'd made, the empire I'd built while they were busy dismissing me as a failure. They were planning to take half of what they thought was a struggling small business, never imagining they might be trying to steal from a multi-million-dollar operation. As I finally crept away from the stairs and made my way to the kitchen, my hands shaking as I opened that beer, one thought kept echoing in my head. If they wanted to play games, I'd show them what a real player looked like. They wanted to plan my destruction? Fine. But they'd picked the wrong target, and they were about to learn that underestimating your enemy is the first step toward your own defeat. That night, lying in bed next to Isabel as she slept peacefully beside me, probably dreaming about her new job and her freedom and her life without dead weight dragging her down, I started planning my own game. They wanted memorable? I'd give them memorable. They'd just handed me the greatest gift of all, advance notice of their intentions and a clear understanding of exactly who I was dealing with. The war had begun and they didn't even know they'd fired the first shot. You want to know the beautiful irony of being completely underestimated by people who think they're smarter than you. They stop paying attention to what you're actually doing. While Gregory was busy introducing me as Isabel's husband who runs a small business, and Adrian was patronizing me about getting a real job, I was quietly building something that would make their pathetic little lives look like a lemonade stand in comparison. See, the thing about the Holt family is they measured success in the most predictable, boring ways possible. Corner offices, company cars, 6-figure salaries that they could brag about at country club dinners. They thought success came with a nameplate on your door and a parking space with your name on it. They were playing checkers while I was orchestrating a full-scale chess match that would have made Bobby Fischer weep with admiration. Harrison Ridge Logistics didn't start as a logistics company, technically speaking. It started as me, a beat-up Ford pickup truck, and a burning desire to prove every single one of those smug bastards wrong. But here's what happens when you're motivated by pure spite and have an actual brain in your head. You start seeing opportunities that other people miss entirely. The first big break came about 6 years into my marriage, when I realized that most small manufacturers in the Midwest were getting absolutely screwed by their shipping companies. These mom-and-pop operations were paying premium prices for substandard service, and the big logistics firms couldn't be bothered with accounts that weren't worth millions. So I swooped in with competitive pricing, reliable service, and the revolutionary concept of actually giving a damn about my clients. Word spreads fast in manufacturing circles when you find someone who doesn't treat you like garbage. Within 2 years, I had contracts with 17 companies across Illinois, Wisconsin, and Indiana. But instead of getting comfortable and coasting on that success like most people would, I kept my ears open for the next opportunity. That's when I heard about Meridian Transport Solutions going under. They were a mid-sized company that handled specialty medical equipment shipping, basically the Cadillac of logistics services, but their management was so incompetent they couldn't find their own asses with both hands and a GPS. The owners were desperate to sell, and everyone in the industry knew it was a money pit. Everyone except me, apparently. See, while other people saw a failing company with debt problems, I saw a client list that included 3 major hospitals, 2 pharmaceutical companies, and a medical device manufacturer that was about to go public. I bought Meridian for what amounted to pocket change, financed the whole deal through a combination of small business loans and some creative accounting that would have made my college finance professor proud. Gregory probably would have shit himself if he'd known his small business son-in-law had just acquired a company with $12 million in annual contracts. But why would he know? He was too busy being disappointed in me to actually pay attention to what I was accomplishing. The Meridian acquisition was like adding rocket fuel to a campfire. Suddenly, I had access to clients and contracts that most logistics companies spend decades trying to land. But more importantly, I had credibility. When you're shipping life-saving medical equipment, people notice if you do it right. And when people notice, they start recommending you to their friends. That's how I met Colonel James Morrison, U.S. Army Logistics Command, at a medical industry conference in Detroit. The man was complaining to anyone who'd listen about how impossible it was to find reliable civilian contractors who could handle sensitive military shipments without screwing something up or charging the government like they were shipping gold bars to Mars. Most people at that conference nodded politely and changed the subject because military contracts are notoriously complex and bureaucratic nightmares that can destroy companies if you're not careful. But I saw dollar signs and the opportunity to play in the big leagues. I spent the next 3 hours buying Colonel Morrison drinks and proving to him that Harrison Ridge Logistics wasn't just another fly-by-night operation looking to make a quick buck off Uncle Sam. 6 months later, I signed my first Department of Defense contract. Nothing huge, just a $2.3 million deal to handle medical supply shipments to 3 Army bases. But here's the thing about military contracts: if you don't fuck up, they keep giving you bigger ones. And if you consistently exceed expectations, they start treating you like family. Within 18 months, I was handling $15 million worth of DoD contracts annually. Medical supplies, equipment, even some classified materials that I can't talk about without ending up in federal prison. The Pentagon brass loved me because I delivered on time, under budget, and without the usual contractor bullshit that makes their lives miserable. But the real game changer came when Colonel Morrison introduced me to someone at the Defense Logistics Agency who was dealing with a problem that was making headlines in all the wrong ways. Remember that scandal about soldiers overseas not getting proper body armor because the supply chain was completely fucked? Yeah, well, guess who got tapped to fix that particular mess? The contract was worth $80 million over 3 years. $80 million. To put that in perspective, Adrian's impressive 6-figure salary would take him about 800 years to earn what I was making in a single government contract. But did Gregory know about any of this? Of course not. He was too busy being embarrassed by his daughter's choice in husbands to notice that his son-in-law was playing in the same financial league as Fortune 500 companies. Around the same time I was becoming the Pentagon's favorite logistics contractor, I started acquiring other companies. Not flashy acquisitions that would end up in the business pages, but strategic purchases that expanded my capabilities and market reach. A pharmaceutical cold storage company in Indianapolis. A specialized electronics shipping firm in Milwaukee. A hazardous materials transport company in Detroit that nobody wanted because of regulatory headaches. Each acquisition made Harrison Ridge Logistics more valuable and more indispensable to my clients. But I kept the corporate structure intentionally complex, with subsidiaries and holding companies that made it nearly impossible for outsiders to track the full scope of what I was building. To anyone doing a casual search, it still looked like a small regional trucking company. To anyone who actually understood corporate logistics, it was becoming clear that I was assembling something significant. The pharmaceutical contracts alone were worth $30 million annually by year 10 of my marriage. Add in the military deals, the medical equipment shipments, the specialized transport services, and the growing list of manufacturing clients. And Harrison Ridge Logistics was pulling in over $150 million in revenue per year. Not profit, revenue. But in an industry where margins can be substantial if you know what you're doing, those numbers translated to a personal net worth that was climbing toward 8 figures. But here's the beautiful part. While my business was exploding into something that would have impressed even Gregory's corporate lawyer friends, my home life remained exactly the same. Same house, same car, same modest lifestyle that Isabel and her family interpreted as evidence of my continued failure. I wasn't buying expensive toys or flashing cash around like some lottery winner with no sense. I was reinvesting everything back into the company, building an empire that existed entirely under their radar. By the time Isabel started planning my destruction with her dear old dad, Harrison Ridge Logistics had been valued at $1.9 billion. Billion. With AB, the small business that Gregory loved to mock was worth more than most publicly traded companies. But they had no idea because they'd stopped paying attention to me years ago. In their minds, I was still the same struggling entrepreneur they'd been looking down on since day one. The irony was almost too perfect to be real. While they were plotting to take half of what they thought was a failing small business, they were actually planning to steal from a company that could have bought and sold Adrian's entire investment firm without breaking a sweat. But their arrogance had blinded them to what was happening right under their noses. They wanted to play games with someone they thought was weak and desperate. Instead, they picked a fight with someone who had the resources of a small country and absolutely nothing left to lose. You know how they say you should never bring a knife to a gunfight? Well, Rebecca Stanton was the kind of attorney who brought a rocket launcher to a knife fight and then charged the other side for the cleanup. If Gregory Holt thought he was hot shit because he'd spent 30 years pushing paper around corporate boardrooms, he was about to learn what real legal warfare looked like. I first met Rebecca 3 years ago at a conference for defense contractors in Washington, D.C. She was the keynote speaker, talking about asset protection strategies for high net worth individuals who operated in sensitive industries. While most of the audience was probably thinking about their golf games or where they were going for lunch, I was hanging on every word like she was revealing the secrets of the universe. Rebecca wasn't your typical corporate lawyer. She didn't wear those boring navy suits that made everyone look like they'd been dressed by the same funeral director. Instead, she rocked designer outfits that screamed, "I could destroy your entire financial life before my morning coffee gets cold, and I'd look fantastic doing it." Her reputation in legal circles was legendary. They called her the fixer because she specialized in making problems disappear so completely that you'd wonder if they ever existed in the first place. After her presentation, I approached her with what probably sounded like paranoid rambling about wanting to protect my assets from potential future threats that didn't even exist yet. Most lawyers would have looked at me like I was wearing a tinfoil hat and muttered something about calling them if I ever actually needed help. Rebecca listened to my concerns with the intensity of a surgeon planning a complex operation, asked about 6 very specific questions that made me realize she understood my business better than some of my own employees, and handed me her card with a smile that could have melted steel. "Paranoia is just preparation with better marketing," she said. "Let's talk." Our first meeting lasted 4 hours and covered everything from corporate restructuring to international banking laws to estate planning strategies that sounded like they belonged in a spy novel. Rebecca didn't just practice law. She orchestrated it like a composer writing a symphony, with every note carefully placed to create the exact effect she wanted. The thing about asset protection, she explained while sketching out corporate structures on her whiteboard like she was designing a space shuttle, is that you have to build it before you need it. Once someone's already coming after you, your options become limited. But if you plan ahead, well, then you can become essentially untouchable. Untouchable. I like the sound of that. The plan she devised was beautiful in its complexity and terrifying in its thoroughness. First, we restructured Harrison Ridge Logistics into a web of subsidiaries and holding companies spread across multiple states and offshore jurisdictions. Not to hide money or evade taxes. Everything was completely legal and properly reported, but to make it virtually impossible for anyone to understand the full scope of what they were dealing with. Then came the personal asset protection. Rebecca created a series of trusts and legal entities that would make my wealth invisible to anyone who didn't know exactly where to look. Real estate holdings went into land trusts. Investment accounts were restructured through family limited partnerships. Even my personal bank accounts were repositioned through legal structures that would confuse the hell out of most attorneys, let alone a bitter ex-wife and her pompous father. The key, Rebecca explained during one of our marathon planning sessions, is to make yourself look poor on paper while actually being richer than God. If someone comes after you, they need to know what to target. If they can't see it, they can't take it. But the real masterpiece was the family trust we established with my sister Laura as the primary beneficiary and trustee. Laura, bless her heart, was a high school teacher in Oregon who drove a 10-year-old Honda and thought my business success was moderately impressive but not particularly interesting. She had no idea that signing a few documents had just made her the legal guardian of nearly $2 billion in assets. Your sister seems nice, Rebecca noted after our conference call with Laura to explain her new responsibilities. Very trustworthy. Very normal. Perfect for this kind of arrangement. Normal was exactly what we needed. While Gregory and his legal team would be looking for hidden Swiss bank accounts and offshore shell companies, the reality was much simpler and far more devastating. Everything was sitting in a perfectly legal family trust managed by a woman who spent her evenings grading algebra tests and watching Netflix. The estate planning was where Rebecca really showed her artistic flair. My will was rewritten to be a legal work of art, a document that was simultaneously generous and cruel, detailed and vague, legally bulletproof and emotionally nuclear. Everything went to my niece Sophie, Laura's daughter, who was currently a sophomore at Oregon State University studying veterinary medicine. Sophie would inherit everything when she turned 30, with Laura managing the trust until then. For Isabel, my beloved wife of 12 years, I left exactly $1. But that wasn't the beautiful part. The beautiful part was the letter I attached to the will, a detailed, meticulously documented record of every insult, every slight, every moment of disdain the Holt family had shown me over the years. Names, dates, witnesses, direct quotes whenever possible. It read like an FBI surveillance report, if FBI agents specialized in tracking emotional warfare instead of criminal activity. This is thorough, Rebecca said as she reviewed my documentation. Almost obsessively thorough. I love it. The letter wasn't just cathartic, it was strategic. If Isabel tried to contest the will, claiming I was mentally incompetent or acting under duress, the letter would serve as evidence that my decisions were based on years of rational observation and careful consideration. Every slight was documented, every betrayal was recorded, every moment of contempt was preserved for posterity. Your wife's family thinks they're going to take you to the cleaners, Rebecca said during our final planning session. They have no idea they're about to find out that you don't actually own anything they can touch. Legally speaking, you're going to be poorer than a church mouse. In reality, you'll still control everything through the trust structure, but they won't be able to prove it or access it. She leaned back in her chair with the satisfaction of someone who'd just solved a particularly challenging puzzle. It's like watching someone try to rob a bank that turned out to be a movie set. They're going to break in expecting to find millions and discover they're stealing from an empty vault. The final touch was Rebecca's contingency planning. She prepared press releases, media statements, and legal countermeasures for every possible scenario. If the Holts wanted to play dirty, she was ready to go nuclear. If they wanted to keep things quiet and civilized, she could accommodate that too. But either way, they were going to lose, and they were going to lose spectacularly. The thing about people like your father-in-law, Rebecca explained, is that they're used to winning through intimidation and superior resources. They expect their opponents to fold when faced with expensive legal teams and prolonged court battles. But they've never faced someone who has better lawyers, deeper pockets, and absolutely nothing left to lose. She smiled that predatory smile that had probably given nightmares to opposing counsel across the country. This is going to be fun. By the time Isabel and Gregory started planning my birthday ambush, every piece was already in place. Every asset was protected, every legal strategy was prepared, every contingency was covered. They thought they were setting a trap for an unsuspecting victim. In reality, they were walking into a legal minefield that had been carefully prepared by someone who played this game at a level they couldn't even comprehend. Rebecca called it a legal masterpiece. I called it my insurance policy against a family that had spent 12 years trying to convince me I wasn't good enough for them. They were about to discover that not only was I good enough, I was so far out of their league that they'd need a telescope just to see where I was playing. Have you ever watched bad actors trying to perform Shakespeare? That's what living in my house felt like during the week leading up to my 40th birthday. Everyone was playing their assigned roles in Gregory's grand production, but they were all so terrible at it that I half expected someone to forget their lines and break character mid-scene. Isabel was the worst actress of the bunch, which really says something considering her family's natural talent for deception. The woman who'd been treating me like radioactive waste for months suddenly transformed into the world's most attentive wife. She was humming around the house like a Disney princess, practically skipping through rooms while she planned what she thought would be my public execution. Monday morning, she made me breakfast. Actual breakfast, not just pointing at the cereal boxes and telling me to figure it out myself. Scrambled eggs, bacon, toast cut into perfect triangles, fresh orange juice, the whole domestic goddess routine. She even sat across from me at the kitchen table, chin propped on her hands, watching me eat with the intensity of a scientist observing a lab rat. "So," she said, trying to sound casual but overshooting it by about 12 miles, "any thoughts about what you'd like to do for your birthday this year?" I looked up from my eggs, fighting the urge to laugh at the sheer theatrical stupidity of the question. This was the same woman who'd forgotten my birthday entirely 2 years ago and given me a gas station gift card the year before that. Now she was sitting here pretending to care about making my special day memorable. "I don't know," I said, playing along with her little performance. "Nothing too elaborate. Maybe just dinner somewhere nice." Her eyes lit up like someone had just told her she'd won the lottery. "Oh, what about Bellagio's? You always said you love their steaks. We could make a reservation, maybe invite family. Make it a real celebration." Bellagio's. The same restaurant where she and Gregory had been planning this ambush for weeks. The woman couldn't even be creative in her duplicity. But I nodded. Enthusiastically. Like the idea had never occurred to me. "That sounds perfect. Really thoughtful of you." She beamed at me with pride, probably congratulating herself on her brilliant manipulative skills. If she'd put half this much effort into our actual marriage, we might have had something worth saving. Tuesday brought Gregory's surprise visit. And by surprise, I mean the man showed up at our front door with his briefcase like he was making rounds on his paper route. He'd been dropping by unannounced all week, each visit more transparently staged than the last. Today's excuse was that he wanted to discuss some family financial planning with me. Family financial planning. Right. Because Gregory had spent the last 12 years so concerned about my financial well-being. The man who'd made a career out of introducing me as Isabel's husband who runs a small business suddenly wanted to have heart-to-hearts about my money management strategies. We sat in my home office. Gregory perched on the edge of his chair like he expected to need a quick escape route. His briefcase was positioned next to him with military precision, and he kept glancing at it like it contained nuclear launch codes instead of whatever legal documents he'd brought to gloat over. "You know," he said, crossing his legs and trying to look paternal, "I've been thinking about your business lately. Harrison Ridge Logistics. How's it performing these days?" The question was so loaded it practically came with its own ammunition. Gregory had spent over a decade dismissing my company as irrelevant, and now he was suddenly interested in performance metrics? The man was fishing for information he could use in divorce proceedings, probably trying to get me to admit how little the company was worth so he could lowball the asset division. "Oh, you know," I said with a shrug, "same old stuff. Moving boxes from point A to point B. Nothing too exciting." His smile was sharper than a knife edge. "Well, I hope you've been putting some money aside for the future. You never know what life might throw at you." What life might throw at you? Jesus Christ, the man was practically winking at me. He might as well have added, "like divorce papers at your birthday dinner," to complete the threat. Wednesday was Adrian's turn to make his grand appearance, because apparently this family had assigned everyone specific scenes in their little drama. He showed up during lunch with takeout from that overpriced burger place downtown, acting like we were long-lost buddies who hadn't seen each other in years. "Thought we could hang out," he said, setting bags of food on my kitchen counter like he was delivering care packages to disaster victims. "You know, brother to brother time. Brother to brother time." The same guy who'd spent years patronizing me about my career choices suddenly wanted a bond over artisanal burgers and sweet potato fries. The desperation was almost endearing, if you could ignore the fact that he was basically auditioning for a role in my destruction. We ate in relative silence for a while, Adrian occasionally making small talk about work and the weather and other safe topics that wouldn't accidentally reveal the conspiracy they'd all been plotting. But eventually, his amateur hour acting skills started showing through the cracks. "So, big birthday coming up," he said, trying to sound casual, but landing somewhere around serial killer making small talk. 40's a big milestone. Life-changing, you know. Life-changing. There it was again, another not-so-subtle hint about the surprises they had planned for me. These people had all the subtlety of a marching band in a library. "Yeah," I agreed. "I have a feeling it's going to be unforgettable." The look of satisfaction that crossed his face was priceless. He probably thought I was walking blindly into their trap, completely unaware of what they had planned. If only he knew that while he was rehearsing his lines, I'd already written the ending to their little play. Thursday brought Clara's contribution to the week of terrible acting, which consisted of her calling me out of the blue to just chat. Clara, who hadn't initiated a conversation with me in about 3 years, suddenly wanted to catch up on life and see how I was doing. "I was just thinking about you," she said, her voice carrying all the authenticity of a telemarketer reading from a script. "You know, with your birthday coming up and everything. 40's such a significant age." Significant. Another loaded word in a week full of them. At this point, they might as well have sent me a formal invitation that read, "Please join us for your public humiliation, RSVP required." But the real comedy came from watching how they interacted with each other during family dinner Friday night. Isabel, Gregory, Adrian, and Claire all sat around our dining room table exchanging meaningful glances and barely suppressed smirks like they were members of some secret society that I was too stupid to notice. They kept making references to surprises and special occasions and how this birthday was going to be memorable for everyone involved. Gregory couldn't stop checking his watch, probably counting down the hours until he could spring his trap. Adrian kept grinning at his food like it had told him a particularly funny joke. Clara was quieter than usual, but I caught her stealing nervous glances at me when she thought I wasn't looking. The whole thing felt like watching a community theater production of How to Conspire Against Your Husband, directed by someone who'd never actually seen a play before. They were so obviously pleased with themselves, so convinced of their own cleverness, so certain that they'd outsmarted the guy they'd been underestimating for over a decade. If they'd put half this much planning into something productive, they might have actually accomplished something impressive in their lives. Instead, they'd spent weeks orchestrating what they thought would be my downfall, never realizing that while they were rehearsing their roles, I'd been preparing for the greatest performance of my life. The irony was beautiful. They thought they were directing this little drama, but they had no idea they were actually just actors in a much larger production. And tomorrow, at Bellagio's Steakhouse, they were going to discover that the script they'd memorized was just the opening act of a show that would end very differently than they'd planned. You know that moment in horror movies when the monster finally shows its true face? Yeah, well, welcome to the Holt family's worst nightmare, served up with a side of medium rare ribeye and a garnish of public humiliation. Because if they thought their little birthday ambush was going to end with me crawling away broken and defeated, they were about to learn what happens when you corner a predator who's been pretending to be prey for 12 years. The scene at Bellagio's was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. Gregory standing there like Caesar delivering a death sentence, holding those divorce papers like they were the holy grail of family justice. Isabel with her phone ready to capture my destruction for posterity, probably planning to post it on social media with some empowering caption about choosing herself. Adrian smirking like he'd just watched the school bully get what he deserved. Clara trying to disappear into her salad while still sneaking glances at the carnage. They'd choreographed this moment so perfectly, practiced their lines so thoroughly, anticipated my every reaction so completely. What they hadn't anticipated was that I'd spent the last 3 years turning myself into something they couldn't touch, couldn't hurt, couldn't destroy no matter how hard they tried. When I signed those papers without hesitation, without tears, without the dramatic breakdown they'd all been expecting, I watched their perfect little script crumble in real time. Gregory's confident smile flickered like a candle in the wind. Isabel's steady camera hand started shaking. Adrian's smirk transformed into confusion. Clara finally looked up from her food with genuine alarm in her eyes. But that was just the opening act. The real show was about to begin. I walked out of that restaurant like a man who'd just been set free instead of destroyed, and I could feel their eyes following me, their minds racing to understand what had gone wrong with their perfect plan. They'd expected chaos. They'd gotten control. They'd wanted destruction. They'd gotten dignity. And they had no idea what to do with any of it. I barely made it to the parking lot when I heard the click-click-click of expensive heels on pavement behind me. Isabel, running after me in those designer stilettos she'd probably bought specifically for this occasion, her face flushed with panic and confusion. "Wait," she called out, slightly breathless from her sprint across the parking lot. "This isn't how it was supposed to go." I turned to face her with the calm satisfaction of a chess master who'd just announced checkmate. "How exactly was it supposed to go, Isabel?" She stood there for a moment, mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, probably realizing that admitting she'd planned for me to break down and beg would make her look like a sociopath. Which, let's be honest, wasn't far from the truth. That's when I pulled out my phone and dialed Rebecca's number. Not privately, not discreetly, but right there in front of my soon-to-be ex-wife, on speakerphone for maximum dramatic effect. "Rebecca?" I said when she picked up on the second ring. "It's done. Time for the press release." "Excellent," came Rebecca's voice through the speaker. Crisp and professional and absolutely terrifying if you knew what was coming. "I'll have the media statements out within the hour. The financial disclosure documents are already prepared. This should make quite a splash in the business community. Isabel's face went white. Not pale. Not shocked white. But the kind of white you see in people who've just realized they're about to be hit by a freight train and there's nowhere to run. By this time, Gregory, Adrian, and Clara had made their way outside, probably wondering why the guest of honor at their execution party had wandered off instead of staying to be properly humiliated. They approached cautiously, like they were approaching a wild animal that might bolt at any sudden movement. That's when I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out an envelope of my own. Not cream-colored or fancy like the one they'd ambushed me with, just a standard manila envelope that contained enough financial documentation to rewrite their understanding of reality. "Gregory," I said, holding out the envelope with the same ceremonial flourish he'd used earlier. "Since we're exchanging gifts tonight, I thought you might find this interesting." He took the envelope with trembling hands, his lawyer instincts probably warning him that whatever was inside was going to change everything. When he opened it and saw the first page, Harrison Ridge Logistics financial statements showing $1.9 billion in company valuation, I watched 30 years of arrogance drain out of his face like water from a broken dam. "This can't be right," he whispered, flipping through page after page of contracts, acquisition reports, revenue statements, and asset valuations. His hands were actually shaking as he processed what he was seeing. Isabel snatched the papers from him, her eyes scanning the numbers like she was trying to decode a foreign language. 1,896 million. She read aloud, her voice getting smaller with each digit. "Billion," I corrected helpfully. 1.9 billion. With Adrian grabbed the documents next, and I watched his face go through the 5 stages of grief in about 30 seconds. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and finally acceptance of the fact that the loser brother-in-law he'd been condescending to for over a decade was worth more money than he could earn in several lifetimes. Clara just stood there with her mouth hanging open, probably trying to reconcile the struggling small business owner they'd all been pitying with the billionaire standing in front of them. "The pharmaceutical contracts alone are worth $30 million annually." I continued conversationally, like I was discussing the weather. "The Pentagon deals are classified, but let's just say Uncle Sam pays very well for reliable service." "Oh, and that acquisition spree I went on last year? Turns out buying distressed companies and turning them profitable is almost embarrassingly easy when you know what you're doing." Gregory was still staring at the papers like they might magically transform into something that made sense. "But your house, your car, you don't live like a billionaire?" I finished for him. "That's because I'm not an idiot, Gregory. I reinvested everything back into the company instead of buying toys to impress people I didn't respect. Funny how that works out. That's when I delivered the coup de grace, the final blow that would haunt their dreams for years to come." "Oh, and about that divorce settlement you were all so excited about," I said, pulling out another document. "My will was rewritten 3 years ago. Everything goes to my niece Sophie when she turns 30. My sister Laura manages the trust until then. Isabel gets exactly $1, along with a very detailed letter explaining why." The silence that followed was so complete I could hear traffic from the highway half a mile away. These people who'd spent 12 years making me feel small and inadequate were finally seeing me as I really was, and the revelation was destroying them. Isabel's legs actually gave out. She had to grab Adrian's arm to keep from falling, and even then she looked like she might collapse right there in the parking lot. Gregory was making these small whimpering sounds, like a dog that had been kicked. Adrian was just standing there with his mouth open, probably calculating how much money he'd spent over the years talking down to a billionaire. "But don't worry," I said with a smile that could have powered the city grid. "I'm sure that senior account manager position at Morrison & Associates will work out great for you, Isabel. $120,000 a year is nothing to sneeze at. Of course, it's roughly what I make in about 6 hours, but who's counting?" I started walking toward my car, then turned back for one final moment of pure theatrical satisfaction. "Oh, and Gregory, next time you want to destroy someone's life, you might want to make sure you actually know who you're dealing with first. Just some free legal advice from your former son-in-law." I drove away from Bellagio's that night with the windows down and music cranked up, laughing like a man who'd just won the greatest game ever played. Behind me, I left 4 people standing in a parking lot, holding divorce papers that had just transformed from a weapon of mass destruction into the key to my freedom. They'd tried to bury me. Instead, they'd just set me free to soar. #Chapter 10, Freedom at Last. You know what freedom sounds like? It sounds like driving through downtown Chicago at midnight with the windows down, music blasting, and not a single person in the world who can make you feel small anymore. It sounds like your phone buzzing with desperate text messages from people who finally realize they've been playing chess with a grandmaster while thinking they were teaching checkers to a child. The first text came before I'd even made it home from Bellagio's. Isabel, of course, because denial is apparently hereditary in the Holt family. We need to talk. This changes everything. This changes everything. No shit, Sherlock. Sherlock. This changes everything. This changes everything. No shit, Sherlock. 12 years of marriage, and it took finding out I was worth $2 billion for her to think we needed to have a conversation. I deleted it without responding, and cranked up the stereo another notch. By the time I pulled into my driveway, soon to be my former driveway, thank God, she'd sent 6 more messages. Each one more desperate than the last. Cycling through anger, bargaining, and what I could only assume was the beginning stages of a complete psychological breakdown. You lied to me for years. How could you hide something this big? We can work this out. We can make this work. Please call me. We need to figure this out. I love you. I've always loved you. Don't throw away 12 years over hurt feelings. I sat in my car for a few minutes, reading through her pathetic attempts to rewrite history, and I couldn't stop laughing. This was the same woman who'd been planning my financial destruction with her father just days ago, and now she was declaring her eternal love because she'd discovered I wasn't the loser she thought she'd married. The voicemail started around 2 in the morning. Gregory, naturally, because the man never could admit defeat gracefully. His first message was pure corporate lawyer, all threats and bluster about how this wouldn't stand, how there had to be fraud involved, how he'd find a way to challenge everything. By the 4th voicemail, recorded around 4 a.m. based on the timestamp, his tone had shifted to something approaching desperation. The great Gregory Holt, reduced to leaving rambling drunk messages about how we could work something out and how family should stick together and how maybe he'd misjudged the situation. Misjudged the situation. That was one way to put it. Adrian, to his credit, at least had the self-awareness to disappear entirely. No calls, no texts, no pathetic attempts to salvage his relationship with the brother-in-law he'd spent years treating like his personal punching bag. The guy just vanished into whatever hole people crawl into when they realize they've been an asshole to someone who could buy their entire life with pocket change. Clara sent exactly one text. I'm sorry. Short, simple, and probably the most honest communication I'd ever received from any member of that family. But here's the beautiful thing about having real power. You don't have to respond to any of it. You don't have to engage with the desperate attempts at manipulation or the last-minute declarations of love or the threats from people who suddenly realize they have no leverage. You can just ignore them. Because what are they going to do? Divorce me? Take half my assets? Ruin my reputation? Too late, assholes. You already played that card. I spent the weekend in my home office, not hiding but planning. Rebecca called Saturday morning to inform me that the business press had picked up the story about Harrison Ridge Logistics, and apparently my company's valuation was causing quite a stir in industry circles. Turned out that when a small regional trucking company suddenly reveals itself to be a multi-billion-dollar logistics empire, people tend to pay attention. Forbes wants an interview, she said, and I could hear the satisfaction in her voice. So does the Wall Street Journal and about 12 different business podcasts. You've become quite the overnight sensation. Overnight sensation. If only they knew it had taken 12 years of being treated like garbage to build this overnight success. Set up the interviews, I told her. It's time people knew the real story. Within 2 weeks, I'd found a penthouse in downtown Chicago that cost more than most people's houses and had a view of the lake that made me feel like I owned the entire city. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was moving from the suburban house that represented everything the Holts thought I should aspire to, into a home that represented everything I'd actually achieved. The moving process was therapeutic in ways I hadn't expected. Each box packed, each piece of furniture left behind, each memory of 12 years of slowly dying inside. All of it, just, gone. I kept what mattered and left the rest for Isabel to deal with. She could have the house, the furniture, the life we'd built together. I was building something better. Harrison Ridge Logistics expanded into 3 new markets within a month of the divorce being finalized. Turned out that when people know you're worth $2 billion, they take your phone calls a lot faster. The Pentagon increased my contracts by 40%. 2 major pharmaceutical companies signed exclusive shipping agreements. And a tech startup in Silicon Valley offered me $100 million just to handle their logistics for their IPO rollout. I hired a new CFO, a brilliant woman named Sandra who'd previously worked for Amazon and understood global supply chains better than most people understand their own neighborhoods. I brought on a team of analysts who could spot acquisition opportunities I'd never even considered. I opened offices in Seattle, Atlanta, and Phoenix. The empire I'd built in secret while the Holts dismissed me as a failure was finally free to grow into what it was always meant to become. But the real victory wasn't the money or the business expansion or the recognition from industry, peers who suddenly wanted to be my best friend. The real victory was the silence. The blessed, beautiful silence of a life without constant criticism, without daily reminders of how I wasn't good enough, without the exhausting effort of trying to prove my worth to people who were determined never to see it. My evenings were my own now. Quiet dinners with good whiskey, reading books that interested me instead of pretending to care about whatever drama Isabel was obsessing over, planning business strategies that excited me instead of pretending to care about whatever drama Isabel was obsessing over, planning business strategies that excited me instead of dreading the next family gathering where I'd be treated like the help. I started dating, casually at first, then more seriously when I met Elena, a surgeon at Northwestern who understood ambition and success and didn't need me to apologize for either. She looked at my accomplishments with admiration instead of embarrassment, treated my success as something to celebrate instead of something to hide. The contrast was stunning. Here was a woman who saw strength where the Holts had seen weakness, intelligence where they'd seen inadequacy, success where they'd seen failure. Being with Elena reminded me what it felt like to be valued for who I was instead of criticized for who I wasn't. 6 months after the divorce, Gregory died of a heart attack at his desk, probably triggered by the stress of watching his perfect plan backfire so spectacularly. I didn't attend the funeral. Isabel called, crying, asking if I'd come support the family during this difficult time. I hung up without responding. Some bridges aren't worth rebuilding. Adrian eventually reached out through a mutual business contact, apparently having landed a new job at a firm that wanted to explore partnerships with Harrison Ridge Logistics. The request was professional, respectful, and completely transparent about his motivations. I had Rebecca send back a polite but firm rejection. Some mistakes don't deserve second chances. Clara married a teacher from Wisconsin and moved to Milwaukee, sending me a wedding invitation that I actually appreciated, not because I planned to attend, but because it was honest. No manipulation, no hidden agenda, just an acknowledgement that life goes on and people change. Isabel found her new job at Morrison & Associates, just like she'd planned. $120,000 a year, decent benefits, regular hours. Everything she'd wanted when she was plotting my destruction. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she was dating someone from her office, a middle manager who drove a sensible sedan and took her to chain restaurants for date nights. She got exactly the life she'd chosen. Small, safe, predictable, and completely forgettable. For my 41st birthday, I threw a party at my penthouse. Not for family, fuck that noise, but for friends, business partners, people who knew my value and had never questioned my worth. Elena gave a toast about second chances and new beginnings. Rebecca raised her glass to the sweetest revenge being massive success. Sandra presented me with projections showing Harrison Ridge Logistics on track to hit $3 billion in valuation within 2 years. I looked around the room at these people who respected me, valued me, and genuinely enjoyed my company, and I realized something profound. The Holts hadn't just failed to destroy me. They'd actually set me free. Their divorce papers, meant to be my death sentence, had turned out to be my liberation. Their public humiliation, designed to break me, had become my public vindication. Their attempt to take half of what they thought was a failing business had resulted in them getting exactly nothing from what turned out to be a financial empire. They tried to bury me, never realizing that I wasn't a victim to be destroyed. I was a seed, waiting for the right conditions to grow into something magnificent. And now, finally, I was free to bloom.